The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It's frightening just how good the play is at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. Freaky results abounded as players pressed the day before the second rest day. Fabiano Caruana almost slipped in a scary back-and-forth game that had him running for a draw to retain clear lead. After slashing their way through the majority of the field, two absolute killers remain tied at the top of the women's standings, with each racking up another win. In a field this deadly, you'll need a crystal ball to predict who survives. Day 9 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 9 of the US Chess Championships and US Women's Chess Championships held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We started the day in front of the Kingside Diner, a staple here in the central West End. If you come in during any time of the day, you will surely find a grandmaster having their lunch, their breakfast, or their dinners here. It's been a fantastic event so far. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the US and US Women's Chess Championships. Some players are running out of chances as round 9 begins now. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Katerina Nemcova and I'm here with Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
Kate, how did you like your free day?
It was a wonderful day to recharge and meet with some of the players.
Yeah, that was nice, for sure. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2023 National Championships. We are ready on set for a fantastic finish. The players are rested. They're going to give it their best as we've got 3 rounds to go. Do the honors, Kate. Tell us the standings after 8 rounds of really championship chess. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. So in the ladies section, we have 2 leaders, Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova, having a fantastic tournament and running away with 2 extra points against everybody else in the field.
What a performance.
7 out of 8, fantastic. And then we have a 2-way tie for the 3rd place, Irina Krush and Alice Lee with 5 points.
And in the open section, where are our standings?
Here we have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, leading with 1 extra point, 5.5 out of 8. Right. But there is a bunch of players right behind him. Wesley So, Leinier, Dominguez, Niemann, and Abhimanyu Mishra with 4.5 points.
That's a trailing pack of wolves, to be sure. And tell us about our format for these 2 national championships.
We play 2 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. The time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer draw, they're not allowed to just make a draw just by agreeing to it.
Offering a draw, absolutely.
Traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
Just remind me what the situation would be in case of a tie for first?
Absolutely. If 2 players tie for first, there is a 2-game rapid match with 10 minutes and 2-second increment. If players are still tied, there is Armageddon, and Armageddon means white gets 5 minutes, black gets 4 minutes, and black gets the draw odds.
Wonderful. And tell us about our remaining schedule.
Today we have round 9 and there are 2 more rounds to go. We always start at 1:20 p.m. Center Time, and if necessary, we will have playoffs on Wednesday, October 18th.
Wonderful. Cristian, we're going to be crowning champions in 3 days, but
Good to see you.
Who are our champions going to be?
Well, absolutely. It's a race to the finish line right now as we enter the championship rounds. The players and us as well, we had a rest day, but now it's go time. So let's take a look at who our leaders are as we enter these last 3 championship rounds. We're going to start with the ladies section. I have to say, Take a look at this. This is absolutely historical. Put it in the history books. Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova, identical line score, mirror image of each other. As you can see, they started off with a draw in round number 1. After that, a couple of victories and that draw against each other in round 4, and they've been on a tear since. Just an amazing performance for both of these ladies. I would say the performance of a lifetime for 2 players in the national championships. But let's see who's Carissa's road ahead is entering the last 3. As we can see, Nazi Paikidze, the 2-time US Women's Chess Champion, she's been having a difficult tournament so far. Only 3 points, and definitely Carissa, with the white pieces today, she will be looking to continue her streak. But I have to say this one is not going to be easy. Round 10 with the black pieces, and I have to say that's the key matchup with the black pieces against the 5-time, if I'm not mistaken, national champion Anna Zatonskih. Just an incredible lady. She's not having an amazing event so far, but she can surprise everybody at any time. And in round 11, to cap it all off, for Carissa, well, she will be facing Ruiyang, the wild card, going into this event, but she's been having a pretty decent event up to this point, 4 points. And how about her co-leader? That is Begim Tokhirjonova. As you can see, woman grandmaster Begim Tokhirjonova, 7 points out of 8. That's just an incredible score, I have to say. Today, with the white pieces against Ruiyang in round 10, I have to say that's the critical matchup for Begim as well, against the 8-time national champion Irina Krush, and she's been having difficulties against that particular opponent. She has been eliminated in the American Cup twice in a row by Irina Krush, so definitely that one is going to be a difficult game for Begim. Round 11 against the defending champion that will not be defending her title in this year's competition, Jeffery, but we've seen her at play and we've seen what she can do. Jennifer can definitely play. Remember what happened not yesterday, but the day before yesterday against Irina Krush. She had a difficult position, managed to turn it around, and almost successfully defeated Irina Krush. So that one is not going to be easy either. But what's happening in the open section? In the ladies section, it's a 2-horse race right now, but in the open section, take a look at that. We do have the sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, 1 point ahead of the pack. But look at that pack. Wesley So, Leinier, Dominguez, Hans Niemann, and the sensation of this event, the young sensation of this event, Abhimanyu Mishra. Just an incredible tournament for young Abhimanyu, only 14 years of age. That is absolutely ridiculous. Exactly.
I mean, come on.
And let's take a look at the road ahead for Fabiano, our leader, going into the last 3 rounds. This is the big one, the big clash that we were anticipating a few rounds ago. Round 9 with the black pieces. He will be defending against Hans Niemann. Round 10 against Abhimanyu Mishra with the white pieces. Definitely an opportunity there. There's a big rating gap between these 2 players, but it doesn't really matter at this competition because Abhimanyu is surprising absolutely everybody. And round 11 with the black pieces against the 3-time national champion. That is the clash of champions against Wesley So. I have to say, a lot of fighting and exciting chess coming your way.
But really big challenges for Fabi. It's not going to be an easier road ahead for him. And Kate, do the honors. Here we are in round 9. Tell our audience what they can expect for the pairings. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. We have Yu playing Eswaran, then a very important match for the standings. Players who tie for 3rd right now, Lee playing Krush, and then the co-leader Tokhirjonova playing Yan, then Abrahamyan playing Zatonskih, then another co-leader, real force in this tournament, Yip playing Paikidze.
And for me, that's really the marquee matchup right there because, you know, whenever you're playing against those national champions, they can upset you.
Absolutely. And then Cervantes playing Percussion.
And the pairings for round 9 in the open.
In the open section, all eyes will be glued to this match, Hans Niemann against Fabiano Caruana. Really, really important match. Then we have So playing Robson, which is another important match in this round.
Absolutely. Is Ray's at 50%, but he's crawled his way back into the tournament.
Yes. Then we have Dominguez playing Tang,
which I see also as an opportunity for Leinier to make his move.
That's
to
a
really
big
try to catch up to Fabiano.
Exactly.
Then Swiercz playing Xiong, Sevian playing Aronian, and Shankland playing Mishra.
Another marquee matchup as well. The players have been fighting incredibly hard as we see, well, the big clash. Hans Niemann with the white pieces, Fabiano with the black.
Cleaning the board,
yeah,
making sure all is neat.
Taking away all the fluff and the dust. But they have been fighting very hard, Kate. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a really nice prize fund. In the women's section, we have $152,000 as the prize fund, with first place winning $40,000, second place $30,000, and third place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place $4,000.
Nice. And in the open section, what is the prize fund there?
Here it's $250,000, with first place winning $60,000, second place $45,000, third place $35,000, and again all the way to the 12th place $6,000.
And we are underway for round 9 as E4, E5, essayed by Fabi, knight F3, knight C6. It's all about the Joko piano and the Berlins.
Yes.
What's your prediction, coach?
My prediction is we're going to see bishop to b5. Let's wait and see. Because I know Fabiano has played bishop to c4 exclusively, in fact, this tournament, 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. So Hans probably has looked at that, understood that, okay.
Commentator's curse.
As I was doing my monologue, that he's not going to play bishop to c4.
It was brilliant. No, seriously, I thought you were doing a great job right until the moment he played bishop c4. You had me convinced.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see the Joko piano, I guess. But you know what's funny about this matchup?
Yes.
They've met in classical chess, I believe, 3 times.
Okay.
In every single one of them, Fabiano was with the black pieces. And
Really?
Fabiano has a 3-0 score. Has won all of his games in Bundesliga last year, then at the Singfield Cup, and then at the national championships.
Right.
And he won all of them with the black pieces. So definitely a difficult opponent for Hans. But at any point, you know, in his young career up to this point, these things can change very quickly. This type of dynamics between players can change very quickly.
And this score can kind of feed his revenge, right, in this tournament.
Nice. And we have bishop c5. I mean, there are lots of opportunities here for mixing things up. d7, d6, as played today in the Qatar Masters. White was Magnus Carlsen. His opponent played h6, followed by d6, followed by g6. Nope. Fabi today stays with the main line, and I saw a little shake of the head there by...
Did he mix up lines already?
No. Like
No.
I think he's just kind of like reprimanding himself. Like sometimes you prepare for your opponent, right? And you're expecting your opponent to play, maybe he was thinking bishop e7 or something, and then you say, nah, he won't play that. He'll deviate and maybe just a little head shake. c2, c3, and we'll keep an eye on this all-important matchup. Just wanted to say that, again, for me, Leinier Dominguez has had a quiet road getting here. He's +1. He's in that trailing pack of players, but he's up against Andrew Tang, the lowest-rated player in the field. He has the white pieces, and Leinier could be saying, okay, let me make my move. d6, knight f6, knight c3. And instead of proposing a perk defense, g7, g6, in this case we have an e7, e5, a Philidor. I've never, as black, I've never been afraid of this ending. I don't know if you feel similarly. Queen takes, king takes, bishop c4, bishop e6. I've seen lots and lots and lots of games, and black has basically acquitted himself well. So I don't see the ending as a threat, but why isn't this more popular at the highest levels, coach?
Well, generally not taking on e5, yes. The ending is generally quite good for black because you have this c6 idea to control d5, the king then goes to c7. It doesn't really matter that I lost my ability to castle. That king is going to be safe on c7. And what I mean is this, endgame take, excuse me, it seems like my...
You can do it.
I'm not sure, actually. This might be some connectivity issues that we have. Bishop to e3, yeah, we have some problems with the internet,
Just
unfortunately.
remember that white moves first on the smart boards.
I wish that was the problem. Something like bishop e3 and then c6. The king hides to c7, and it's actually a very good square for the king.
Is.
No knight b5 check, no knight d5, absolutely no problems. And black is supposed to be quite safe.
Okay.
Knight to f3 is the main line, of course.
Exactly.
Keep the tension as is, put some pressure as soon as possible on black's pieces. You have to defend the e5 square. We're expecting knight to d7. Again, we have some issues with that, but knight to d7 would be the move, and what I'm expecting is bishop to c4.
Right.
Bishop to c4, put pressure on f7. Sometimes, if you're not paying attention, you might fall into some traps. For example, bishop to c4,
Right.
bishop to e7, and we have ideas of bishop takes f7 in this position.
That sacrifice, I studied
It's a
intensively
sacrifice.
as a teen.
You have to hide on g8, otherwise you are in trouble. On e8 after knight e6, the queen is trapped. On f8 after knight e6, that's a double attack. So you have to go all the way to g8, knight e6, queen to e8. It's a funny line.
I was always surprised that it's not very good for white.
It's not that bad for black. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. And if we look at the engine, yes, the engine is saying that black is doing more or less okay. So even that bishop to e7 move works for black. At the same time, you have to know exactly what you're doing. And by the way, if I remember correctly, after bishop to e7, there was a funny move, g4.
Yes,
G4
that's right.
in this position. Very interesting, very enterprising, but the question is, will Leinier actually be looking for those type of positions, or is he looking to just keep a long-term advantage? Slight long-term advantage, take advantage of the fact that Andrew Tang is taking some risks with this opening choice. And by the way, bishop e7 is on the board, inviting bishop takes f7.
No,
Leinier says, no.
I know those tactics. You know, it's funny, but seriously, it's not a joke. I think every grandmaster I know has literally studied this sacrifice. And I, as a kid, I reveled in this position because I just thought it was so extraordinarily compelling. And anything that, just fascinated me in the chess and kept my interest, I was all gung-ho about, because I was looking at these, again, very forcing variations. You won an exchange in the rook in the corner. Rook to a8, rook to f1, because the rook is under attack. And then my analysis, again, and I'm talking about as a teen, would go takes, and I would go like knight e5, right? So I'm
Targeting
looking to
that
fork.
square.
Yeah. And the idea was twofold: to play bishop h3, and as well as knight f3, and I would go f2, f4. And I would literally play games with myself from the starting position. And I just loved it. I just thought this was just so exciting.
Playing it once with white pieces, thinking like, oh, really nice sacrifice, I'm getting that rook. And then I lost, and I was like, how did that happen?
Very, very, very upsetting. And again, another huge marquee matchup. And look at this. It started the same way as a Joko piano. Wesley So versus Ray Robson. Two roommates together in the day at Webster. And instead of Hans Niemann's c2, c3, more or less the main line, Wesley trying a little bit of a twist, not the triple twist, but a little bit of the twist with knight c3, eyeballing the d5 square. And where would you like to take us, Kate?
Let's look at the women's section and the leaders. Carissa, because I'm very surprised in that game, Carissa against Nazi Paikidze. Nazi is playing the Caruana again.
Okay.
Exactly.
After a not very successful game with it last time, she's trusting that opening again.
Hopefully this time she made some very important improvements.
And I believe we have the exact same position she played against Begim Tokhirjonova.
Yeah, in that game, Begim actually was allowed to play a5, a6, also including c2, c4, and it was a terrible game for Nasi. Now, these positions are supposed to be double-edged, and if I remember correctly, like Nasi put her bishop she moved her bishop away,
G6,
then
knight
knight,
f5, yeah.
and somehow those ended up being loss of tempes for black.
Queen to c7 was also misplaced the way she played it, because after rook c1, bishop d2, rook c1, c4 ideas, you had some problems on the c file as well.
Exactly.
A lot of things went wrong for Nazi in that game. I'm sure she did her homework, and I'm sure she improved her stance and her understanding of this particular position, because right now she's blitzing out her moves.
Exactly. I'm much more familiar with the ideas of playing f7, f6 to chip away at this center pawn duo in the middle of the board. You play f6, you recapture with the bishop, you aspire to play e5, and if you can get rid of white center, then it's quite okay.
And then when black castles on the king side and the rook has open f-file and everything works for black suddenly.
Exactly. So we'll keep an eye on the Carissa Yip game. I want to go also to Begim's. Where are you, Begim? She is up against our wild card player. I must say the organizers really try their best. They want to create a field of the best players in the United States, but they also have a right to invite, a wild card player. And sometimes when you invite a wild card player, it's a disaster. And people say, well, why didn't you invite the other person? Why did you do this one? So, wild card players are, like the kind of danger player. Ruiyang, 50%.
And we can remember the wild card for the U.S. Senior Championship, Melikachian, who ended up winning that tournament.
Exactly, and I remember a wild card player in the Levon tournament, that was Jobova, who almost lost every single game. It was like a disaster going on here. Well, let's see. First of all, let's take it from the very top. Begim with the white pieces, she decides to go for the early kingside fianchetto. One of the nice things about this setup is if you do transpose into a Catalan, you kind of avoid bishop b4 check ideas and the open Catalan with the white king already on the queen side. So it's a foxy way of playing the openings. Also, you can go d2, d3, followed by e2, e4, going into a kind of a King's Indian attack. And finally, you can transpose into a kind of English ready with c2, c4. Okay, c4, d4. Now that is a surprise move for me. With the inclusion of bishop on e7 and the pawn on e6, the move d4 is maybe too ambitious. This is like overdoing it, if you will. And Begim says, okay, the reason you're not supposed to, if white does nothing, if white plays, quietly, then, black can transpose into a kind of a Benoni where the pawn on d4 is well protected. But the move b2, b4,
it's really nice. It looks like it's offering you a pawn, but be careful about taking that pawn.
If you take that pawn, check to the king, hits the bishop. You have only one move, knight c6.
Knight e5.
Followed by knight e5.
Putting more pressure on that knight.
And suddenly that bishop on d7 is a bishop on g2, pardon me, is an ambush to the knight. So you can't take the pawn. But from white's perspective, white is ready to play bishop b2 and take this pawn. Now this is all theory, and it's been played quite a number of times, but I've always liked the white side of this variation. Let me just refresh the board to see what Ruiyang did against b4, and she's waiting. And in fact, Cristian, if you don't mind, I'll just bring up this game between Begim and
I got it.
Ruiyang for a
Castle
moment.
is by far the main move in the position. Castle and c5, and in fact, not that surprisingly so, I have to say, because I feel like I've seen this position.
Maybe from...
but it's with the pawn on g6 usually.
Right?
Yes. I think it's something along these lines. For example, if you start g3, g6,
bishop,
let's say d5, castle, bishop g7, something like this.
Yes.
I see this very often.
Right.
Not so much with the bishop on e7.
Okay.
And as we can see, this has only been played 13 times, at least in the database, all of them, 10 of them out of 13 with castle.
Okay.
Bishop to b2.
Right. I want to trade my flank pawn for your center pawn.
And my guess is that right now black has to, for the moment, sacrifice a pawn with the move c5. So what you want is get this position with the knight on c6, but you have to put that knight behind the pawn on c5. Okay. Don't go knight to c6 first, because then you're going to be prone to all sorts of attacks with b5, get the pawn from d4, win that, and win the game. So c5 has to be played first, and then knight to c6 in this type of instance. Generally, b takes c5 is not played, by the way. In general, you want to keep the tension as is. And in fact, d3 to get ready for e3 and try to put pressure on the pawn on d4. I used to play the Benoni. You know, I'm a Benoni player. These are the type of Benoni structures that we see very often, but I still don't like them with the white pieces. No? I guess there's a differentiation there between you and me, because you played a lot of English, right? So maybe you had some instances where you were seeing this type of structures. I haven't seen them that much. I don't like them with the white pieces too much.
If I can ask you, statistically speaking, how does white fare percentage-wise?
Quite well. D3, 60% of the games have been won by white.
60%, that's huge.
That's big, especially because 30% of them have been a draw and only 10% have been won by black. So definitely, percentage-wise, white is having the easier play, it seems like.
Kate, break the tie. I like white. Cristian's not.
I have to go with Cristian. I like black because I'm getting more space with black pieces, and I like that.
Can we shuffle the cards?
Well, you know, and maybe I will retract that at some point, because I'm making parallels with the positions that I know quite well with the pawn on g6, the bishop on g7.
Right.
Those are the ones that I generally don't like. And now I'm saying with the pawn on e6, I don't like it visually, but I'm sure there's details that I'm not necessarily aware of. I will get aware of what the details are in just a few minutes. But before I can do that, I just make the parallels with that pawn on g6, bishop on g7, which I like for black.
Exactly. If you could take the move bishop b2 back for a second.
Yes.
Quick question for
castle,
you.
Right?
Castles a2, a3.
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 Okay.
c7, c5.
Has been played.
Yes. c7, c5. e2, e3.
Okay.
Now, isn't white playing a Blumenfeld gambit with an extra tempo in hand?
Sort of. Yes. And I'm not sure. I take. It's a Blumenfeld gambit, but I already finished my development as black on this side, right? Maybe I don't even have to take, but let's say I buy the bullet and take the pawn, right?
d4 or
do I take is the question. Let's continue taking. And now you play d4, right?
And I always thought that these were very dangerous positions to take the gambit pawn, even when you're white and black. I'm actually doing it with an extra tempo. So I wanted to ask you statistically. Oops, I don't see you.
Hasn't been played. No,
not so often.
No,
the gambit.
at all. After 8, oh my goodness, I'm having huge problems with my board today. But after b4, let's take a look once again.
I see you hit your accelerator.
a3.
e3.
With the power of my mind.
Right?
You don't see what I'm doing here. With the power of my mind is how I just switch
mind over matter,
board.
Cristian. You're just impressive. e2, e3.
e3 hasn't been played.
Has not?
No. Bishop to b2 was played only once. Again,
almost exclusively.
It's one of those positions that we feel we've seen before.
Right.
But in fact, we haven't. It's a different position.
Dude, I think your database is missing some games because this looks so common.
I know. There's a lot of issues we're having with database, with the platform right now. So maybe that's the case. But right now, my database is saying no, nothing.
Kate, I mean, a lot of the grandmasters, they take pride in their databases that they have like 1 million games, 5 million games. How about you? Did you ever go for massive quantity of games?
No, I was really happy when I think I was about 12 or 13 years old when I got a computer to actually have database and go through the games. So that was great, but I'm not the one who is keeping up so well with databases.
The database. Okay, we'll keep an eye on Begim's game. Alice Lee, our birthday girl from a few days ago, she is up against Irina Krush, who has, we all know, 8-time U.S. champion. Alice with the white pieces, and it was Efim Bogolyubov, I'm going to butcher his name, he would play the system as black. We called it the Bogo Indian. When you've got a name like Bogolyubov, it becomes the Bogo Indian. Bishop b4 check, bishop d2, queen e7, and I must confess, there was a time that I played this myself as black, and I found it a very easy neutralizing line. Now,
yeah, I played this line as well with black pieces, even at the Olympiad, and I made a draw.
Exactly, kind of
equalizing,
easy one.
kind of trying.
Exactly.
Opening.
I wasn't trying to equalize it usually with the move b7, b6. Funnily enough, I would play moves like bishop takes, just for argument's sake, knight takes, and then after, say, castles. Now, whether they put the bishop on d3 or bishop on e2 didn't matter. How was I solving this bishop? I wasn't playing the move b6 to give it a diagonal. I was actually
d6.
Yes, d6.
And e5, right?
Exactly, and e5, and I would develop the bishop over what I consider its more natural diagonal. Nope, that was not Irina's approach. She went for b7, b6, bishop d3, castles, bishop takes d2, knight takes d2, castles, and it does give Alice this chance to try to get a kind of a Maroczy bind with the move e3, e4, meaning that after takes, knight takes d4, it's not that easy for black to get in the move d5. And as long as white can maintain this pawn in the center, there's a space advantage. It might be small, but I found it to be advantageous for white. And another big game, these two ladies, boy, talk about rivalry right here, right? Tatev
For
and
years.
Anna. For sure. But okay, once again, the Petrov defense, very hard to get anything against it. And I think it was actually Boris Gelfand who said, you know what, let me just retreat my knight. How are you going to get an advantage with 4 versus 4 and 3 versus 3? Well,
Maybe c4,
and,
right?
you know, they play for some space advantage, but it's tiny. Christian, what's caught your eye?
Where's the action?
Where's the action? Show us the action.
Let's see what's happening in the marquee matchup of the round in the open section, and Fabiano with the black pieces.
Right.
And we did see the Italian, and we did see this idea of a5. And this is all about the Italian. You can play it in so many ways. We've been discussing a la length how black can approach this position. One of them was a5, the other one is a6. You can go d6 first and leave the pawn on a7. This one is more of a novel approach, but it does seem to equalize as well. Still plenty of theory left in the position. Castle and d6, inviting this move bishop to g5. Black is saying, Fabiano is saying, come on, go, bishop g5.
Let's go.
Let's go into this variation that we've
it.
seen Leinier with the black pieces essay against Sam Sevian. So Hans says, no, I'm going to go rook to e1, bishop to a7. Come on, bishop g5, let's get something entertaining in the position, Hans. No, we're playing classical chess today. Knight bd2, and finally, now that you covered this diagonal, I have time to go castle. Now, bishop to g5 is no longer possible in the position, not yet at least. Now we have h3 and bishop to e6, bishop to b5, don't exchange on e6, that will give black a perfect position. Knight to e7, a d4, knight to g6, and bishop to a4, and the players are still following something that has been explored at length in this position by the elite level players. Dominguez with the white pieces against Wesley. So knight to h5 in this position seems to be the move proposed by the theory, by the engines as well, with the idea to directly get a knight to f4 and put immediate pressure on white's kingside, especially now that we're not going to exchange the light square bishops anymore. So I do have that resource, I do have that weapon in my arsenal, the bishop on e6, ready to sacrifice it on h3. Things of that nature. Probably I'm going to put the queen behind this bishop, either there on d7, to settle for bishop takes h3, or even queen to f6 at the right moment. These are the type of strategies that we have in these positions for black. As for white, white is just simply going to wait a little bit. By the way, take a look at this. Once again, remind our viewers, this was a big matchup. And we anticipated this one a long time ago, because Hans was always closely behind Fabiano. And right now, with a victory, with the white pieces, he could potentially catch Fabiano. So big opportunity, big chance for Hans. He will definitely not go all in, because you don't want to go all in. You're still in the second position. You're not going to go fully all in, but you do want to put as much pressure on your opponent as possible. You need to look to search for that elusive victory.
Murphy's Law over here, Christian.
Yes.
Whenever you explain something so perfectly that nobody can misunderstand, there's one guy who's
All right,
I'm
go
that
ahead.
guy. Hey man, I get it. If I play knight takes
You're
e5,
looking
yeah,
off
of course,
knight takes e5.
you'll take with the pawn,
And then
I'll
I'm going to take on
and you'll
d4.
take on d4,
That's right.
and I won't be a pawn up.
That's
but
right. Okay.
being clever, I would include d4, d5.
Ah,
See how
what
clever
you're
I
doing.
am? Yeah, I'm not going to give you the pawn.
You are
I want you
very
to move your,
clever, and
I
now
want
you
to move-
lose.
I wanted you to move your bishop backwards. So if you had moved your bishop backwards, I was ready to play knight takes e5.
Exactly, yes.
Now the question is, can you sacrifice? And
This
obviously,
is,
yes.
This is, it seems like it is well known because nobody in fact fell into this trap
Okay.
in the position. And this is a very beautiful trap, by the way, because it comes out of nowhere. I mean,
Yeah, like,
do you
what did I
actually
do
have
wrong?
enough pieces here to checkmate me? It seems like you do. Knight gf4.
Right.
And you don't have something to block the action of
Yeah,
the bishop on
e3 would be a good move right
it
now.
would be a great move right
Yeah.
now. Unfortunately, you don't have that.
Right.
Rook to e3, maybe if you do spend time with knight to f1,
That's
then I can
3
just
pawns.
take. I take another one. The attack continues because I'm
Right.
going to open up with f5 as well. You cannot move the knight from f3 because the queen will get involved into play. This is a decisive advantage for black. So you cannot play a d5 for this particular reason. You
But
take on h3.
d5 bishop
question,
takes
though.
h3
Yeah.
is a really nice
Great question.
reputation.
Yeah.
But that bishop on a7, that's a highway on the diagonal.
Like a guided missile, you know, right out of its silo. Fantastic stuff. Thank you for that, Christian. As we I wanted to go around and, yes, here it was. The game I really had my eye on, well, yeah, I'm a bit of a Caro-Kann player myself. I enjoy playing the black side. And I was more than curious how Nasi was going to repair
Right.
because she had lost her previous outing with the Caro. Against a5, what I find intriguing is, first of all, much like her game with Begim, she didn't bother to stop a7, a6. She said, I'm not concerned about what you're doing on the queen side. Go ahead and get your pawn to a6. Well, Carissa said, coming.
So wait a second.
Wait a second. Rook c8.
But you know,
okay.
I like this for Nazi because with this rook c8, and also if you play a6, if let's say Carissa plays a6, I play b6, I'm also ready to push with that c5.
Exactly, and now you've got it even further supported. So, okay, both players keep a5, a6, as well as a7, a6, and abeyance, and bishop to b4. And now this is what I was waiting for. I thought that this was absolutely vital that Nasi gets in this break f7, f6, because as long as these two pawns remain intact, I feel cramped.
And she's
F7
playing really fast, Nazi, right? She lost
Right.
no time, 1 hour,
Or
30 minutes on
minutes.
her clock, so she knows what she's doing.
Right.
Whereas Carissa, she already lost 15 minutes, so she's the one who is out of the book right now.
Exactly. So I'm seeing good prep. And again, in this case, a quick question for you, because I can recapture a myriad number of ways. One way I definitely don't want to recapture, I don't want to recapture with a knight because that would invite knight to e5 followed by f4. Recapturing with the bishop makes a lot of sense because I do want to play knight g6 and e5. Again, I think if I get in the move e5, I'm satisfied. But for the moment, this bishop irritates me. So I'm most tempted to recapture with the rook. Even though I do block my bishop, I kind of release my knight to make e5 possible. Your quick take, would you prefer to play white? Would you prefer to play black? Why?
I would prefer to capture with bishop, first of all, I feel.
Okay.
Because after rook takes f6, I'm
Yes.
wondering if white can go something like knight c5
Knight
to
c5?
try to get rid of that knight on d7
Okay.
who is guarding the e5 square. Now I'm going to recapture with the bishop.
Okay, now You know, I'm a pawn grubber. I don't want you grabbing my pawn, so I'm going to play b6.
Okay, I capture that.
And now you've opened up the a file advantageously for yourself. I get that.
So
But
I'll
I'm-
move back to b4.
Okay, but now, haven't you encouraged me to... before, I was anxious to make the break e5. Now with my rook on c8. Okay.
I was thinking maybe your pawns are a little too advanced, but you are not
I see
worried.
what you... No, I see what you mean. Bishop c3 is actually a very good move. You're going to pick up a tempo against my rook. I don't like that, so I will continue with my previous idea of knight g6 so that I can play for e5.
And I go rook a7 here.
Okay, now I don't want to tolerate a rook on the 7th rank, so let me get my rook back out. And
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Maybe black kind of recovered and is ready to push the pawns.
I don't know. One of the things I really do value greatly is experience. I think that if you just play an opening over the years, you kind of get the right feel for it. Nasi has been playing the Caro-Kann for quite some time now. The question is this a position that Carissa's familiar with? Because I'm pretty sure it's one that Nasi is familiar with. We'll keep an eye.
This position
on
really
this one.
requires some accuracy from Carissa as well, because
Both
if
players.
you don't understand how to really kind of grab this position, then black can push on the king side, on the queen side, in the center.
With e5. Oh, it's fun stuff. And again, Carissa comes in with an absolute career-defining performance of 7 out of 8. And, well, I mean, if I'm in Nasi's shoes, I'm sitting there saying, you know what, I want to play spoiler. You may be having the tournament of your life. I'm not
Also,
having
as
the
Nazi, you
tournament.
know that Carissa really needs to win, right? She needs to
Yes.
kind of keep up with Begim, who is playing extremely well. So there is pressure on Carissa, whereas there's not much pressure on Nazi right now.
Yeah, there you go. And back over to you, Cristian, where's the action?
I'm looking at this game. We were discussing about this one as well. Shankland at the beginning of the show, and Mishra, who has been absolutely sensational in this event up to this point. And with the black pieces, he's throwing the gauntlet. He's playing the French.
Right.
It's like, okay, let's play. Let's play a long game. Let's see what you have against the French. I'm trying to catch up with the leader. I'm not trying to make a draw. I'm not playing any sort of Berlins. I'm looking for a fight. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And of course, Sam is going to be very happy to accept it with queen to g4,
challenge.
one of the most aggressive lines against this particular line of the winner war. Queen to c7 and bishop to d3, not queen takes g7. This is the main line. Rook to g8, queen h7. I take on d4. Sure, you got a couple of pawns. I got one back. I cannot take on d4 because queen to c3 is coming along the way, so I have to usually defend with knight to e2 against queen takes c3. It's very theoretical, but it does seem like black is doing quite fine in that particular case. I think what Sam is trying to do is avoid those main lines with this idea of bishop to d3. The idea behind it is that if you do take on d4, now I don't have to take on g7 first. I can first defend my pawn on c3, but now the bishop is out, right? So this is a much improved version than what we've seen in the previous line that I just showed with the bishop on f1. The bishop on d3 is a perfectly placed piece. You take on c3, now I take on g7, and this is a completely different situation. And I want to say a favorable one for white. So black says, no, okay. You play this bishop to d3, now I'm grabbing a tempo with this move c4. Bishop to e2, I go back, but now we have a closed pawn structure on this side. There's no more c takes d4. There's no more ways to take advantage of the fact that my queen is already out on this side of the board and cannot help the defense on the queen side. Bishop to d2, knight f5, defend the pawn on g7, h4, and now we have this position. Wow, h5, h6, both of the players are playing fairly quickly. But I have to say, Mishra is quicker than Sam. And we know that Sam, whenever he knows his theory, he blitzes out his moves.
Right.
He doesn't wait. He doesn't try to trick his opponent, maybe pretend that he forgot his theory. He just blitzes out his moves and puts a lot of pressure on his opponent. Not in this case. So perhaps Mishra has surprised Sam out of the opening with this French defense.
statistically speaking, how
Yes.
do
Only
what are
3
the
games.
results,
Only 3 games, and in
from these
fact,
positions?
White has won every single one of them.
Oh dear.
Not queen to h3. Knight to f3, by the
Was
way,
the main
is
line.
the only move played in this position.
Right.
Queen to h3 is a new wrinkle. Okay, it makes some sense, right? You want to go g4. The question is,
So bishop d7, go ahead and play g4 if you'd like. What
but
happens?
why not b5?
What?
Because I think this is the plan, right? In the position.
Really?
If I
Try to
can
open
push
things
for
up.
b4, you cannot capture with the a pawn. And if you
Right.
capture with the c pawn, the d4 is hanging.
Exactly.
But aren't you doing me a favor by, I mean, my bishop on d2 is terrible, my double pawn. So I'll go g4.
You go g4. You probably have to. I think knight f3, actually b4 might come on the board.
And maybe I don't
b4
have a
like
good
this.
answer.
Okay, now you have still g4. So maybe I shouldn't hurry up with that. Maybe a5 first. But okay,
So
you go
G4.
g4, 97.
And now we
Cannot
kinda
go
get
anywhere else.
the key question. With the move queen h3, is Sam Shankland prepping f4, knight f3, knight h4, f5? I mean, it's slow,
Yeah.
but okay, you could go.
Why
with
not?
your
Let's see who's first, right?
A5,
That's the question. Who's first?
Yeah, and knight f3 and b4.
Yes.
And so we get something like this.
Do you even continue with knight h4 or?
I'm not sure if I'm worried about b3 or not.
Will
I don't
probably
know.
take that pawn.
You're going
on
to
A-
take the pawn?
I think I will, yes.
No way.
I think I will, and I will put my pawn on a2.
And then rook b8 and rook b1.
b8 and rook b1, yeah. yeah.
What?
Don't
Okay.
forget, you cannot castle.
Yeah, that
probably
would-
forgot about
no,
that.
No. I mean, I remember these games of Botvinnik where they played in the World Championship, and he would put his king on d1 in these closed winnerware positions. This isn't the closed. This is you play b5, b4 very, very
Quickly,
fast,
right?
Yeah.
And okay, even
Okay.
you get to f5, but what else? Okay, you got to f5. Now a2, rook b8 is coming. You're still not getting to my king that easily, right?
Exactly. I mean,
So-
even when he goes f5, f6. Double edge, we'll keep an eye on this.
Queen h3 may be a bit slow.
Quickly, Wesley So, well, this was the Joko piano with knight c3, c2, c3. We've been witnessing that in the Hans Niemann game. With the knight on c3, again, it's sort of like Wesley saying that this knight doesn't go anywhere to play f5 because I'll always jump to d5, but okay, what can I
Now,
say? I'm not
White
a big...
is allowing. Is White going to allow bishop g4?
Yes, bishop g4.
Oh, okay, it's White's turn. So maybe h3 are we expecting?
Don't know. It could be rook e1, it could be queen d2, but go ahead, h2, h3. Let's say I match your h7, h6 with my h2, h3. You know, if you play, no, bishop e6, this is the structure I do want to avoid, right? Then I've got too many sets of double pawns, right? And I can
Two double pawns and...
on the E file, the C file. And remember games of Grandmaster Duncan Suttles, where he would play queen b1, queen a2, and his queen would be perfectly good on the queen side. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this game. By the way, for me, Levon Aronian is, well, what can I say? Sometimes it just doesn't go well. No wins.
Yeah.
One of the big favorites, rating favorites coming into the event. All draws, save for one defeat. This is not an event that he's going to remember. It looks like one of those Queen's Gambit accepted endings, 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Slight advantage for White, just because Sam has an edge in development. So a little bit of
It looks very solid for Black, right? On the other hand,
Exactly.
these positions.
Two players who haven't had a particularly good tournament, Dariusz and Jeffery Xiong. Again, similar ending. I mean, you can really learn a lot studying these 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2 endings. One player in particular I was very fond of as a youngster, Akiva Rubinstein. And he
I've heard that
played,
name before.
yeah, baby, one of the great legends of chess. He played these endings very, very well, and studying his games gave me a great insight into these 4 versus 4.
But by the way,
2 versus
Yasser,
2.
isn't White here kind of happy already
Yes.
with rooks on open files?
Yes.
So White has some extra tempos here.
Exactly. White is the first, and definitely got that going. Now the question is what you really need to do is you need to you need to play knight e4. On the one hand, opening up the rook. And you need to play bishop c3. Like, if you could play both moves, it's like a huge advantage. Like, just maybe even winning advantage white, because you would just have control of the open highways and diagonals. So yes, but from Jeffery's point of view, if Jeffery can play bishop c6, he'll close off the c file.
And then both rooks develop on those same open files, and black is okay.
Precisely. So it really comes down to a tempo or so. Again, I'm just going to check with the Hans Niemann game before going over to the women. After knight h5, by the way, no d4, d5.
No allowing tricks on h3.
Trick. Knight f1, and maybe now this move, knight takes e5 could be a threat. Knight f4, knight g3, takes on d4, and we're up to date with the players. Now, if we follow the game of Hans Niemann and Andrew Tang for a moment, remember there was a capture on d4, and Hans recaptured with a knight. He did not play c3 takes d4. So knight takes d4 in this case, a little bit more compelling because we're hitting both the bishop as well as the f5 square. And I don't know, are we still in theory, Cristian?
Somehow we are still in theory, and in fact, probably what would be as quite well-known theory, because Dominguez versus Wesley is a big game from only a few months ago in this line. E takes d4, at least to my eyes, is quite surprising. It doesn't make that much strategical sense, because you allow me to take both with the knight, which most likely will force you to give me the bishop pair, but also I can take with the c-pawn, right?
Exactly.
In fact,
two nice-looking options.
Knight takes d4 seems to be the only move in the position. If you do take with the c-pawn after the move c6 followed by d5, black seems to be getting, and you might be wondering, why c6 and not d5 first? Well, first of all, I'm not trying to only put tension in the center, but I'm also trying to create another avenue for my bishop on a7 via b8. Once I play the move at d5, for example, you go something like bishop c2, I go d5. If you do go with the move e5, I will play f6, and I will play it very quickly. I'm going to challenge you immediately in the center. And I'm going to be saying that all of my pieces are more or less perfectly placed for what's coming against your king side. The rook is not on e8 yet. So on f8 is perfectly placed to open up the f-file. The queen is going to go to f6. This bishop right now has the potential of attacking and pressuring the pawn on d4, but also maybe transferring on the other diagonal once these two pawns get exchanged. So I have a lot of options in the position, and it does seem like white has not even challenged black in this structure with c takes d4. Knight takes d4 has been played 5 times, excuse me, every single game in this position. Knight takes d4 exclusively.
Nice.
And the next move, another surprising one, bishop takes d4. Just giving up the bishop.
This is all theory.
This is all theory, apparently, yes.
To give up that bishop that we
wouldn't
were
have guessed.
cherishing.
Right, our missile.
That was a beautiful bishop. Why are you giving it to me?
Right.
Visually, right now, I'm looking at the position. I'm like so happy with white. I got the bishop. I have the center.
Let's go.
Everything seems to be working in my favor. It doesn't seem like you have anything going on that side. Maybe even this knight on f4 without the outpost provided by the pawn on e5.
Vulnerable,
maybe it's a
why not?
liability in the position, right? That's how I feel, at least, when I look at the position. But then you look at the engine and you look at the games being played in this one, and after d5, once again, it does seem like black is doing just fine. If you go e5, queen to h4, and in fact, I'm starting to get a lot of tension building up on this side. Some sacrifices are going to come.
In the air, yeah.
Bishop takes h3 is an idea, even knight takes h3 at the right moment, and it doesn't seem like you have a clear way to improve your position. Knight takes g2. Be careful.
Be careful.
Be careful. For example, if you go something like bishop to e3, knight takes g2 finishes the game on the spot. I take, you go
Knight
here,
h4.
I go knight to h4, or bishop to g4, bishop to f3. I have options. This one is all she wrote, more or less.
Knight h4 is compelling.
Finishes.
Yeah.
Finishes the game. So you see, out of the blue, something happened on this side, right? You have to be careful with white. And it does seem like you need to bring reinforcements on this side with queen f3. We're still following that game between Dominguez and Wesley So. And right now, there were a couple of moves played. D takes c4, which I believe was played in correspondence games, and queen to f6, which was the move provided by Wesley. And I do think that queen to f6 is probably the more tempting move in the position. The plan is clear. We'll actually have an immediate threat right now. You cannot spend wasting time, for example, with e5 because of knight takes h3.
Whoops.
Right? That's a check. Give me the queen.
Whoops.
And if you don't, then I just exchange, I get my knight back, I'm a pawn up, and the compensation. So what you have to do, you have to defend this pawn on h3 or the queen on f3. Leinier's move was bishop to d1. King to h2 has been played as well, and then we go into this variation. Take, 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 take. To be honest, I don't see the advantage for either side right now. Right? It's even. I take on e4 at the right moment. I can go back to d7. We have the opposite color bishops. I don't have any huge weaknesses in the position as black. Maybe you still have a slight pull as white, but this is not going to be enough. Knight takes d4 is on the board. Right. And right now, let's see if Fabi is aware of this. By the way,
I'm sure he is. When you think about Leinier and Wesley, when you think of Leinier and Wesley as big rivals to Fabi, he's studying their games very, very closely, and I'm sure he's got this in his book. But once again, let's remind our viewers who are joining us late that Fabi's road ahead. Yeah. Kate, it's not easy. He's playing every one of his games against his closest competitors.
Today Hans Niemann, tomorrow Abhimanyu Mishra, and round 11 Wesley So.
And Wesley will have white as Niemann has white today, and Mishra will have black tomorrow. But that game, you talk about all champions matchup. I mean, only 1 point behind. Wesley could do himself a solid winning the last round game. I mean, then I'll be asking you all about the playoffs, much more. And look at that, bishop takes
just
d4.
Captured that knight on d4.
Came pretty swiftly, so
he knows. Yeah,
you know,
he's
no
aware
prejudices
of the theory.
about keeping the two bishops or.
I mean, the knight on f4 actually looks dangerous, right? Together with the knight on g6, and white piece is a little bit removed to the queen side.
Exactly.
I don't like giving up the bishop at first, but now when I see the kind of targets on h3, it's a different story.
It's very concrete, right? You have to follow it up with d5, otherwise white plays d5 and you're in huge trouble, right? If I manage to start kicking your pieces backwards. But yes, d5 putting a lot of pressure, and it does seem like this gives some chances for black as well. If you get overly ambitious as white, you start playing e5, try to close the position like this. Queen h4, f6, knight takes h3, things of that nature start to be quite tempting in the position, and in fact are giving black not a decisive or a very good advantage, not advantage but an attack, a very good attack on that side. Nevertheless, you have to be careful with both sides. You have to be aware of the details in the position. It does seem like by the time expenditure that we're seeing right now, perhaps Fabi is more aware of what he has to do.
Talking about, tiny details, the move queen h3 by Sam Shankland was not followed up with what we thought was the visually attractive looking g4f. There was no b5, by the way, but it was bishop d7, probably a more traditional move in such positions. Bishop d7. Again, no g4, no f4, no let's playing knight f3 in a big kingside expansion. No, bishop.
That's a surprise.
Yes, exactly. Like, great. I understand the bishop is no great shakes on e2, but is it?
Maybe we just want to clear that square to knight to play knight e2.
Knight e2. Okay, that makes sense, and the knight will find a good square on f4. But if I, let's say, vacate, I go back and
knight e2.
Knight e2, and much more traditional. I'm not interested in castling short, and you're going to show me your tactical explosiveness by sacrificing on h6. But I'm going to go castles, and I'm going to tuck my king over here. How will white break through? You're not going to, there's no breaks on the queen side. You can't play the desirable b3. That's illegal. You can't.
And if I play f4, I'm not really ready to play f5 because black's pieces are also ready for that breakthrough.
Well, the other thing is, I don't even think you want to play f5, like, even if you could. Like, is it desirable for you to, trade the light square bishops? That's my liability that you're trading off after all, right? Like, okay, you go bishop takes. Let's say I go knight b6. Just I'm making some moves. And in this particular case, I think the bishop on d7, its exchange has been actually beneficial.
Right, and the rook on a1 is going to have a very difficult time joining the game somewhere.
Exactly. So I don't follow it yet. I mean, this must be some extraordinarily deep prep by Sam Shankland. Knight e7, again, knight e2, castles, and I was kind of being helpful to you. f4, let's say I go king
What
d8.
if I just now retreat the bishop to f3?
Okay, excellent. And I put my king safely in the corner.
g4.
Excellent. Okay, so the way I used to play the French was I liked the knight on a4, not the queen. I like the knight as the blockading piece. So you're welcome to play f5 if you would like.
I may start with bishop e3. Bishop e3, king d2, connect the rooks.
Excellent. So
Okay,
knight.
king d2.
And so I've got what I want, and you get what you want. I want to put my knight.
Right, so I may play something like a4.
Okay.
I'm going to give up that one, rook a3.
The moment you said I'm going to give up that pawn,
Now I have open file.
I said I'm going to take it. You enjoy your open file. I'll enjoy the extra pawn. Actually,
ha1.
it's actually funny what we've been doing, Kate. I have been playing king on c8 to b8 to a8 because I had wanted my king in absolute safety. The funny part, you put your bishop on f3. I don't know why, and it turned out to be the perfect location for teasing my king. Okay, this is what both French defense
I know
players
those are the
playing
ways
once.
you want to play, but I'm not sure how to break in there.
Exactly, and once again, why is this game of Mishra and Sam Shankland so important? Well, Sam, with a victory, he could be in that group of players playing in the second place. Mishra, conversely, if he could have a victory, or he could even find himself in clear second going into tomorrow's 10th round game where he plays against Fabi. Over to you, Cristian.
Breaking news, guys.
Please.
Begim is winning. I know.
What? Right
I had the exact same face as you just did. Because Ruiyang took on b4 in this position.
No.
Yes, she did.
Queen a4 check.
Knight to c6, knight to e5.
That was...
And now she played rook to b8.
What?
She missed the next move. c5. Your bishop is not getting out. If you take on c5 right now, unfortunately, your bishop is no longer protected. That was the whole idea of rook to b8, protecting the bishop on b4. Now the bishop is not protected. You go knight d7, I take the knight.
That's an extra piece.
Extra piece, game over.
Oops.
How do you defend after c5? You can go castle. I go knight d3 back. I ask the bishop, where are you going with the bishop? Bishop to a5, I take on c6, I take on a5. You go a5, I go a3. That's it.
So fair. I was completely focused on knight takes c6. A move like knight d3, I could easily miss as black.
After c5, it's over. There's no way to save the bishop.
That's an extra piece.
That's an extra piece. There's going to be an extra piece in the next few moves.
But capturing on b4 after the bishop loses tempo, bishop e7 and bishop captures b4, that's very brave.
Right.
And this is a cold shower right now because she spent a lot of time on this
C5.
Bishop takes b4 and trying to make sure that after rook to b8 that bishop comes back home. We're safe. No, c5 finishes the game. Begim continues to storm through this event. And this is move 6. Bishop takes b4 was move 6, guys. You're lost at move 6 after bishop takes b4. And there's a bearing, an accident. There's nothing saving you right now. This is going to be a full piece. You don't have any compensation. I mean, you might get a couple of pawns, but that's not much, right? You're losing one of your most important minor pieces in the position. This one is looking grim right now for Ruiyang, and c5 must be a complete shock.
I feel like players who are playing Begim are just not themselves.
Right.
Exactly.
It's like they're just giving away presents.
Strange.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
There's a hex on the event where both Carissa and Begim have just keep giving me more and more points.
And
Oh
by
my
the way,
goodness.
Carissa is also doing very well right now.
One of the shocking things, I am seeing early knockouts. I mean, we saw Talia
Yes.
playing a very, very poor opening,
Sicilian,
losing.
yeah.
Andrew Tang had an incredibly bad position
Terrible.
against Hans Niemann. He managed to save it, but that was Hans doing as well.
That was a miracle.
Yes,
Yes.
but he was like losing after 11 moves, losing after 6 moves. Something is going on. You have Nasi's position in
Yes,
front of us.
Carissa is doing quite well.
As well.
I think we left it somewhere around here.
Bishop b4 was on the board when we
Rook
left
to
it.
c8, bishop to b4.
Right.
Okay, so this
F6, everything
was some
good.
sort of novelty, it seems like. F6 was played after only 3 minutes of thinking.
Bishop takes.
Take, but I'm not sure this F6 was the right moment to do so. Bishop to d6, knight to e5. I've said it before and I will say it again. These are the type of positions Carissa loves. She loves to play against two openings. From my experience seeing her and commentating on her games quite for a long time, she loves to play against the French. She loves to play against the Caro-Kann. These are the type of structures that she enjoys and she knows she can handle very well, even if she gets surprised out of the opening right now. Nasi, I have to say, this is not inspired. This is not an inspired opening choice, and right now her position is not inspiring either, because after I put the knight on e5, you take it.
Right.
At some point you will have to take
Sure.
it, right? And probably right now you have to take it. I don't think you want to go back to f8. This doesn't look good.
Why
go
did I
f4.
play rook f7 and encourage knight
I destroy you
e5?
right now.
Right.
Can I go rook g7?
Sure.
So in case you play f4, I'm opening at least the g file.
Yes, but who are you opening that G file for? And I don't even have to do this. Now I have ideas of bishop cannot go back to G7. So I can take one of your bishops with the move knight to G4.
So
you
bishop
can give me the
takes?
light square bishop or the dark square bishop,
Knight
whichever you
f5.
want. Yeah. Now
Why
I
is
even,
it so bad?
this is a problem.
Okay.
You take, I take, knight f7, I take on d7, I'm picking up at least a pawn, and I still have a tremendous attack. No weaknesses for white. That's another big problem that black is having right now. You don't have any sources of counterplay in the position as black. I'm not liking it. Carissa and Begim,
Yeah, wow.
head to head. Boom,
They just-
boom. You win, I win. You win, I win. You make a draw, I make a draw. You win, I win. It's just an incredible race that these two ladies have been engaging all throughout the event. Take a look at this mirror image. Incredible line scores for
If
both
both
of them.
of them were to win today, that would be 5 victories in a row. And we thought Alice Lee's 4-0 was impressive. 5, wow.
8
Tied.
rounds without losing a
I
game, just
know.
perfect score.
It's just crazy. And wow, I'm just kind of stunned by this. Again, big advantages out of the opening for both Begim.
It's a little bit depressing if you think about it.
Yeah, right?
You're on 8 out of 9. And you're thinking, okay, I'm cruising,
Right,
give me the check,
give me the first prize.
title, give me the trophy.
Right.
But no, there's another lady next
No,
to you.
here's a
also
sheriff
with
second.
8 out of 9.
Here's the sheriff second.
right. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Historical. I said it at the beginning. I don't think we've ever seen this type of race before. At the national
Only
championships.
one championship. You got to go way, way, way back to the 40s. 2 ladies both scored perfect scores, except against each other they made a draw. Hence, they had a mirror result with one another, right? Because they only had one draw. They won every other game that they played.
Which year was that?
Gosh,
Do you remember?
I'm going to have to ask Ed Gonzalez. He is the archivist amongst our group. But this is amazing. I'm watching it, and it's kind of disbelief. I remember this wonderful, wonderful line by Magnus Carlsen. We were here in St. Louis during the Sinquefield Cup, and Fabi had gone on a streak, 7-0. Won the tournament handsomely with many rounds to spare. Mike Klein of Chess.com in the post-tournament interview said, to all the players, please give me one word to describe Fabi's performance. And it was like brilliant, outstanding, marvelous. It comes to Magnus Carlsen. Depressing. I mean, for the other ladies in the event, what do you think of this amazing scores by Begim and Carissa? Depressing. I mean, they just keep winning all the games. Now, again, it's still early days for Nasi, but I agree. The bishop on d6, the knight coming to d4 for white.
c4, f4.
Depressing.
How do I open the position?
Bishop
You decide.
h5.
Bishop h5.
Is in the air as well.
No,
I mean,
no.
depressing.
It's depressing. It's depressing. And the problem is, you play this move rook to c8 just a couple of moves ago. You actually wanted that square for your knight to attack the bishop on d6. Now you have to go back to a8, lose another tempi. In the meantime, you get killed. Unfortunately, things are not connecting very well for Nazi in this tournament.
Right.
She's struggled in this one. And as you can see, she's not the type of player that will be ever happy
And
with
she
3
looks
points
not
out
very
of 8.
happy. We
Yeah,
could see
you
that
see
in her
that
face.
just a moment ago with a kind of like,
Yeah, I don't
kind
like
of
this.
a growling frown, I must say. As we prepare for a break, we just want to say that coming up on the break, we had a very, very nice day here in St. Louis, Community Day. On one of the rest days, all the grandmasters went out and into the community and
High school or an elementary school and play with kids.
yeah, and the lecture, and we've got some highlights of that coming up. Before we go on our break, I just want to check in on our friends at
Our
Cuba
friends?
Physique and see what's happening for today. Well, today we have the hip bag and the puffy vest. Check this out. Gear up in the newest apparel from the St. Louis Chess Club with this official branded hip bag.
That's a fanny pack.
Say what?
That's a fanny pack.
Fanny bag? Hey man, I mean,
that's a nice
I
fanny
didn't
pack.
write the script. Don't.
I
be
love that
afraid.
fanny pack. I love it.
It features, check this out, a fully adjustable belt and the Chess Club signature logo across the center of the bag. Also featured today is our St. Louis Chess Club puffy vest. That shows the Chess Club logo across the left breast pocket. It pairs well with the club hip bag.
Fanny
Now, you're throwing me off my game over here. So you can keep warm in style. Available at QBoutiqueSTL.com. All your chess shopping needs. Do check it out. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Fanny bag. What the heck?
So today's Community Day. All the participants of the U.S. Championship are going to schools around St. Louis and, teaching kids openings, end games, tactics, doing some fun stuff like hand and brain, some simuls, and we just finished our first class and it was really fun.
I see kids taking the skills that they're learning in chess, whether that be critical thinking, decision-making skills, planning skills, and I see them applying that throughout the rest of their school day, whether it's in classes or sports, or even just how they interact with one another and with their teachers.
I play with my auntie, my mom, my sisters. Sometimes on the weekends, like, we go to the park and we play. They be begging me to teach them. I show them new stuff, like new openings. I show them that. And so I'm trying to see them get better and try to beat me.
What I like about chess is just trying to have fun and learn new things, and maybe I'll get more into it and it'll maybe be my full career.
I heard that if you play chess, you make better decisions in life, so I always want to make better decisions in life.
I can tell you that they've engaged more in critical thinking. They are looking analytically at moves and trying to think ahead.
I like the complexity of chess, how you have to think about every single move you make. Like every move you make, whether it's gonna put your king in check, whether it's gonna put your anything in danger, whether it's just a move that you make, everything counts in the long run. I like how it makes me use my critical thinking, makes me look at the whole board.
I think it's teaching them to be persistent. We have a lot of students who it takes them, it may take a few weeks or even months in chess club to master a particular strategy or skill. And what I think that teaches kids is even if they don't get it the first time around, or even if it's difficult the first time around, it's worth sticking to it?
Well, one thing's for certain, without the St. Louis Chess Club, we would not have chess instructors because, I don't know if you all know this, but there is a critical shortage of teachers and educators, and especially those in areas that are not core content area. And because of the St. Louis Chess Club collaboration, we have people who come in here working with students who want to work with them. Today, with the experience, the Grandmaster Community Outreach Day, I came up and I'm like, well, what's a Grandmaster? And they're like, oh, you don't know what a Grandmaster is? And they were able to explain that. And they recognize the importance and the seriousness. I mean, it's a sport, it's a profession. And so they're able to see things outside of the sports that we typically promote in school.
It makes me feel good because like learning stuff like this will help me build my problem solving skills, help me build strategy, and like, you know, helping my brain.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of these 2023 National Championships. Things are heating up in round 9, but as we get ready to bring you the action, first we wanted to welcome a very special guest on studio, Alex Kerford. Alex, welcome aboard.
Thank you,
It's nice to have you between Kate and I. And Alex, I got to tell you, obviously, you wear a lot of hats here in St. Louis. So if I can do some honors, you're on the board of directors of the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. You're really the man behind the initiative for the Corporate Chess League here in St. Louis. You're on the U.S. Chess Trust, and you just recently beat Rex Sinkfield with your group of all-stars in the Ultimate Moves. What is it that you don't do?
It's been a good year. It's been a good year for my career in chess. Yes.
Exactly. Well, it's not a slump. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Now tell me a little bit about your work with the U.S. Chess Trust, because Yuri Shulman was on the show and he had been inducted into the Hall of Fame, and I know the U.S. Chess Trust does a lot for chess in the United States.
So one of the highlights would be at the beginning of this of the United States Chess Championship, being a part of the ceremony to induct Yuri into the Hall of Fame. It was a wonderful ceremony. It was a great time to play a part in studying the accolades of different people that are selected as candidates, and then seeing them be a part of that ceremony. Was able to have dinner with Yuri afterward, and just to hear his appreciation, his gratitude of being in that is certainly a highlight. But I would say even bigger than that would certainly be the extension of the U.S. Chess Trust in our education programs and the scholastic support that we're doing to help schools, help organizations throughout the United States get involved and be a part of chess for decades.
Exactly, it has been decades.
Yeah,
no, I remember the U.S. Chess Trust way back in the day, really supporting also our juniors and our all-stars going to now all of these youth championships around the world too, Kate. So it's really, really nice. And thank you for that. And also the Corporate League.
Yeah, Alex, you were instrumental in founding the Corporate Chess League. Tell us how it started and where the league is today.
Well, like a lot of good ideas, I was having a drink with a friend of mine, and we were talking about the massive kickball league that they have here in St. Louis. And I just remembered thinking about corporations do softball leagues, these kickball leagues. Now, why don't we have a corporate chess league? And so I remember calling the club. I see Lauren there on the screen, and I talked with her about that and just said, hey, here's this idea. I don't know where we're going to take it, how it would work. And ultimately, the St. Louis Chess Club took that idea and has ballooned it into a staple here in St. Louis now. I think we have 10 teams, some 60 plus players. Washington University, they just added a team. We have lawyers, we have financial advisors, we have all these different types of careers that are now a part of this corporate league.
Edward Jones.
Yeah, you are the team captain, right? How did your team do?
Team Edward Jones has done pretty well.
Wait a minute, that didn't sound like a first place. Wait a minute.
A little bit of humble swagger. We won a number of them so far. Last year, though, Team Enterprise was the big winner, and but it's always been competitive. A lot of great players come out, and it's about the networking, these cross-industry ideas that are shared, that a lot of the aspects of chess that translate over into your industry, and so that's what we've been seeing with the Corporate Chess League's development.
I remember being present at some of these events.
Yes.
And it's a really nice networking event where people talk about chess, but also talk about their stuff and just enjoy competing against each other.
Absolutely. It's been a lot of fun.
Cristian, you're going to put our guest on the hot seat.
I have to.
Yeah, okay, go for it.
I have to.
What was your question?
We have this incredible race in the ladies section. Yeah, you have Begim, Carissa, and then you have this big clash that we're watching right now. Fabi with the black pieces defending against Hans. You have been following the championships. Who are your favorites?
Who's going to win?
On the ladies
On the ladies. Yes.
I will start with my friend, my partner in crime, going back when her and I played against Varuzhin and Rex in a duel. Carissa Yip will come back and win the female U.S. Chess Championship.
That's a good start. I mean, you're doing quite well so far. Decent chances.
Okay, so on the
open section.
open section.
With Fabi, 1 point lead, but
1 point lead.
Next
2
three
rounds to go.
3 rounds.
Our next world champion
US
world champion and U.S. champion will be Fabiano Caruana. Also predicting
you heard it
the next world champion.
You heard it here first. Yeah, that's a good prediction. I like it.
Wow. Now, I said Fabi.
Yeah, me too. That's our pick
but
as
I
well.
did it before the event started, so you got to give me a little bit more credit on this one.
I said Hans. I mean, I'm doing quite well.
You're in the mix.
I'm in the mix.
I said it first, right before you even.
I'm not sure. We're going to have to go to the tape.
Check the tape. Check the tape on that one.
Alex, once again, thank you again for everything that you've done. And I also, lastly, I know you're also involved with the Casa Club as well. Here we have our Casa dinners and the big chess set outside the World Chess Hall of Fame. We've got our names on the squares as we contribute each and every year to the Casa Club. And that's a really nice one, too.
Absolutely. The number of things that the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame have done in the St. Louis area and our community over the past 10 or longer than that now, over 10 years has been absolutely amazing. So my wife and I have been involved with the Carissa Club, I believe about 7 years now, And it's been great to get to see some of the behind-the-scene things that get to happen and being engaged in so many ways. So really appreciate the opportunity and all that the club is doing.
Conversely, thank you so much, Alex, for everything you do.
Thank you so much. And I have actually one last question. I know your children also play chess. They've attended summer chess camps.
Yes.
What are your plans for them and their chess career?
I just try and right now hope that they have a lot of fun. I hope that they are enjoying it and seeing the curriculum that they're doing at school complemented by the curriculum that they're getting through chess, helping with concentration, with reading. Those would be some of the big things I hope that they're able to get from chess right now, and that they can't beat Dad yet.
Very important. Very important.
We'll see, so.
Don't get too far ahead of yourselves, youngsters. Okay, keep Dad in the mix.
Thank you.
Once again, Kate, tell us about the standings with the ladies as we're in the thick of things here in round 9.
Yeah.
And
we have Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova storming through the tournament. Incredible performance. 7 out of 8. And again, they're much better in their positions right now. So it's incredible what we may see happening next. And then we have Irina, Krush and Lee tying for 3rd with 5 points.
Who are facing off today in today's round. And in the open section, the standings, we know Fabi's in the lead.
He is in the lead with 5.5 points, but look at that. 4 other players are kind of peeking and trying to catch up with him. Wesley So, Leinier, Dominguez, Niemann, and Abhimanyu Mishra.
Fantastic. And taking it over to you, Cristian, where's the action?
Well, guess what? We were just discussing about this game. You guys highlighted this one.
Right.
I'm not sure about Fabi's position right now.
Really?
Hans is starting to get some
something.
pressure. Yes, out of the opening. Take a look at this. So we were discussing this particular position. We said E5, don't do it because queen to H4 comes.
Right.
And then you have some problems here.
With
you
F6.
do have to give me this bishop, and then you have to try to defend with the rook coming over the c file.
Okay.
But in the absence of the dark square bishop, because you had to exchange that bishop to get one of my knights away. With 2 knights around your king, you don't want to see that. You're going to get checkmated. So you have to exchange one of those. The problem is the bishop on A4. Right. I'm putting my pawn on C6. I'm blocking. I'm creating this wall against your light square bishop. And I have to say, I'm looking at the position. I go C6, then I go rook to E8, defending the bishop on E6. Then I go F6. At the right moment, I go F6. Where is your plan? On the king side or on the queen side? I know where my plan is. It's on the king side, right? So also queen to F3, which is the very typical position for the queen in this type of structures, is going to get hit after the move F6. Opening up the F file, your queen on F3 in shambles. I have to say this position is looking really good for black. The pressure is on white. But
that didn't happen.
He
rushed things.
He rushed it, yes.
F6.
With the move F6. I don't like this move. Specifically for the reason that we've seen in the game. This exchange followed by the immediate knight to H5. And this is a very important move. You don't have time to wait. You don't have time to take on F6, queen takes F6. In fact, right now, black is completely winning.
Now the knight on F4 is a super piece.
I'm going to take on H3, either with the bishop or with the knight, depending on what you do next, and then you have some problems on F2.
Terrible.
Beautiful position.
That F file is just fantastic for black.
It's in fact over right now.
The knight
advantage
H5
is killing.
Knight H5 is key.
Very good move, and found immediately by Hans. And now Fabiano started thinking, because he has something very threatening coming in the position. F5, and this is not a move that you want.
No, a concession.
That's a concession. That
is a concession. Bishop to be blocking a pawn.
Bishop on E6 is just a glorified pawn.
Exactly, and I almost called this bishop a pawn. Now this bishop is definitely a pawn in the position right now. I'm going to retract via C2, put some pressure on F5. We've seen this structure actually against Andrew Tang. A very similar structure.
Hans was white and he didn't manage to win that game.
He did not manage to win that one.
Right.
But, I mean, he was the one pressing throughout the game. This is not a good situation right now for our tournament leader, and golden opportunity. I mean, if you are Hans with white pieces, you come into this one. How do I get my opponent out of the opening? I mean, this guy is so well prepared. Finally, I get him out, and I get him out with a better position.
Wow.
And this is the ideal situation and scenario for Hans to try to put pressure, try to win this important matchup.
Huge opening success here. But tell our viewers, we understand that the bishop on e6 is a bad piece. It's passive, and it's essentially covering f5. But white has to win the game.
Right.
How is white planning on winning the game?
A few ways, but the most obvious one is drop the bishop to c2.
Okay,
You
makes
don't
sense.
generally want to. You don't generally worry too much about the ideas of c5 because after c5, first of all, I'm going to be able to take on c5, open up the d file, and create another square for the attack. The square d5.
But no,
right?
I'm going to go in the defensive.
You're
I'm going
just
to go c6,
holding. Yes.
queen
C6.
e8. Please trade queens. I'm going to try to make a draw.
We're
I
not
hope.
trading queens, right?
We're not trading queens.
I'm going to go queen to h4. I'm going to drop back whenever you attack my queen, and then I'm going to go.
So let's begin.
Just make
C6.
some moves, right?
No,
C6.
C6.
Go
Bishop
bishop
C2.
C2.
Queen
Because
e8.
it looks
Let's
like
go.
white
Queen
clearly
E8, queen
wants to
H4.
attack on the king side, but
With
I feel
G4.
like white also has to be careful, right, not to rush it too much.
Okay,
Yes,
right.
but I'm not sure about that because I will go king h2, I will go g4, I will put the rook on g1 and f1 most likely, and at the right moment, I will take on f5.
Okay.
That's my plan right now. And the problem is you don't actually have that many good ways to defend against that. You just have to sit and wait.
So can I
Sit,
go a4
wait, not
here?
make weaknesses.
Just to kind of play
A4,
a4, a3. I want
let's
to
go.
weaken that.
A4.
I might stop you in your tracks just to be sure.
Okay, just to fix that side.
Yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Let's go
it
b5, right?
B5,
Because
yes.
otherwise.
But doesn't
All right,
it
let's
come
go
down
king
to
h2.
one thing, though, Kate? White has to play for g4. Like that's the only break in the
Absolutely.
position. And black has to set up some kind of way of meeting that. So if you go rook a7 in this position, for example, and you go rook g1, it doesn't matter. And if I go g6,
Yes.
and just for example, maybe rook
Maybe
f1
not
as a
yet.
preparation,
Yes.
and I go rook g7. So we both, I make my line in the sand, right?
Right.
As black, I go queen d7, and I say, I hold on.
That's probably what you have to do.
How do you break? How do you break?
That's a good
Because
question.
I have a feeling that white may kind of prepare everything on the king side.
Right.
And
And then
what?
switch to c file. Or, something like that.
Right?
Good point. Good
because
point.
you've got space, and I'm kind of cramped.
And it can be easier for me to kind of transfer the pieces, whereas, for black, it may be more difficult.
That's rule number one of strategical attack. To be successful, you need more than one target in the position. And the target is right now on the king side, but then, as you mentioned, shift it on the queen side, shift it against the pawn on c6. So options, again, it's play on one goal. That's the problem.
Okay.
Black only has to defend. And maybe that's why Fabiano, after this move, knight to h5, that's probably his train of thought as well. Okay, I'm going to suffer. I accept that. I'm going to suffer for the remainder of the game, but do you have enough to break through? That is the question. Fabi seems to be thinking that he probably has enough resources to defend this one successfully. And Hans, look, play on one goal. He's happy with the outcome. He's going to try.
Right.
What if we take a look at this game between Talia Cervantes and Atusa Purkashian? These players are not the leaders in the tournament, but they have a very interesting position because Talia is this time kind of trying to quickly attack black. She has some space advantage. So what is happening there?
She has a pawn up.
Oh, she took on f5 and then she defended that pawn.
I was very, very cognizant of the fact that, look, this is an impressive array of white pawns on g4 and f5. Talia, boy, I tell you, if it wasn't for bad luck, she'd be having no luck at all. So she currently has an extra pawn, and I would say just an absolutely terrific centralized knight on e4, which she wants to keep. You were about to say this move, knight g5, aims for e6.
Yeah. I'm a little worried about the king in the center and all the pawns advanced, but the king is kind of safe so far.
Exactly. And in fact, if black were to play b7, b6, strangely enough, even though white's queen side is advanced, you can't open up the queen side. The queen side would be closed. So maybe in such a circumstance, bishop d2 followed by castles long. I think that Talia's got huge advantage just because of the extra pawn and her ability to attack on the queen side. I wanted to ask Cristian, if you don't mind, your student, Begim, she played that move c5. It looked like a huge advantage to us. Is it still the case?
It seems like Ruiyang has found a way to not lose a full piece. Let's take a look. She played knight to d7.
Well, first of all, she got stunned
Completely
with
stunned.
this move c5,
Completely
right?
stunned,
Like,
yes.
I mean, that was not on
She
her.
spent 30 minutes after
Right,
c5.
exactly.
She spent quite a while up to this point, and then after c5, this is only move 9. She only has 30 minutes on her clock.
Right.
Knight to d7, bishop takes c6, knight takes c6,
This is a
knight to
very
c5.
clever idea. Very clever.
It's the best thing you can do.
Exactly.
Right? You have to find some sort of counter chances.
To avoid losing a whole piece.
And now queen to d1, very unclear decision. Queen to a7 seems to have been just simply winning right now. The question is, I guess, why? And this is the answer. You take,
It's
I
an
take.
exchange,
That's
but-
a simple exchange. And the problem is we also go into the endgame. And the problem is your bishop is also a little bit iffy
murky,
on b4, right? So you have
Christian,
some
maybe
problems.
there was an idea to first, instead of rook b7,
Yes.
to play queen d5.
But then I take a full piece, I can take with
But
the queen,
knight
by the
takes
way.
b8, bishop b.
I can take with the queen.
You capture with the queen.
And that's maybe the key. Yes, that's maybe the key. If you take with the knight, I go bishop b7. There's something going on, perhaps, even though the engine is saying f3, completely winning.
Right.
But I can also just simply
Take with
the
the queen and then the bishop on b5.
And
Bishop
on
on b4.
c8.
Sorry.
Right, right.
And I
on
can't
c8.
even castle because there is a fork on e7.
Nothing is working your way.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, this is over.
When
This
it
is over.
rains, it pours. That's bad news.
So in fact,
Queen
after-
a7, rook b7 is forced,
It's
and
pretty
that
much
would have been
forced.
an exchange and a nice ending.
She said, no, I want to keep the queens on the board, but perhaps this gives Ruiyang some opportunities.
More training with Begim's required.
There's still a
Take
rook.
The pawn. Take the pawn, Begim. Queen takes a7.
It's still a full rook.
But
right?
she's going to castle and win her rook back.
She
F3,
will, most likely. F3 was
castle.
played and now castle.
And now what do we have?
Not that easy. I can go bishop to a3. And to be honest, I think this is the key move in the position for the simple fact that you don't have time to go bishop a5 and keep more pieces on the board because I take, and knight d7.
That's fair.
Knight gets out, I get another exchange, game is over.
Right.
Right. So bishop to a3, at least you do take my knight on b8, but I do force the trade of another piece.
I'm not a fan of bishop takes a3. I don't mind trading pieces. I want to do it on my terms,
You want to
a5.
play a5, yeah?
So
Yeah.
that at least the knight on b1 is kind of stuck.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
Okay.
Now maybe I can drop back to b2.
Now my bishop is
Now
stuck.
your bishop is getting stuck.
Oh,
yes.
man.
Yeah,
It's the
so you
same
have to
square,
be-
same bishop, just 10 moves later.
You have to be careful. You have to be careful.
Okay.
But again, there are some chances. After
Right.
that stunner, c5, Ruiyang got the best outcome that she could have dreamed of.
Right.
She has something to play for, right? She
Okay.
has some sort of compensation. Position hasn't simplified at all, and right now Begim still has to calculate precisely a few variations until she can get her advantage.
Fair enough. And how about Carissa, our other tournament co-leader? When we left it, we really liked Carissa's position against Nasi. How is the c5, c3 got included?
We still like it. We still like it for the simple fact that that bishop on d6 is a
Is
monster.
monster.
Yeah. And the question is, how are you? How are we seeing the position after knight to c6?
If you don't mind, the reason
I
I didn't...
will probably take, right?
Yeah, the reason I didn't like the move c5 for black was that I thought Carissa was going to answer c4.
Yes, yes, yes.
And then
yes.
if you play d4, that gives me time to either play bishop f3, bishop h5, f4, and I've kind of locked in the
I think
the king
f4
side.
opening up the position on this side.
Very
was good.
favorable
Yeah.
for Carissa. But she played c3, kind of slow playing it. Maybe Nasi should play bishop g6, knight f5.
Bishop to g6. Okay, this is how you want to play it.
I'm not sure I want this position as black. I have this position.
I like it. Yeah, no, it's a good move.
That
the question is,
move.
I'm trying to get the pawn.
Yeah,
right?
well, you're attacking me from a different
That's the thing. Yes,
angle.
Yes, and maybe that's
Hold
why.
on, b6. Just go ahead and kill me.
Well, I'm probably going to take and then try to invade. But none of this is going to happen because she played a6.
Stopping bishop
Stopping
b5.
bishop b5, yes, specifically against that idea.
But this looks so nice for white.
Very nice, still some work.
No question.
Begim the same. Very nice. Right now, still some more.
True that. So, and then finally, our other very key marquee matchup, that's Alice Lee against Irina Krush. If you had told me coming into today's round that this game would be for first place, I would say, yeah. These are two great favorites. Why not? Not the case. They're 2 points behind the field. Nobody could have guessed that. What's the current situation in this one? How do you like this one, Kate? White has a little space. Remember, this was the BOGO India, right? And somehow we didn't get a D7, D6 structure. We had a completely different... that's interesting.
This
Alice,
E5 move, forcing the knight to go away from the center, that's an interesting idea.
For sure. Maybe a very nice one, too, because White's enjoying some kind of positional squeeze here. I mean, it's very easy to imagine if I could play, apologies, if I could bring a rook to D1, drop it like magically on the D6 square, you could get suffocated, just rook, double rook. So Black Irina has to be careful that none of that happens, and I suspect she'll have to do it with a move like F7, F6, just to, even at the cost of maybe making more pawn islands in her structure. Rook to D1, White's play is too fast. Your take? I think it's an advantage, but how big?
Right, but because I think this F6 move is really strong, immediately to target that pawn.
Okay.
Because if you capture, I'm going to capture with a rook.
Okay. And then, I don't know, rook E1. Yeah, to bring in the rook.
Double the rooks.
And, funnily enough, when I see this bishop kind of cementing, I start to think that maybe your bishop is actually doing a better role than my bishop. So whenever, strategically I weigh a piece that's in your favor, then I want to take it off. So that's why I played the move bishop E4.
And now I think Black plays queen C5. I do understand that maybe White has a slight edge, but I don't feel like it's a big one. Queen captures.
B2, B3. And again, Capablanca would say, I have 2 pawn islands, you have 3 pawn islands, therefore I'm better. But modern players know it's not that simple, and you think it's...
Somewhat balanced.
Somewhat balanced. All right, very good. Cristian, I'm going to ask you where the action is.
Well, just to update on this game, Niemann versus Caruana. Yes, so
Surprise.
Queen to E7 after F4 was the move, A3, and now C5.
Okay.
Immediately trying to create something, trying to create counterplay on the queen side. So we were discussing the strategies. You can play C6 and wait, or you can try to go C5 and create your own chances on the queen side. He decides to go with C5, which opens up the opportunity for White also to create a second weakness, the pawn on D5. So D takes C5 was an option, I guess. Queen takes C5 actually right now just simply works because of queen to D4.
And you've got a hit.
You have this pawn on F4. Unfortunately, that's not going to help you. You just played the move F4, and that's going to work against you in this situation. So perhaps after F5, maybe what he had to do was get ready against this C5, rook to C1, play it slow. Rook C1, maybe bishop to C2, king H2, and then go with the move F4, because I don't think Black actually wants to play the move F4.
That's the question, right? If after rook C1, Black can actually play F4 or not.
Bishop to C2. I have a feeling you get checkmated.
So if I go G6, you just grab that.
Yes. So G6 doesn't work. You have to go H6. And that's a problem, I think.
Queen G6.
Yes, Queen G6 and Queen takes A6. So we have this position right now. And Rook A-C1 was played.
Okay.
Not taking on C5, saying, okay.
It's kind of getting interesting.
How do you play it right now? Do you take? Do you defend? Or do you push with C4 and try to
I feel like you would capture that pawn.
Yes.
You would take it. Okay.
But I'm expecting queen to D1, and then the queen will recap. So if I play rook F8 to C8, for argument's sake, rook takes. Now the funny part, I would feel okay with Black if my pawn were on B6, because I would play rook C5, and I would be challenging the C file.
Not the case.
I feel like White white has an advantage. We'll take it back. We won't take on d4 right away. In fact, we'll keep the tension with the move b7, b6.
And now what if I go queen f3 back? I have some ideas of rook, bishop
and
to c6.
rook c8. Rook c8.
Which rook?
That's a good question. I'll tell you after.
That's not how chess works.
Rook a8 c8. Rook a8
okay,
c8.
rook a c8.
So in this case, if it's my turn, maybe I want to take on d4, play rook c5 or rook c4. So the whole thing is, I do want to take 4 rooks off the board, but I want to do it on my terms. I want to be, because the one thing I don't want to avoid is the passive position we were looking at before, where it's kind of play on one goal. By the way, you make a good point. Should black play c5, c4?
That's
because
an option.
that, I mean, the idea then, of course, is to put my majority to work. Rook b8, b5, b4, and I don't have to wait for you to crush me with g4 on the king side.
And at least it does seem like what white has to do right now is keep the bishop on b5, in fact. Try to stop me from going b5 myself. It does seem that if you allow me to go, for example, bishop to c2, let's say,
example,
you're trying to go g4.
And b5.
This is already bad for white. I'm the one that breaks through on the queen side first. I go b5, b4. That already creates an opportunity. And then b3, if you allow me to. So you have some problems. In the meantime, you're a bit slow on this side. So bishop to c2 doesn't seem to be the right approach. And if you do have to keep the bishop on b5, again, how do you break on this side? I'm not seeing it anymore. What I'm seeing is, in fact, not a break on the king side, but maybe an idea of b3 and breaking on the queen side, switching flanks right now for white's attack. This is not easy conceptually to do because all your focus is on the king side right now. Now you have to play on the queen side. I'm not 100% sure. Still, big decision right now for black. c4, rook c8, and c takes d4 are all very viable options.
By the way, for me, I'm suddenly warming up the c4 because what you've just showed is a variation I can analyze very consequently. I, as black, play the move a5, a4. And I go, haha, your bishop is trapped.
Rook a5, yeah.
You've got to play queen d1.
Back, yeah.
Rook a5, you've got to take the pawn.
I'll take it.
b5, you've got to move the bishop.
Sure.
b4. No,
okay.
Sorry.
b5,
b4. And
that's what I wanted.
Yes,
I was already ahead. Yes.
And, you know, okay, that was the, now I'll play c3. And I'm the one with the more dangerous pawn. I respect the fact that I'm a pawn down.
But I can go queen d3, rook e3, and just try to grab that pawn, right?
Rook c8.
Maybe rook a1, if you go rook c8.
I was going to go rook. I was about to play rook a2, but yeah, there you go. Okay.
And then if you go rook a8, I think I have rook a4 also.
No, but
maybe I can just take and rook e3.
Okay, so go back to the position when you went.
You're playing without a piece. That's the problem, right?
I was going to play g7, g6 to release my bishop here. So it's So instead of rook c8, g6. Yeah,
rook a1.
Rook a1.
Again, it's the same
bishop
problem.
to d. Oh, now you might play e6.
Not in time.
I was going to go bishop to b5. Okay, it was
It's a very concrete
sacrifice.
pawn sacrifice. If you have enough time to reroute the bishop from e6 to b5, you're good.
Okay.
If you don't, you're in trouble.
There you go. Simple chess. Leinier Dominguez versus Andrew Tang, because again, Lenier's coming.
Very important game for the standings.
Well, and for Leinier, I mean, he's just saying, okay, you know, I'm having a decent tournament. I'm undefeated. I'm +1. Hans, do me a solid.
And he feels
beat the tournament
comfortable in
leader.
these positions, right? He had that amazing one, brilliant game, almost finishing in a win.
I would almost call this the modern Philidor, because, I mean, the old classicists, they didn't play bishop a3 to c2. They rather left their pawn on a4, and black often played the moves b6, a6, and then played bishop b7. White has been putting the pawn on a5, and for a lot of players, it's a cramped position, but it's a solid position. It's not that easy for white to crack these positions. The last move, bishop d2, is kind of an indication right there. it's not the most obvious move. Like,
yeah, I played, in this position like bishop f1, bishop b3, bishop a2. But as you said, it's not that. It looks very pretty for white. I have the center. I have a great bishop on that a2, g8 diagonal. But it's not that easy to kind of break in.
Okay, so imagine that you played the move bishop d2, and imagine that I'm black and I just played the move rook b8. It's sort of like, what are you going to do? Are you going to go queen c1 and bishop takes h6? Well, I've already got that h6. What are you going to do? You're going to play knight h2 and f4? Well, pay attention. The pawn on d4 is hanging. In the meanwhile, let's say you make a developing move. I'm not saying it's good and I'm not saying it's bad. Now we kind of start to understand what I'm up to. Well, on a good day, b5, b4, start taking some space back on the queen side. Leinier's for choice. Don't get me wrong. I do like Leinier's position, but it's going to require some really good technique to show more of an advantage. And I don't know if clock times are a factor.
So
in
Leinier
this
has 35 minutes and Andrew Tang 53.
Somehow that's expected, right? Leinier, even though, he played probably his first 10 moves pretty straightforward, because this is all standard stuff, right?
But he didn't. He spent a lot of time on those.
On each move?
I'm really surprised because until bishop a2, it's straight theory.
Exactly.
I would expect them to lose nothing, just gain time.
Right. And by the way, in these positions, I've also been seeing white play moves like b3, bishop a3, as well as the inclusive move b4. Sometimes white then captures on e5 and plays rook b1 and makes pretensions that I've got a queenside attack. Keeping an eye on this one, again...
We have another important game between Wesley So and Ray Robson,
Absolutely.
the former Webster University teammates.
And dorm mates as well.
Yeah, roommates.
I asked Ray and Wesley what it was like dorming with one another, and they said, well, we don't really go to school. I go, what? We basically play blitz all day against one another. I mean, that's what our days are. And here, okay, so the story on this one is we take away the a6 pawn and the d3 pawn. Those are the differences in the position, right? So if we take away the a6 and the d3 pawn, it would be even. Since we're keeping them on the board, we say the pawn on d3 is slightly more valuable than the pawn on a6, so white is slightly for choice. c4, and this move is an indication that knight d5. It looks just too solid, though. I don't
understand this c4 move, honestly. This change of pawn structure. I thought we may want to play something like knight f5, queen d2.
And the problem is where do we go? We go knight f5. We go king h7. You go queen d2. Okay.
Oh no, that loses a pawn. No, it doesn't. Knight
does?
c4. I'm still defending that queen with knight on f3.
Right. Okay. I was just going to go queen. So my idea is black is like you're not really making sacrifices unless
I'm targeting
queen
some
c3,
pawns.
Yeah, I guess I would have to play knight d4. Yeah, I think I have knight d4 as an answer to queen c3. So I'm satisfied. He did play, by the way, the move c4, and in this case, I understand that for Wesley's perspective, if he can play knight d5, make Ray capture, so that c4 takes d5, maybe on a good day, the c5 pawn might be a little bit vulnerable.
So Ray played knight b4, which is a nice move targeting the d3 pawn.
Makes sense to me.
So we are expecting knight d5 from Wesley, right?
Exactly.
Because knight e1 would be really passive to just move back that pieces.
Yeah, no, that move does defend the d3 pawn, but I don't know, it might invite queen d4. Yeah, I just find the move itself to be a little bit too passive, knight d5. And let's again just kind of continue this line for a moment. I believe his intention is to recapture the c pawn. Why else did he play c4?
And you think white is better in this position? With those nice 3 pawns for black?
Yeah, they look good, right? But okay.
I always struggle in these positions because I feel like something looks good, the pawn structure, but then how do we continue? And the pawn on d5 is protected.
Yeah.
So that's forever a danger.
Yeah, it's like what we would call the static advantage, right? The protected pass pawn that is there. Whereas you have dynamic possibilities thanks to your knight, thanks to your breaks. So long term, advantage white. Maybe short term, you can prove equality with queen d7 and a4. But okay, something to play for white, I think. Knight e1 to c2 on my agenda. But I don't see this as the action. This is not the action for me. Cristian, come on, rescue us.
We'll get back to the leaders for a second, right?
Okay.
Because c4 was played.
On the board.
So Fabi played the move c4, but
and bishop b5 was our main move.
Not yet played yet. This is a key moment of this match, because if you don't play bishop to b5, what do you do? b5 is a big threat for black. So for example, if you play something like king h2.
Sure.
I go b5 now.
What?
Excuse me, not b6, b5.
And I take it.
If you take it, now I go a4. And I have queen a7 in the absence of the pawn on b7, right? Queen to d1, right. That's fine. Queen to a7 defending.
Same idea. Bishop
is kind of trapped.
Yeah, high and dry.
Right, right. I mean, I don't have an immediate way to attack it. Maybe queen to a5. I have to be careful. And perhaps you have to go something like bishop to c6. The question is rook a to b8, and you have to pick up the pawn on a4. At the same time, we exchange this pawn on a4 for the pawn on b2. Your pawn on a3 is weak. My pawn on c4, it's a tremendous weapon. Enough compensation for black.
Yeah.
So, big moment right now. And if you don't go, if you place a bad move, rook to e2, let's say, you want to defend the pawn on b2, b5 I take, rook to b8 doesn't work because the pawn on b3 is protected. You're actually lost right now.
Because of the same.
No more queen to d1. And by the way, we do have a move. Queen to d1, I like this move. This is a good move.
b5.
No more b5 for you, yes. At least not immediately, because bishop takes b5, and then a4 is met by bishop takes a4. So I like this move, queen to d1. Prophylactic move, I have to say. The queen on h5 doesn't really do much anymore.
Are we preparing b3 move, by the way?
Yeah, that's an opportunity, yes.
Because if we can get b3, even if we give up the pawn on a3, we can start maybe to push our pawns in the center.
Yes.
Let's say king h8.
Yes.
b3.
Sure.
You capture on a3.
Yes.
Captures.
Now
but I don't have d4, you capture.
You don't have,
pawn.
but if you would have it, then that would be a very good opportunity. And that's why king h8 is actually useful.
It's not a random move.
It's a random move, but it's a very useful
move. Worked out brilliantly, by the way.
Because queen takes d5 doesn't come with check.
Right.
So unfortunately, no more d5, and that's not good, good news for you. Nevertheless, it's an idea. b3 is definitely something that Hans has in mind. Okay, let's make h6, right? b3 and then go into the same line. Now d5 is in fact still not still not with
It's not working.
We'll get it. We'll get it at some point. By the way, king h8 is on the board.
King h8
is on.
Inviting
Is he trying to go g5 now? Are the roles getting reversed? Like you were attacking me on this side,
G4.
now I'm considering attacking you on this side?
That's hilarious.
On the king side, that's kind of, exactly, hilarious. Maybe. No. Maybe he's actually trying for g5. And in fact, you cannot really stop it that easily, right? Because h4 doesn't work, you lose that pawn. And queen d2 doesn't have, allows b5 idea. Right. So, an interesting position, I have to say. Very, very intriguing.
I hate to be a one-trick pony. Yes. And king h8 is an absolutely fine move.
Right.
But if you take that move back for just a moment, Cristian, and you try rook f8 to b8. Okay. And now I want to play b5 and get on with business.
I think I will stop you with bishop b5.
Correct. I was going to play a4.
You still want your a4.
And you have to play bishop takes a4. A variation
I don't,
we've seen before, b5.
But I don't have to, by the way, I don't have to take on a4.
You don't have to take on a4?
Well, you're not actually threatening anything, right?
Rook a5 isn't winning.
I will take then, yes.
So you could make a move like rook e3 or some useful move. But if you go down the line for just a moment, the difference I wanted to mention was that after bishop c2, if I play b4 and you play ab and I play rook takes, this time b3 might be met by a queen a7. It's not such an easy, yes, the pawn on d4 is a little bit vulnerable. And, okay, so I see the engine.
There's some ideas, for sure.
That it could work, but okay.
King bishop h8 b5 was played.
against king h8.
So queen d1 and now bishop to b5. I think we're going for g5. I really think that that's what he's going to do, because now everything is more or less closed on this side. But you've also committed your bishop to b5.
Right.
So that might play against you, because you no longer have the defensive mechanism after bishop to c2, maybe put some attack on f5. Bishop to b5 on the board, a rook to g8, we're expecting...
And g5, Fabi just
he
made the
played
move.
it! Whoa!
G5.
Okay, all right. These players are not playing
Game is
around.
on.
They're not playing around.
I'm forcibly reminded of a brilliant line by Grandmaster from Romania, Michael Shuba. And he said, bad bishops, and he's referring to the bishop on e6, protect good pawns. The bishop on e6 is actually playing a role after g5. You can imagine that f4 takes g5. In the future will be, yes, f5, f4, rook is on the g
If I manage to
file.
get to f3,
And this bad bishop on e6 suddenly is an all-star.
I think that's why
Remarkable.
White probably can never capture on g5, right? Always waiting for black to recapture on f4.
But with this move g5, I mean, Fabi is signaling rook g8, and he's ready to go on the attack on the king side.
This is going to be a back and forth.
This is a
because
great...
G5, okay, you committed. I mean, on this side,
Yes.
you've opened up. Your
Agreed.
bishop doesn't move at any time because e6 is coming and you get checkmated.
Right.
B3 at some point is going to be the counter chance that white is going to throw at black's.
Forced, actually, as what I would think.
Immediately.
Well,
Or
no,
do you
I'm
want to
saying that
defend first? Maybe queen.
Yeah, b2, b3 is going to be a forced move
At some
to
point.
rescue your bishop, so you can play bishop bishop f1.
I don't think you want to
protect
go
g2.
back and then to d1. That's too slow. Allows me to play on the other side as well with b5. So this one is
a
getting
beautiful
quite
conception.
Tense, quite tense.
Because it's kind of true. We've been trolling that bishop on e6, but the bishop on b5 is also maybe not that great at the moment.
Exactly, it kind of stands out. Okay, the
One
two...
thing we didn't look at yet,
Please.
Sam Sevian, Levon Aronian, right?
Let's
It was kind
do
of
it.
equal. Maybe we looked very briefly. What is happening there right now?
Well, once again, we have this ending of Queen's Gambit accepted ending. 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Well, okay, white has the two bishops. Levon didn't care that much. We've caught up with the players.
Because I know sometimes in these positions, the bishop retreats to the first rank and then the pawns are pushed.
Right.
But the knights are now standing really well in the center, so it's not that easy for white to push the pawns.
Well, now that you've mentioned it, e4, f4, e4, e5 would certainly be like, let's just throw in a move. I'm not saying this is good or bad, just like, let's just see what would happen if I did launch my pawns forward. h2 and e3.
Maybe I have to play knight f3.
Knight f3 defends and defends. And the idea for white is if I could, get an e5
and then h3
and keep
very
pushing
slowly.
you around, I would actually, have some serious advantages in space as well as the two bishops. Is g5 asking too much from the position? It just makes it a little bit more awkward after e4 to follow up with f4. g5, a good day if I could play g4 and h5, I could secure my knight in the middle of the board. What do you think, Kate?
h5 doesn't look like the first move I would consider in the position, but it is stopping white's kind of advancement with those pawns.
Exactly. All right. Before we do take a break, I just wanted to check in on our two lady tournament leaders. Let me just see what Carissa and no, that's the Talia game. Carissa was the Karo Khan, where she had the bishop on d6. Remarkably, both players have slowed down. I mean, we saw c5, c3, a6, rook e1, not much action, but we're looking at this bishop on d6, and I love that. Did we like the move rook f1? Because we were thinking that f2, f4 was a kind of a key weapon for white, whether you combine it with bishop. So rook e1 means that you lose f2, f4 is a line of play. What
Right,
did you
I feel like she wants to play rook e1 and bishop f1 to kind of protect that pawn on e5, because we can expect black to play knight g6.
Yes, we can.
But
And
then
if
you
you
have
want
to
to
be
play
kind
bishop
of careful
f1,
about white playing g4, right? And
There's,
sometimes maybe trapping the bishop.
there's a bishop, although
But
yeah,
still bishop e4.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Intriguing game going on. This is a strategical game, but a very, very tactical game that was going on was between Begim and Ruiyang. And let me just find that game, because that was this whole c5 business, right? Remember this incredible find, I want to say, by Ruiyang. I thought Begim was just going to materially win a piece. Thank you, sign the score sheets. No, 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 no. After the move bishop b7, f3, we did see bishop a3, and she took.
We were expecting a5, right?
Well,
trying to kind of keep that bishop active.
Yeah, and then we have to deal with this idea that maybe we left our bishop high and dry. Ruiyang said, okay, I'm going to win back. I'm now an exchange down. Do I have a pawn for it, by the way?
Yes, one pawn.
Okay, that's okay, but maybe it's just
Begim
not
is
enough.
clearly trying to trade pieces, right?
Yes.
She has material advantage, so trading pieces is the #1 strategy you want to take.
Now that you said it, I almost want to play knight c2 and knight b4 and take the great advice of Katerina, trade pieces. I was about to catch myself and play the move knight c4 because I thought, okay, the knight looks pretty good there, but knight c2 to b4 also. I mean, white's for choice. I mean, it's just an exchange for a pawn, and you know, as long as I don't get checkmated down this diagonal, I'll keep my pawn on f3. Life should be.
White has to kind of figure out what to do with the f1 rook, right?
Yeah.
Are we gonna double up the rooks on the b file and play rook b8 to trade them, or is there something else?
Exactly, and I would think that queen d2, and you start playing moves like rook b4 and rook b1. Advantage white. By the way, time factor in this game?
So Begim has almost 1 hour playing really fast, whereas Ruiyang only 20 minutes.
Okay, so Begim for choice on the clock as well. And as we do go to a break, I want to thank you all for sharing your day with us as we are in the final 3 rounds of the U.S. Championships. And as we go on break, we do have a very special message for you from our board of directors. Have a look.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of these 2023 National Championships. We are in round 9, and it's been a very intriguing round thus far as our leaders have good, tough games. I really like the game of Fabi. First of all, let's take a look at our leader group.
Absolutely.
Kate,
Women's section standings after round 8. And look at that. Carissa, Begim, Tokhirjonova. Absolutely fantastic performance so far, 7 out of 8. And then a two-way tie. Irina, Krush, and Alice Lee with 5 points.
As they face off against one another in this round 9. Tell us about the standings in the Open.
Here we have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, with 5.5 points, and then bunch of players behind him. Wesley So, Leinier, Dominguez, Hans Niemann, and Abhimanyu Mishra with 4.5.
Fabi's going to have to earn his national championship because he's facing Hans Niemann, Mishra tomorrow, and Wesley So to finish. So he's going to play all of his closest rivals in these last 3 games. And let's just check in on all the games. We're going to go around the horn. We're going to start with the ladies, and we've got Talia's position, and she just has this massive, you look at this grouping of pawns and you just say, oh, this is just fantastic for white. Specifically, why? Well, she's a pawn up to begin with. If you put a pawn on f7 and a pawn on e4, that would not be the case. But it's really this great knight in the middle of this board. Knight on e4. Her last move, a4, a3, sets up the very obvious and very clear intention of clobbering that pawn on d6. Big advantage for Talia. Jennifer, this is a game we haven't really looked at, Kate.
Yeah.
What's happened? We
How
missed
did we
it.
miss that?
Yeah, exactly. This is like an old King's Indian, a David Bronstein special. You play e5 takes f4, and you get a cramped position in the center, but as a compensation, you get to play all kinds of tactics in these types of positions as black. If things go your way, one day you get to play f4, bishop e5, and h4. Woohoo!
But Jennifer is very direct on her f-file, right?
Yes.
She's just pushing that one forward, and she just made a move.
Which was?
I think, no, queen somewhere?
Knight
Knight
d4, e2. Okay, so in principle, I've done well on the white side of these, but I do respect the fact that this bishop oftentimes comes to the square e5, with or without g5, g4. And if you ever trade, I'm kind of happy. I kind of equalize. At this moment, I think Ashritha is doing well. I wouldn't say, optically it looks good. You've got a pawn on f4.
It's just unclear
right?
how to continue with what. You cannot push f6, g4. I'm not sure if I want to do that right now.
And I'm also not so sure I want to take. So some doubts about how to continue this position. Now, we come to one of our tournament co-leaders, Begim. Everything has been going her way. Certainly that's the case early in this game. She's an exchange up for a pawn. These pieces are not that comfortable. Last move was h5.
Ruiyang is trying to create some kind of attacking chances on the king side with h4, even giving up that pawn.
Well, it's one of those things. It's desperado time, right? Because you can see if you don't do anything and allow white to play queen d2, rook b1, and trade pieces, as you've suggested, it's game over. So,
but we've seen this before when Begim played against Tatev Abrahamyan. She was also an exchange up, but Tatev started with this h5, h4, and she got some play there.
No question about it. In fact, I would say Begim got lucky in that one. But okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Carissa, when we left it, we really liked Carissa's position a lot because of this move, bishop d6.
We were a little surprised by c3, right? Because we were like, we want to push that one to c4.
I thought
because
that was
we want to put pressure on d5, and potentially we want to open that diagonal after bishop f3.
Exactly. So she played c3, a6, rook e1, rook c6, and now that you put the rook on c6, the move c3, c4 looks especially attractive because, again, bishop f3 is going to come with the tempo, takes on c4. Just pause here for a second because I'm looking and I'm not satisfied with the knight on b3. It should earn its oats, right? So the move knight d2, preserving f3 for the bishop, and knight takes c4 has my undivided attention. Bishop
but what
takes
if
c4.
after knight d2 I have bishop d3?
Okay, so that means that you're going to want to trade. I assume the bishop?
Yes.
I'm assuming the bishop as well, yeah. So if it feels nice, it just feels nice for white. An easier play. She did play not knight d2. After d takes c4, she played bishop takes c4.
Which is a very natural move. You recapture, you are putting pressure on the e6 pawn.
So g4 is in your arsenal there because the bishop on f5 does defend the pawn on e6.
And you may also think about bishop takes c5 because that knight on d7 is pinned.
Yeah, Lee. If you're going to put it like that, that's really ugly because it does mean that you have a double threat. You're threatening to play g4, dislodge this bishop so that you can take the pawn. And if you're just threatening to play bishop takes, okay, so I'm going to play a bad move. So bishop takes c5 does have a drawback that you are putting your bishops, you could be getting, queen d.
That would run into bishop
d6.
d6. But yeah, bishop c8, so queen c8, you are saying you are putting pressure on that c file with two bishops, but I capture. Oh, you captured that one.
I have a dream. I mean, my position feels like an open sieve, just like black's got weaknesses everywhere. But, okay, maybe bishop takes c5. I like...
We can think about that, but maybe not play it
I like Begim's, I like Carissa's position a lot in this one. We're going to continue. Anna Zatonskih and Tatev looks a little bit balanced here. Again, not too
I
much
like
going
white
on.
though, because white has some potential moves like a5.
Absolutely.
It's my turn right now. And black has not developed the bishop on c8 yet. And where are you going with your knight?
Yeah, I take it back. No, I dislike this development for Anna, and definitely Tatev in pole position. Alice Lee is in an endgame against Irina. Even number of pawns, bishop ending. Looks pretty even, I would say. King e3, bishop b4,
King d6,
g4. I don't see how I'm going to upset the equilibrium in this one. This one looks balanced. Cristian, over to you and Fabi, because that's a big game.
Big changes in that important game between the leader Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces and of course Hans Niemann with the white pieces. We left it off after the move g5.
Yes, we did.
And we were saying, okay, things are getting interesting in this one because black is just blasting open the king side while the king is hidden on h8. And you have to do something really quick as white on the queen side, otherwise you're in trouble. And take a look at what happened. b3, Hans understood the assessment and the assignment, but b3, I have to say, perhaps not the best way to start with.
Mistimed?
The priority was to defend first on the king side, but this is not easy. This is really, really difficult to understand. You have to go rook to e2, and that's a difficult move to make. Take, and now rook to f2. Ask me why I'm not really sure
queen
why.
D2,
followed by queen to d2. So protect the second rank first, and then later on you will take recapture on f4. This is not easy stuff. b3, but this is already a step in the wrong direction. Take a look at this. Take on f4, you take on c4, but the problem is after rook to g8, I'm the one that gives the checkmate first in most of the variations, right?
Wow.
You cannot take on d5 because after bishop takes d5, that actually just simply helps me. Now, the g2 pawn is absolutely in shambles, and f3 is coming supported by the bishop on d5 as well. This is problematic. So what do? He said, okay, I'm going to go rook to c3, but the problem is d takes c4, d5.
Check?
Sorry, he did not play that. I was shocked for a second because after d5 the game is over. Queen to c5, right?
What? No.
For a second my heart was trembling.
Right.
He played bishop takes c4, of course. But the question is, okay, what if I just simply take?
Look at you. You're just nothing but a pawn grubber. And it's
Not
a good
only
one.
that, I also want to checkmate you.
H3 is hanging.
I also want to checkmate you if you give me the opportunity. Thank you very much. Right?
Shades of Jennifer, you and Irina Krush.
The queen is coming back. Yes.
Yeah, nice.
Check. You're trying to run away. You're not running away anywhere. And queen to h1 would be game over. So this is the position that we have right now. Big opportunity for Fabiano Caruana, not to clinch the tournament by any means, but to take a very decisive step in that direction. Because if he wins this one, he eliminates one of the contenders,
right?
Hans Niemann. Leinier still has some chances, and we will check that in just a second. Abhimanyu not so much, and Wesley not so much. Going into the last two, if you have a 1 point advantage, that's quite significant.
No question
At
about
least
it.
a 1 point advantage.
As you came on the show,
Yes.
Cristian, you said that these two players, Hans Niemann and Fabi, matched up in a very strange way. 3 games.
3 games.
3 white pieces
For Hans.
For Hans. 3 victories
for Fabi.
You have the white pieces, you lose.
Yes, but somehow it felt like, through the law of probability, at some point you have to get the victory or to make at least a draw, to score some points.
Right.
But right now it doesn't seem to be the case. By the way, bishop takes c4 was played. We're expecting queen takes a3, and I have to say, this one is looking really good for Fabiano. At the same time, it's still not easy. White still has those very important central pawns. If I manage to start pushing them, if I manage to go d5 and e6, then I'm starting to get my own play. The problem is it's a very concrete position, and I'm also having my checkmating threats.
So be concrete. Bishop c4, rook c4, queen takes a3. attacking h3, threatening f3, threatening
Rook takes g2 is the big threat right now.
I'm going to have to play rook c2 to just defend.
Yes.
Now, if you take h3...
I'll take on h3 as well.
Because f3 is another threat.
F3 is a
and
problem.
I've got to play... Well, should it be rook f2? Should I play rook f2?
Yes.
So,
rook f2 has
again,
to be played.
you said my source of counterplay is d5 and e6 and queen d4 check. How bad is it? I mean, I know I'm 2 pawns down, but if it was my turn and I could
really
play
bad.
d5...
It's really bad.
Oh, no.
Rook takes g2.
It's really bad, yes.
Well,
and
that
after
clears
rook to
the
g5,
cobweb.
the problem is queen to h4.
With the threat of f2.
f2 and queen takes g5.
Oh.
You cannot
rook
take
takes
because
g2.
that's a
Wow.
checkmate.
That's clear.
So everything seems to be working in black's favor. And rook takes g2 is the most decisive. It's not the only one.
What if I play just like rook
No.
g3? Very
No.
natural move.
I can
want to
also
double
probably
up
go
on
rook
that
to
file.
g3, yes. And this might even be enough as well. At
That's
the same
very,
time, you
very-
do get something here, right? You do get some queen e5 ideas, things
That
of
was
that
what
nature.
I was hoping for as far as my counterplay would be concerned.
Queen
Even
a3
so-
is on the board, guys. The
Yeah.
problem is, you've been on the attack the whole game as white. You've
Right.
been pushing, and trying
Right.
to break through. And right now you have to defend. You have to make a couple of moves that are very defensive in nature. Rook to c2, rook to f2. That's not psychologically pleasant to do.
No. Not
You
when
might
you've
as
been
well
on
just
the
play
attack.
d5.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately after rook to g2 you have to resign. So
Right.
there's big threats for black in this position. Hans must not be happy with the way this game has progressed in the last few moves, and right now he's in trouble. And by the way,
yes,
we were discussing about that
The
Wolfpack.
second place, yes.
Only 1 point behind. Well, one of them is doing quite well, and that is Leinier Dominguez. We expected this at the beginning. We said, hey, you're Leinier. You have white against Andrew Tang, the lowest rated player in the event. You have to get a victory.
Exactly.
If you want to vie for that top position,
That's
you
right.
have to get a victory.
That's right.
And he understands the assignment in this one. This is what we have. The times, surprisingly, are very closely matched up. So that's good news for Leinier.
Right.
Because he usually is very much in time trouble situations in his games with a better position. I have to say, I'm seeing so much control over the d5 square. And at the right moment, I will go. I have the easy plan, right? I go knight to d5, maybe queen to f3, rook to d1 to progress in that way. I'm seeing this position. I'm seeing a lot of tension on the king side. I don't see the counterplay for black, and I have to say Leinier has a good opportunity to score a victory in this one. For example, if you go b4, I just simply go knight to d5, knight d5, bishop takes d5. You're creating another weakness in the position.
So what if instead that I try to trade knights? Knight takes g4,
Sure, yes,
queen
yes.
takes.
Let's say h takes or
Oh.
queen takes. Let's say queen
Knight
takes.
f6.
Yes,
I want to simplify the position.
Definitely.
By the way, I can also take, and this is a big problem because with the bishop on d2, g5 is a big threat right now. And the problem is g5 comes also, for example, if you try to go g6, g5, h5, something like this to stop me.
Well, d5
I have queen
square.
f3 first, right? There's no more knight f6 now without the pawn on g7.
That's nasty.
There's a lot of problems in black's position right now, and it doesn't seem like he has enough counterplay to create anything for himself.
If you don't mind, from the current position, I think the queen on c6 for Andrew is somewhat misplaced. I feel like knight d5, bishop d5, I'm going to get hit. Let me get my queen out of the way just a moment. Queen c8, let's
Queen
get out.
c8, yes, best move in
And
the
then
position.
maybe b5, b4.
And that's why maybe I have to stop you with the move b4. This is a very nice strategical grip.
But
that
can
I'm
I also
setting
do
up.
queen f3 with the idea to
Sure,
kind of put some pressure?
No, you can do queen f3. The
B4?
problem is b4.
Now c2.
Oh, the
I've
c2
got
is hanging.
some. Well, I'm very aware of c2.
And with the bishop open, now after knight d5, I can exchange everything.
Yeah, the queen
That's
on
why he played
c6.
queen c8. That's a
You
very
get to
foxy
open up
move.
the bishop.
Yeah. It's a beautiful move.
Yeah. But you played this move, queen c8, b4. That takes away knight c5 ideas.
Yeah, no more knight c5.
Gee.
I'm kind of having that grip, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like you get out very easily.
d4, d6, d5 is usually my, cry for freedom.
By the way, queen to c8 seems to have been played.
Okay.
No, never mind. b4 was played, and now we have knight takes f6, knight takes f6, and knight to d5. We were expecting
But this looks great.
Yes.
Visually,
Yes.
this
Right,
looks great.
the pawn on b4 is a target.
Leinier. Yeah.
Bishop on a2 has a really nice diagonal.
Your queen f3, even a rover might appear too. No, this looks very good for Leinier.
Strategically very
Going
very
around
nice,
the board,
yes.
another player vying for second place was Mishra.
Absolutely. By the way, Shankland, he's 1.5 points, if I'm not mistaken, behind the leader.
That's right.
On 50%.
He's
or
hoping
out of 8.
Yeah.
And right now, he's looking good. Compare this position to what we were seeing after queen to h3.
Yeah, right.
Take
Bishop
a look at this. It's
G4.
very difficult. It looks like it's very difficult. I'm coming b5, a5, b4. I'm opening you up. Your king is not in the optimal position.
Sure.
And look at the position now, after rook to h7.
Well, black hardly made any progress.
What were you doing on this
B6,
side?
king b7, that was all.
I'm
White's
setting up
gotten
to
everything.
Exactly.
No,
f4, rook f1, f5, rook g1, g5.
No, Sam has really improved his position, and Mishra's stuck.
Yeah, he's stuck. That's exactly the right word in the position. You haven't done your homework on the queen side. You haven't opened the position. No counterplay for you. So now all you have to do, you're tied to the defense on the king side, and you know my pawns are going to get pushed. f4, rook f1, rook g1, f5, and you're going to be in trouble.
And also, if we look at the clock, Mishra has only 17 minutes, while Shankland 35.
By the way, for me, could you just explain that one position of Mishra? The mysterious rook move, rook h7. Break that one down for us, coach.
Well, thank you for that. That curveball. Yeah.
Right.
All right, so let me try to do this. At some point, I'm going to go g5. Okay. At some point, the g file is going to get opened, and then I'm going to be ready to defend my g7 square. At the same time, if you do go g5, I'm going to be ready to double up on the h file and put pressure on h5.
A preventive move.
That's about the only thing I can tell you about this move, rook h7. The problem is, I'm not forced to go g5.
No, I
can play for f5.
I'll
right?
do it very slowly. Whatever break I make, I'll do it after intense preparation. Rook f1, f5, knight g3, f5.
And if I don't go g5 and I go f5, indeed, what is the rook on h7 doing? Right.
But I think
if
at
the
any
h file doesn't
moment,
open up.
maybe after g6, I can double up on f file or h file.
Yes.
You probably have to do this. Yeah, something like g6. The problem is, whoops.
I will happily.
Where do you go? Yeah.
Happily invade on the f6 square.
And remember, this bishop used to be on d2.
By the way, this
blocking
position
the king on
looks
d1.
really. The more I'm looking at this position, the more I'm enjoying the white side.
It's
I mean,
deadly. It's
the
deadly
bishop
right now.
went, as you said, from d2 to h4. The king is strangely enough quite safe on d2.
Yes. Yes.
It looks really good. The other games,
Well,
Wesley,
let's look at
Ray,
Wesley.
Robson,
What was happening in this one?
we more or less left it here.
Yes, I guess it's quite balanced.
Seems so, right?
I don't see too many weaknesses for either side. I don't think black is going to go a4 that quickly, because that could potentially, let's say, rook to a1, a4,
Right.
and let's trade.
No,
then I can
then you're doing me
get my knight to
a
c4.
favor.
I'm not really sure about
Yeah,
it.
the
right?
knight on c4 would be awesome.
Yes, and that blocks your pawn, and your structure becomes extremely weak, so you have to be careful. Don't hurry with this break, just keep the position as is, keep the tension as is, and I think black is fine. White is fine as well. It's one of those positions in which you cannot really make any progress with either side. I see this as very balanced.
Cristian, can I have one question? So if we move back in this position.
Yes. Let's say this position as we started off with.
Right. So maybe I do play rook fa1, but my next idea is to try to play h5, knight h4, knight f5, to kind of wait.
Okay.
Maybe I'm going to create something on the king side, support my pawn on d6.
You won my heart when you put the knight on f5. Those are really scary knights. Those knights are ideal.
I will go a4, but when you take back, I take with the rook and I try to exchange all the rooks there.
Trade the rooks.
Yes, yes. Trade
the
rooks.
That makes sense.
Take. I'm not taking with the pawn. I'm taking like this so that at least after knight to d2, I feel like queen to b4 comes and you don't have as much security on the queen side.
Yeah, this looks good for black.
Yeah. So I have to be careful as well. Again, I'm not forced to start exchanging. I can just simply go queen to c2. Despite the fact that you have this beautiful pawn, you don't really want to push it that easily, right? Because let's say take, and you go before now. I go knight to d2 once again. Knight to d2, knight to c4. You don't have another resource to force the push to b3.
Kate's point was that the idea of h4, h5, knight f5, it looks visually really good.
Yes.
But I guess the move a4
You're not
is going to be the counter.
I thought that maybe if black recaptures with pawn,
yes,
I'm like, my rooks are stopping that, and
that's right.
let me do something on the king side.
In that case, that makes a whole lot of
and
sense.
I have to be careful with black not to be strategically worse. So I have to take with the rook on a4.
Two games that aren't crucial to our tournament standings, but nonetheless the players feel like it's the most important thing in the world, at least to them, is the game between Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian. Again, we think that, well, Sam's enjoying the proceedings, maybe not by too much, but it's the two bishops. On a good day, that bishop on c1 will actually discover that there's life in the position. e3, e4, bishop e3 on Sam's agenda. I would assume that Levon has enough resources to make a draw. So we might even be seeing it right now. Actually, we could potentially.
That's a nice way to play from Levon, not to be passive and retreat the bishop somewhere to f6 and wait for those pawns to go towards you. Because then, Sam is enjoying some kind of positional advantage. But with bishop e1, I'm forcing the king to go back.
Yeah, and if I, in this position, play e4, I'm not the first to play bishop e3 and bishop to d4. I think Levon will probably make a draw out of this one. And finally, Dariusz and Jeffery Xiong. Again, we're seeing a lot of these, I want to say, Queen's Gambit accepted endings on the board. And bishop a5, okay.
Okay, taking control of that d8 square. What is saying, no rook is going to enter there.
Intriguing. I don't know what to think of this position, because if I do manage to bring my knight to the e5 square, my control. See, one of the things that Dariusz is enjoying is that his rooks are actually perfectly placed, right? I mean, black's rooks on a8 and f8 would really like to also centralize, and the pieces somehow are not allowing black to do that. So
the question is, do you want to play f4 as black? Because on one end you are kind of targeting e3 and being happy that that bishop on a7 may get some really nice diagonal. On the other hand, there is this e6 pawn.
And I'm kicking your knight out of the center. It feels good. It feels good for Dariusz at the moment, but I'm not saying h2, h3. I was just giving an example of what was f4 a threat, as you've suggested. But hey, it's back to Fabi and Hans Niemann, Cristian. Fabi, queen takes a3. He's cruising.
Yes, but not so fast.
Not so fast?
No, because after rook to c2, we were discussing this queen to h3. The problem is you also have to see the idea of rook takes g2 and just a simple
f3.
sacrifice of a full rook in the position. The more natural move is f3. We feel like we have to break through as fast as possible, and that's what he did right now. At the same time, this is a slight inaccuracy because it opens up the opportunity for me to start pushing my pawns. And I think I have to do it. I think I have to go d5 right now. What I'm thinking he's probably thinking, Fabiano that is that he's going to take like this.
Queen takes h3 on his agenda.
And now if you go e6, then queen takes h3, and I'm actually close to checkmating. You give me a check, but I cover, and now you have to contend with the fact that queen
Face
h1
the music of queen h1.
Not looking great.
Not looking good.
For example, if you go here, I can just go g1 followed by queen to h2. It's problematic, maybe not g1 right now, but it's still problematic in the position. Okay. So, the question is, how do you defend? How do you defend the h3? And the answer is queen to h5. I believe this is what Fabiano has calculated when he made the decision to play the move f3, because right now, at least you have a way to simplify the position. And that is queen to d3 by force. That's a double attack. You go rook to f2. I don't think you want to open up the
No,
g5
I don't want
for me.
G2 is my pawn shield.
And
yeah.
at least I'm taking on d5. At least you no longer have these connected passers.
But
at
E6?
the same time, you know, queen takes f5, queen f6 is coming, e6 next move. So you have to be ready for those type of ideas as well.
I don't think it's over.
Not that easy anymore.
No.
No, I agree with you perfectly. And if you have to make moves like rook g7, that's a bit passive, right?
This is unnatural. Yeah.
It's not the right direction, I guess, that you want to take. At the same time, you're 2 pawns up. Simplify the position. Nullify the attack of connected to this pawn, the promotion of the e5 pawn, and you're golden as black. But if you don't manage to do that, and you do have a weak king on h8, then you're in trouble.
Well, I always see these major piece endings as who's got the more dangerous pawns. Now, of course, the pawn on g2 is dangerous, but we might also say his shield. If I could play queen f6 check and play e6,
Right,
I'm
that
thinking,
one?
hey, wait a minute, I'm the one with a dangerous passer. And even though you're right, I'm 2 pawns down, I feel like I've got, counterplay.
There's still some things to be worked out.
If you don't mind, go back to the position before the move f3. For those of you who are joining us late, we had worked out a very beautiful sequence which involved the rook sacrifice. That one is not obvious though, Kate. No. Rook takes g2.
Absolutely no. This f3 looks like it's just attacking the rook.
It's a whole rook, but that's the key move right there. Queen h4, the double threat of f3, f2, and give me back the rook. And in this case, the white king has no pawn shield.
B2, now,
no.
check this move out.
Okay.
Where do you put the rook? That's very nice, right?
That's
you actually don't have where to put the rook. If you go to f5,
then
now
rook
I go
g8
g8.
and
This
queen
is
h1 mate.
You get mated.
Yes.
Yes. Again, not from a human perspective, this is extremely difficult. The very natural move is to go f3, try to blast open the position as soon as possible, but perhaps a slight step, even if that in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Once again, e6, f3 takes g2, queen h5. Go ahead, put those moves. No, I think it wasn't.
d5. I looked at d5.
Okay,
Maybe you can start with e6 as well.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yes.
e6. Take on g2. Now you're threatening queen h3, so I had to go queen f5.
You want to do the same thing, basically.
Queen h5, sorry.
Right. So I will do the same thing as well.
Okay, so now I have to do my rook f2 business. You take, and can I play e7 here, Cristian? Am I blundering something? Because I want to.
I don't think you are, but
I want to make my.
What if I go rook e8 after?
Yes, exactly. Now I got queen f5, and I've got my pawn on h7.
Because I
But
take
queen
on
f5,
e7.
yeah, rook takes e7 and back
What?
rank.
That's the problem, right?
Oh.
That's the problem.
I thought I had. I
mean, look, the pawn on g2 is a shield for your king. But give me a couple more. Give me one check.
A sword.
One check in the position, and that's it. Game over, right?
Good point. Nice.
You do have to be careful as well.
All right.
By the way, I think we do have some moves. f3. Perhaps we can see the lads right there. Never mind. We don't have some moves. They were just readjusting their position.
Right. f3. By the way, I just saw in Begim's game that Ruiyang had just played a move that I thought, yes, here it was. In my mind's eye, we had this position, and I never saw the move f3, f4 as being something that white wanted to do. Then the current position, I saw a white pawn on an f4, and I said, what? Okay, but they have completely resorted the pieces. There's no attack down the diagonal. Oh. Wow, okay. Kate?
Yeah, I mean, white is still having a big advantage, but I don't know. I would prefer to kind of develop the rooks on the queen side, try to trade.
Trade a pair of rooks,
Right.
whether it was on the b8 square or any square.
So now we are targeting the d4 pawn.
Sure.
Black cannot really play c5 because then there's the bishop
is
hanging. So how are you going to defend it? Something like queen
I'm not happy
d7?
about... Okay, let's try. Queen to d7, fair. Because it's this knight on a6 that is the real bother, right? And I do want to desperately find an outpost for my knight. But
Knight
also,
e5?
I'm not happy. here.
Queen d7 is on the board.
Pardon me. Queen d7 is on the board?
It is.
Okay. So encouraging knight e5. I still, no, Begim, I think, has just too many pluses in the position. The problem is this knight on a6. Put it on a square, I don't care. f6 would be fine, but f5 would be great. Knight on a6, that just looks like I'm playing.
We can also try something like
behind.
queen c2 here to target the c7 pawn, and think about a4. Again, trapping that bishop.
Especially if it were to encourage a move like c6. Yeah, looks really, really good. Jumping into the Carissa game for a moment because a lot of trades took place. We saw it right here. Bishop takes c4, and we were thinking that there's a double threat, right? The first threat was to play g4, chasing away this bishop, which is defending the pawn on e6. And then the second idea was that this pawn on c5, we could even play bishop takes c5, taking advantage of this pin. Rook c1 on the board, knight g6, bishop f1, gift, meet the pawn. Queen
g5. Nazi is trying to create an attack on the king side because clearly the center is not going for her.
No, not going away. g2, g3 keeps the knight at bay as long as I can keep this pawn under guard with a move like queen e2. This still looks very, very good for Carissa. There goes the pawn. And we have caught, no, I don't believe that this is anywhere close to compensation. It looks to me like bishop g2, go ahead, welcome. I don't even know if you have a threat or not. I'll just play.
I can always play bishop e3 to kind of kick the queen away
I've got
if I'm
that
worried.
Yeah, I've got that one in my pocket, and I'm really not worried about you're playing h3 as long as I've got this bishop on the diagonal. Carissa, wow, flying colors. These two-horse race is become more and more dominant of a two-horse race.
They keep continuing.
My goodness.
By the way, if Carissa and Begim win this round, maybe we can see the standings for just a second.
Right.
That would mean
7
that
out of 8, 8 out of 9.
And if Alice and Irina draw their game, they're uncatchable.
Out. Yeah.
That's it. They're uncatchable.
Right.
Carissa and Begim is going to be number 1 and number 2. The only question is which one is going to be the champion.
Or whether we are going to see tiebreak or not.
Yeah, and the fight for third. And once again, this mirror line score, it's not unusual that you have two players, going into the lead and just going bang, bang, bang. But the crazy part is the mirror image. Yeah. They drew each other in round 4, so that makes sense. But drawing round 1 and then seeing 4 in a row, and
they're just unstoppable.
it's crazy. And they can't do any wrong, and that's certainly the case going on today in round 9 as they pick up the pace once more. Back to the Fabiano game. Are the clocks a factor?
Not yet. 22 minutes, about 22 minutes for both players right now with 9 moves to go, so not that many moves to go. They have plenty of time to think it through. I'm looking at some moves right now, and rook to f2 seems to be a very good one. So we were looking at d5 and e6, right?
Yeah.
That's a natural way of dealing with this position. But rook to f2 I'm really liking. You have to be very careful now. No, exactly. F takes g2 is a bad move because now I stop you first. And this is an easy move to miss, by the way, rook to f3.
I don't have to play queen h5 to defend h3.
No more queen takes h3. And then next move after queen to b4, now I start pushing my pawn.
And I get to keep both center pawns. That's
both
a big
pawns,
difference.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, now this is starting to get quite unpleasant, I would say, for black. So after rook to f2, the best move seems to be rook takes g2. But once again, and this is
queen
another
takes h3 on your agenda.
Queen d2 is such a beautiful way to defend.
What?
You take on h3 and now I go to g5. Rook to g8, that's going to allow perpetual. Queen f6, queen f8. Queen to h1, now I go king to f2 and the g1 square is protected. You cannot sacrifice and promote because the queen is in fact on g5. So that's the perfect square, not easy to understand that.
I have to say, trading rooks on G2 is a little bit counterintuitive, right?
Very
for black.
much so.
I agree.
Very, very, very much so.
Rook
indeed.
F2 is a crucial move. Hans needs to see this one, not necessarily to keep the balance, because objectively he's still worse, but from a practical perspective, Rook to F2 is going to create some big difficulties for Fabiano's attack.
Remarkable. Just wow. I want to turn our attention to Wesley So. He comes into the event as a previous two-time champion, one of the highest rated players in the field. He's got the white pieces against Ray Robson, who's at 50%. Will he have an opportunity to win? No, let's see. Well, guess what, Kate? Wesley, loved your idea of H5, followed by knight H4, because he said to himself, well, if I can establish my knight on F5, I've got these mating threats. Ray says, yes, you do have a very good position on the king side, but check this last move out.
Wow, a pawn
C5,
sacrifice.
C4, and look at this beautiful pawn breakthrough idea. Ray, obviously, anything that could get those pawns up the board, and after D3 takes C4, that's a real visual. You have
This is a really nice strategic sacrifice, because you are saying, I need my knight to be active, and
C5.
I don't mind giving up for that.
Exactly. And suddenly, again, at the risk of repeating myself like a broken record, it's about the quality of the pawns, right? I mean, these are nice pawns, but they're kind of blockaded, and this is the dangerous pawn. So knight C5 on the board.
And the B3 pawn is attacked right now, so you probably have to recapture on A4.
Or capture on A4. Okay, let me take along a tempo. I am going to recapture the pawn. I just thought that, hey, while I'm here, why don't I try to put my pawn on B3 so I can put my rook on A2 and whoop. And I don't know. I know white's a pawn up, but I would prefer to play black.
Yeah.
If your queen was on G4, we could be talking a different ball game, but you still got to get your queen over there, and maybe you have to do it right now, right? Takes.
But that's the problem. I really wanted to be doubled with my rooks on A file first to not have such a weakness there. And now the pawn is running.
Yes, exactly so. Queen G4, knight F5, but this pawn is fast. So we'll keep an eye on this
By
one.
the way,
please.
I'm keeping an eye on another game, Talia Cervantes against Atusa Purkashian. We saw how Talia is kind of running with her pawns, throwing everything on Atusa, and I believe she won an exchange right now.
Well, when we left it, she had just played this, I think, very strong move, A3, A4, which preps bishop A3, and, give me another pawn there on D6 square. Takes by Atusa, B6. Well, that's a surprise move, bishop E3. I thought, seriously, I would have bet dollars for donuts that the bishop was going the other way. Bishop E3 and queen D3, just protecting. So a control game by Talia.
And G5. She wants to play F6, and you just cannot recapture on F5 because of the exchange.
Well, that's the thing. Oftentimes when I have a positional dominating win, I just keep making position. Again, I had too much Tigran Petrosian as a kid, and Tigran Petrosian would sacrifice his exchange,
square.
and I would put my rook on C6 in a New York second. I would leave the king side completely as it is. As long as I have pawns on F5 and G4, nothing. I'll put the rook on C6, you'll take it, I'll take with the B pawn, I'll put my queen on B5, and you can't move. So even though maybe the move G5 is good, and maybe it wins material, it's like,
I feel like black is maybe getting some space, a little bit breathing space there.
Suddenly I have to calculate some variations. Rook takes F5, so Talia wins an exchange, and she's got a really, really good position, but it's not the positional wipeout that we might have seen a moment ago. The move King H8, well, okay, it may not be something that's the most inspired, but she does have an idea, Tusha does. Queen g8, bishop takes e4, and okay, let's go. Still a big advantage for Talia. Jennifer and Ashritha, when we left it, we saw this position where I was saying bishop e5 is a usual good counter chance. g4 by Jennifer, you'd almost expect h4, right? h4 so that you could secure.
I was actually thinking about queen g5 maybe.
Even queen
but
g5?
that's hanging a knight.
Deep thoughts. Good morning, St. Louis. Takes. b7, b6. Check this out.
One thing to
No
play maybe
more
the queen
hanging your
g5,
knight.
but actually being smart and not blundering.
Good point. There you go. Well, you're channeling Ashritha. She wanted her queen on g5. She protected her knight first. Excuse me. I was about to say, first indications, things are going well for black. Knight f6. Wait a minute, just a second. Maybe things are still going well for black. Bishop f3, defending the pawn. Your take on this one, Kate?
So we can take that pawn if we want to, right? I'm not sure if I need to take it right now. By the way, Ashritha has a lot of time, but she took that pawn immediately.
Well, let's see. Smack. So
because rook e3, rook d3 is coming.
That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing rook d3, a rook up and over, or rook down to d3, and rook over to h3. So, so do I play queen g3, queen f4? I've really got to address what's going on the king side.
I think queen g3. Yeah, one of those moves just to try to retreat with that queen.
Okay,
and
let's go. Queen to f4. Queen trade, probably black is fine, don't get me wrong, but in some ways I'm happy about it, like as white. Like I feel like your queen is my king is much more vulnerable than yours, so a queen trade maybe I'm satisfied with. You want to go queen h5 check?
I want to try queen h5, but I do think that after trading, black should be still better because it's going to be targeting that pawn on f5.
I agree.
Okay.
If you would like to trade queens, and if you would like to take, I think that black is really happy. She will play rook to d2, maybe, as you say, king up and over. So this is nice, and once again, I just want to check in on Begim. It's still going. Whoa, wait a minute. There's a missing a pawns. How did the a pawns get traded here? Okay, we did have a4, and the a pawns got traded so that Begim's rooks are now ready to. She's ready to go rook, and any trade of rooks, and it's just lights out.
And Ruiyang has only 3 minutes, but she has 4 moves to make, so that should be a reasonable time for her.
It's the position that's the problem. Over to you, Cristian, and how is Leinier doing against Andrew?
Yeah, the position, first of all, in that one, it's close to hopeless. The problem is you have a pawn for an exchange, but that's not enough because your position doesn't get any better.
Right.
My structure is very, very good as white. I don't have any weaknesses. And the problem is you will suffer because of that weakness on d4. And why am I calling it a weakness? You can cover it with c5. The problem is once you play c5, that bishop on b5 no longer has an outpost. And I will be able to corral that pawn on c5 and take it off the board. So this one, despite the fact of the material is not that bad for Ruiyang, the position is terrible. Yes, absolutely terrible.
Really, really bad.
All right.
Leinier.
Let's see what's happening in the Leinier game against Andrew Tang. And by the way, Leinier 22 minutes, Andrew 6. Leinier putting some pressure on the
clock as well as the position.
That's dangerous.
Right.
A6, bishop to e7, golden opportunity to just simply pick up a pawn with queen to h5, queen to g4, excuse me. He played queen h5. I'm trying to understand why he didn't play this move. Bishop takes h6 is a threat in the position. If you do try to run away, first of all, you cannot run away on h8 or h7 because you lose f7. If you go to f8, then I just simply go queen f5, followed by queen to f7. And the problem is you cannot defend like this because of bishop takes h6. And that loses a pawn. So I'm not really sure what he missed after queen to g4. Because
Maybe
again,
bishop d7, queen g6 is another
exactly,
cool idea.
exactly. No, well, that's the idea.
Beautiful.
That's actually the idea behind it. Yes. And now this one is under attack.
As
Pawn
well
on
as
h6 is
h6,
under attack. This one is pretty much over. You have to go bishop e6, and that gives me a pawn. Bishop takes e6, queen takes e6. Clean pawn for Leinier. He played queen h5. Still perfect position for Leinier. It's very difficult to get out of this situation. Bishop to f6, and now, again, at least you don't have bishop takes h6 anymore, right? So I guess you have to go back, but it's not as easy. Queen to g4 was a missed opportunity because you do take a pawn up. You've been laboring in this position, trying to get that pawn, trying to get your material advantage. Still, you have a nice strategical advantage, but it's not enough.
Well, let me play let me play 4. Oh, well, okay. Now, Leinier, of course, coming in today's contest in second place, trailing by Fabi by a point, saying, okay, Hans, do your worst, and let me do my worst against the tail-ender, Andrew Tang. If I could win, says Leinier, I'll have 5.5 points. I'm in the mix. Oh, Irina and Alice Lee about to make a repetition as...
They're stopping the clock and pointing to the move she's gonna make.
Let me just go over to Irina's board for just a moment. Because we thought that bishop ending was pretty balanced, right?
And I see Alice already signing the score sheets.
Like, okay, we're done. We're out of here. As neither king can actually progress up the board, and Alice is, keeping the protected pass pawn under control. A draw for sure. I wanted to say in that game of Leinier, if you would bring it up, I will advocate for Leinier. I want to play rook e3, I want to play rook a1 to e1, and then I would just want to play rook g3, and I'm going to sacrifice.
Yeah, that's probably what he will do as well. Let's try to get more pieces next to my king, next to the dark squares, specifically the square g5.
Rook e1.
Rook e1, and maybe now I can go bishop g5, right?
But can you? Rook f3?
Rook f3, and I'm going to defend. Of course, I'm not going to take this because this is over.
Yes.
But I will defend the f7 pawn.
Okay, and now if I take on...
Right, you take. You
But
can
then the
take
pawn
a
on
pawn.
A6
Yeah, you can take a pawn. And maybe this is the best way to do it, but we're entering the end game.
I thought I was winning a pawn and doing more damage.
Exactly. This pawn on a6 may be a bit soft. The pawn on e4, you're tied to the defense of that one. If you don't get your bishop back very quickly, put it on d3 to defend everything, then you might get in trouble, right? So it's not a clean pawn. That's what I'm trying to say, and this is not something that Leinier wants to see in the position because he had such a dominance in this one, and queen to g4 would have won just a clean pawn up. By the way, after the move queen to g4, the best move in the position is to give me the pawn like this. This is a completely different pawn than the one that we just saw, entering that endgame. This is a clean pawn, and you still have ideas of rook e3, rook g3, or rook e3, rook f3. The bishop on b3 still perfectly placed against the pawn on f7.
Sometimes,
not sure what he missed, to be honest.
Well, sometimes chess is really just hard. I mean, I thought I was cruising there. I won a pawn. I took it with check. We traded on g5. I'm a pawn up. And suddenly it's not that clear.
But make no mistake about it. Andrew has 5 minutes with a lot of moves still to make, 18 moves still to make, and a bad position.
Right.
So Leinier still very much in pole position to win this one. And by the way, guys, we were discussing. Hans had 24 minutes at this point, and we're saying, okay, time is probably not going to be a factor because 24 minutes with only 9 moves to go, you're probably going to be able to do something.
Right.
Rook f2 was the move. He played e6, but now this allows f takes g2. And this is the position that we were discussing about with the pawn on d5. This is an even worse version. Queen to h5 is what we're expecting. You have to defend.
Defend h3.
You have to do it. But now I go queen to d3. You go rook f2 so that whenever I take, that's not a check.
Right.
But you cannot even take this.
Now
because
rook
of rook
f8.
f8.
No,
and the rook is pinned.
That's
so
hard.
if you have to start making moves.
Well, I
such
wanted to
as-
play e7 in so
But
many
rook
of these
e8,
cases.
yeah,
And now
yeah.
queen f5, I think you guys took my pawn on e7. I was crying.
That was the problem, yes. And queen to d1.
They transposed into my
f takes g2 is on
tearful
the board.
variation.
F takes g2 is on the board, guys. And right now, Hans is down to his last 8 minutes.
Wow.
So he spent a lot of time on that move, e6. It was not the correct one. The most resilient defense was rook to f2. And right now, Fabi is cruising towards a crucial victory.
Is there
Fabi's
any
got
chance?
that black magic going with
Yeah.
the black pieces.
By the way, to try like queen a1, thinking maybe I can survive
okay.
the rook endgame.
Well, which rook endgame
There's
exactly?
not a
But now
d5
d5?
check, rook g7.
Yes.
Rook takes. Oh, I cannot take rook.
No,
takes.
you cannot.
What's happening
Let
today?
me show.
Let's show
You might have missed.
Katerina what she might have missed. Okay. Oh, that's not fun. Sorry. Doesn't even let me touch the king.
Yeah. The rook protects.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh
Tough.
boy.
Tough. No.
Oh boy.
I have
Yeah.
to say it right now. F takes g2.
Wow.
This is looking
Well,
golden for Fabi.
Kate, I mean, seriously, it's not a joke. Should Fabi win this game, I think
It's a big one. It's a big win.
I mean, then it means like Wesley's in a forced win situation in round 11 to try to stop. Fabi's had, you know, we've been talking about the ladies because they're just so incredible.
Yeah.
But Fabi's had not a quiet, but a considerably good tournament. And a good 2023, by the way.
Very consistent.
Yeah.
2023 and very consistent US Chess Championship. And it was a very similar story last year as well. I feel this year the road seems to be smoother, as in there's not as many contenders behind him. But last year was pretty smooth as well. He was never in a worse position last year. He scored
He's undefeated.
+4, I believe. He started
Yeah.
off very quickly, and that was all he had to do.
Yeah.
In fact. And it seems like it's a very similar story today, and that's what Leinier was saying in the middle of the tournament. I mean, this guy keeps winning.
Right.
What do I have to do? I mean,
Right.
it's very difficult to win a game in this competition, but this guy keeps winning. So, yeah.
Well, the
I mean,
other thing is his level of accuracy.
Yeah.
How many mistakes? Like, just give me, you know, like on two hands. How many mistakes has he made through 9 rounds? I don't think you need 5 fingers. I mean, it's amazing. His
missed opportunity against Shankland. That's
'cause he
one
was
that I could
winning.
think.
He was winning,
and he
he
made
turned
a
it
draw.
into a draw.
And then missed opportunity against Sam, but that was just
Sevian.
one move that we didn't even spot it
Right.
here in the studio. We just spotted later at dinner.
But then he had a perfect defense with Ray Robson. Queen
Wait a
D.
minute. What's
Queen is
happening?
on e5.
I have a
He's
feeling
al-
there's some checkmates coming there.
Okay,
Queen
let's
H1 is an option.
let's take a look at what they have done. We just saw the move rook c2 to c1 with what 5 minutes on his clock for Hans Niemann?
7.
7.
7. So
Okay.
this makes sense. Queen H1, King F2, and at least there's no G1, right?
Okay, so
Okay.
the rooks are defending the first rank.
Right.
Okay, good. So immediately check, King f2, Queen h4 check. You can go back to g1. So that's not the way we're going to win this game.
Right. So how do we do it? Queen to h4 is the best move in the position.
Queen h4?
Queen to h4 with the idea
You
that
have f4, f3, f2?
that yes, F4 caveman.
Caveman.
And if you do go e7, the problem is I go rook to e8. You go d5, I go f4. You go d6, I go f3, and I'm the first one.
So Queen h1 check, King f2. Queen h4 check. You don't go back to g1 because then
I
I've
go-
gained a tempo
Now
and
I
I
have
can
to
go
go to
f4.
f3.
You go up the board, and this is safer up the board than
To be honest,
than being on g1.
I'm looking at the position, and it seems pretty good as well for black after this move, king to g8.
Wow. Well, Fabiano having a signature tournament that he does so well. These national championships brings out his best chess. But we have
Special guest?
Special guest, Irina, with you, Christian.
Irina, a difficult game today with the black pieces against an Alice Lee that was very different to the Alice Lee that we've seen in the first part of this event when she was struggling. How did you approach this game, and take us through the critical moments?
Yeah, well, first of all, that's a really fascinating position that you guys had on the board with Caruana, Niemann. Looks like Fabi has a nice game there. And well, in terms of my game was actually not hard at all. It was the easiest game I've played in a very long time in this tournament. So I didn't have any problems from the opening, like at all. Opening prep worked out really well. Obviously, you would like to play for more, just to keep a glimmer of a hope alive, right? But at the same time, okay, you're black, and I mean, she played well enough not to really give me, I think, any chances in this game. And actually, I wanted to talk about something more interesting than this game, which is like my amazing friends, because it's been a pretty tough tournament for me.
Okay.
And yeah, something a little bit different, Yeah, it's been a tough tournament for me, especially this series of draws that I had. Just, one sort of crushing disappointment after another. Actually, the third draw with Jennifer was probably the easiest to get over, because by that point it was just kind of comical how I was playing. But those first two were really painful, and I feel, very lucky that I have my group of friends, like people that I do my walks with here in St. Louis, people I talk to on the phone, people I talk to by text, even my fans and supporters that write to me on Facebook. I mean, just like everyone has been, doing such an amazing job of supporting me. So I wanted to just kind of talk about that a little bit, because you get to a point in your life, you're 39, and I don't remember having these kinds of friendships like 10 years ago. So it's like some of these friendships have been, being built up over a decade or more. Some of them are some things that I've built, in the last year. But, when you have friends like that, you feel very, very rich, very blessed. And so that's why, even though this tournament is not going so well for me, at least not in terms of fighting for first place, but but overall, I feel very, very happy.
That is very well put, Irina. Thank you very much for that. Now, you mentioned at the beginning about this glimmer of hope. Of course, you're talking about getting first place. And it does seem like right now, if one of either Carissa or Begim wins their respective games, there's not going to be any more hope for the first place. What do you make of this historical race between these two ladies?
Yeah, definitely interesting how it shaped out, because they were both in amazing form. It's something that you don't really see so often, and kind of harkens back to those years when Anna and I were, trying to get as close to the perfect score as we could. And we would have those kinds of scores of like 7 out of 8, and it would be a question of, who would win first. And then for, a long time, I really don't remember a situation like this where people have, 7 out of 8. 2 points ahead of everyone else. So it's definitely a special tournament like that. They're both in really good form. And I play Begim tomorrow, so it's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. Big clash for you against Begim tomorrow. Any special strategies, any special motivations for this game? Because we know you are doing quite well in general against Begim. You've eliminated her twice in the American Cup. So this one is definitely going to be a very interesting clash.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm in a decent place. Like, look, I've had a hard time here. I feel like actually getting over those disappointments, that was really the toughest, because, you haven't lost a single game in this tournament, but actually you feel like you've taken a lot of losses with the way these games have went. Obviously, I could have lost a lot of, I could have won a lot of games, and it turns many winning games into losing games. So there was a lot going on. But now where I am, I mean, I feel like this game, it was actually kind of nice to have a quieter day, like a day that's not going on for 5.5 hours, and there was like really no stress here. And I got two more games, and I feel like I kind of survived psychologically. I'm definitely feeling like, like those games did not break me.
Well, that's why you're the champion that you are, with this very experienced mentality. We'll see you tomorrow, Irina.
Yeah, Cristian, I'll just tell you one last thing. On one of my walks with my friends, one of the things he said to me was, remember who you are. And that was, I think, after my second draw, maybe against Ashritha, that really quite disastrous game where I was trying to defend a game where I had been up a pawn. Remember who you are in the sense like that you're a fighter.
Yeah.
So that really put me back on track. And so, yeah, thank you to my friends.
Our congratulations to you, Irina, for all your successes in these national championships. Yes, disappointing because two players are playing out of their mind, including Begim, and she's putting the finishing touches on yet another victory. Just to hear this Ruiyang, what could she do? She's an exchange down. She doesn't even have her pawn for it anymore. She's in the spin. She walked into this fork, but the position was hopeless at this point. Rook takes, bishop g4. She could easily have resigned. She didn't really need to play this move. Rook takes, again, it's a mop-up operation now. This rook is ready to
I feel like
shift
resignation
over.
is now coming because there's really no play whatsoever. You can't move the knight even anywhere.
Right, the rook's all, and even on a worse day, white can just go rook check, and so it's over. We're just expecting nothing but resignation at this point. Begim will go to 8 out of 9. There you have it. Stoppage of the clock.
That's the resignation.
The tournament TPR for Begim, I believe, is over 2650, more than enough for international grandmaster norm for her. I don't know what she needs to do in the last 2 rounds to get that grandmaster norm, but
she's done. I'm not sure if she can get a grandmaster.
Because you have to play grandmasters.
I'm not sure how many grandmasters we have in the tournament.
Well, I
know we have
Irina. Yeah.
But that's the only grandmaster.
Yeah, exactly.
I think there's a minimum of 3 grandmasters you have to play in a tournament to be able to get the norm.
but for
she's
us,
also,
we know what kind of a result it is.
But she hasn't. She's not an international master yet. So this definitely clinches her last international master norm, and that's going to give her the title. She's a woman grandmaster. She's still missing 1 norm for international master title. She's getting it with this performance.
By the way, one of the great stories in Grandmaster chess was Larry Christensen. Larry Christensen never became an international master. He just ascended. He just jumped right into the Grandmaster seat.
Yep.
Carissa, can she keep it going with Begim? Begim just won. When we left it, she was a pawn up. That is to say,
she kind of followed
Carissa,
your strategy, right?
Yeah, and the bishop was sitting on h1. More or less, this all looks pretty good. Bishop e3, a move you advocated for as well. Rook c1, this all looks good. b4, fine. Rook c7, fine. Or is this fine? Why not?
I mean, you have to be careful about not getting checkmated on the back rank.
The one thing I'm looking at and I'm kind of concerned about is the move queen to e2. Just around these parts, by the way, I might have been more tempted to play the move bishop c5, and the more I'm thinking about it, trade the darn queens off the board. That way my king is going to be really safe. Anyway, we do have this current situation, and the question that we have to ask ourselves is, can we just look at,
oh my goodness.
Looking at it
right now.
Rook takes, right?
How do you defend, right?
Okay, so I don't think you're checkmating me in some clever way, right? And the rook is hanging. Don't you have to play queen d2?
That's a mate, right? Well, queen d2 might be enough, though.
Because the b7 pawn is going to be hanging.
That's the problem. Thank you. So even after I trade, okay, so that
I'm a pawn up at the end of it, but I also
and
take the b7
b7
pawn.
is winning. So of course.
But what if you take on e5 now with the knight?
Knight takes e5.
You can defend that.
Makes a
like
lot of sense. Still got b7 hanging.
So let's take on b7. But now,
wait
let's
a minute.
do the same thing, queen e2.
Queen e2 scares me, right? Queen e2. So I do trade the rook so I can play queen d2, right?
Okay. All right. So you still have that. Knight takes e5.
By the way, knight takes on e5. Maybe sensing a little opportunity. Is Nazi getting out of her predicament? And boy, what a terrible predicament it was. This was another one of those where the opening Can we say opening failure? Yes, I think we can. Knight takes e5 on the board. Clock's a factor?
So Carissa has 9 minutes and Nazi 5 minutes.
For how many moves?
7 moves.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a complicated position, so 7 moves
still
is
feel
not easy.
that pressure of the ticking clock there. Knight takes e5.
And by the way, if you're Carissa right now, you're looking over your shoulder. You just saw that Begim won her game.
Yes.
So now the
Yes.
pressure is on.
Yes.
To keep the momentum, keep head-to-head, keep that mirror image of the scoreline.
I remember I had a 2-horse race situation. It was in the Tata Steel championship in Paikidze. Walter Brown and I scored 10.5 out of 13. And it was like each round, like, will somebody stop him? We were both saying that to the rest of the field. We tied for first in that event. Knight takes e5. And I'm looking for a clean win. Help me out here.
Well, let's
Kate,
keep
clean
taking
one?
that pawn, right?
Bishop takes b7, let's stay. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the bishop on h1 it defends, but that pawn is a nice one. And on a good day, I would be starting to look at rook takes and queen takes as well. So I think our problem is still queen e2, right?
But can I start maybe with like king g6?
Wait a minute. But queen to e2, I also have this, wait, no, never mind, I don't have it. I was thinking about rook takes f7 after after queen e2.
Queen e2, rook takes f7.
And then to take on a6.
Wow.
With a queen. And then my queen goes to f1. The problem is
risky.
You have a bishop to d3. Oh, but never mind, I have bishop e4.
Bishop e4, crosspin.
Okay, wait a minute.
That's a kind
this
of
might
a
actually
beauty.
work.
That's a beautiful check crosspin because queen takes e2, and it's like king g7 and we're fine. Okay, so just a second. So what do we have on the board? We have knight takes e5, and we're expecting bishop takes b7. Okay, so pause for a second here. Does it make any sense? Knight f3 check? I don't. No, not with the rooks hanging.
I
right?
like king g6, to be honest.
Okay, let's do it.
I want to get away from that check if rook captures rook.
It's perfectly permitted here on set to be dishonest. You don't have to always be honest. King g6. Okay. Well, I mean, that's a very reasonable question that was just asked, right? So if I take...
Knight takes.
Knight takes, queen takes.
Queen takes b4.
Obviously. Queen takes b4.
I'm still looking at that e1 square or b1.
Exactly. So bishop to b6, and it's an extra pawn, but it's not as clean as it was a moment for Carissa. Work to be done, but we have our tournament leader with you, Cristian, in studio.
Begim, welcome to the show today. It felt like an easier day at the office for you, especially because of this crazy moment that happened in the first 5 moves. She actually took on b4. Tell us about this preparation. Did you know that bishop takes b4 is just losing?
I knew that because, people don't take on b4, and then
nobody
I've
takes
seen
on
games
b4.
if
Nobody
you take
actually
on,
took on
exactly.
b4.
Yeah, that's I know queen a4, knight e5, I should be winning, but after rook b8, I had to just sit down and understand that after c5. I'm not sure if it's the strongest move, but I didn't see anything, any defense for her. I have a feeling she thought after rook b8, if I take on c6, she's having a fine position. If I don't, then she's going back to bishop e7, and I have a feeling she just missed c5. I had no clue. After bishop b4, I had no clue what was going on.
c5 is just winning, yes. c5 is the key move, and the idea being that you can also drop back with the knight to d3 to catch the bishop like that. So that's a problem for her position. What did you feel she missed?
Yeah.
Was it this c5? Is that what you felt in
she
the heat
missed
of the
c5.
battle? c5.
Yeah. I didn't see rook b8. I didn't see anything. I was like, wait, they don't play like this. So then I had to figure out c5, and then after that, I'm just winning.
Absolutely. And there were some chances along the way. It did feel like maybe she was getting some compensation at this point, but you found this idea of bishop to a3. And our question is, what if she would have played a5? And this was something that Yasser was trying to make work as well.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting move. I was thinking of bishop b2.
Yes.
If a4, bishop a3 back.
Right.
That was my idea. Because I'm threatening a3 myself. So I thought pawn on a4 could be better for me or for her.
And if she...
that was my idea.
And if she
it's
goes...
It's still complicated, right?
Rook takes b8, a3, and knight to b3. How did you assess this one? It seems like this was maybe her only chance to go into this position.
Yeah. I mean, okay, I'm pissed up. I will figure out, right?
Yeah.
d3,
knight d2, yeah, figure it out. Well, after
I cannot
that,
calculate everything, so I just thought position should be all right.
Yeah. Well, after that, she played bishop takes a3, and you never let go of the decisive advantage. Another great victory, another step towards that national championship. Are you starting to think about that, or you're still taking it one game at a time?
Yeah, I'm taking it one game at a time. It's still 2 rounds. It's, you know, it's hard to predict anything, so I'll just try to play my games.
Guys, any questions?
Yeah, quick question for you, Begim. First of all, our congratulations. Really, it's phenomenal to come into studio and day after day to see you and Carissa winning and matching one another. It's absolutely extraordinary. Cristian is very, very proud of you, very proud of your success. And I just wanted to ask you, how grateful are you to your coach, Cristian, for your outstanding result?
Well, you know, if he didn't invite me to US, I wouldn't even have this result. So I'm forever grateful, and he did a great job.
Good point. And for this tournament in particular?
Oh, yeah, sir. I know where you're going.
Just asking the salient questions.
Stop it.
No, it's really, it really is extraordinary. We just had an interview with Irina where she says 2 players are in great form. Did you come into this tournament feeling that you were ready to play such a successful event? How do you do it?
No, of course I had no clue. I was doing my school and trying to do as much chess as possible. You know, I work as well, so I didn't really put all of me to prepare for this tournament. It's just like at some point I didn't start. As you can see in my games, like I didn't start well. I had some shaky games, so at some point I just started to score and feel confident, better about my chess, I guess. We'll see. Still 2 rounds. Everything can happen. It's very early to assess.
All right. Thank you, Begim. And keep up the good work. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. And what's happening with Carissa and Fabi?
I haven't looked at Carissa that much. Let's see what was happening. Ooh, okay, so rook to c7, take on c7, king to g6, trying to hide away, trying to run.
And what you wanted to do, Kate.
Queen to c8, and now a very important move, king to f7.
Wow.
I want to defend from the checks, because the problem is if I start looking at checkmates myself,
right,
queen to g8 is a huge problem.
Bishop g5 mate.
Bishop g5 is a mate, right.
Gotcha.
So you have to get ready for that. That's why you play the move king to f7 first, and the question is, how do you harmonize your pieces as white right now? Can you take on a6? I have a feeling that you cannot after knight to f3. Knight f3, and I was thinking even bishop to...
Whoa, what? So
I cannot do that.
For pets?
I cannot do that. But what if I just set up for these checks on d1 and a1, and then bishop to e4 is also in the books, in the absence of your bishop on the long diagonal. So I think I have too many threats. I'm going to create enough compensation for, and by the way, we do have a move, I believe it's bishop to h6. Okay,
So she's you said, how do you harmonize my pieces?
She's looking at B8, right?
But B4 is hanging?
Let's take that. You have to give a check.
Okay.
Where do you run? You cannot go to G8. You cannot go to G6.
It means E8.
Because queen to G7. This
Mate.
is a nice one, just
Mate.
checkmate. So you have to go to E8.
Correct. And I've got C6 protected, so bishop C6 doesn't...
Do you have time to take? Nope. If you take,
Check.
that's a mate.
Ouch.
So what do you do now?
So White is just forced to give another check, right, on C8?
Perhaps there's another check here. We take, and now I cannot go to D8 or... Can I go to E7? Maybe
well,
I can go
D8
to
is
E7.
bishop G5.
Right, this is game over. We know that. But what about here? By the way, queen takes b4 was played. I think after king to e7, I'm escaping. You are forced to give the perpetual.
Well, for Carissa, this is one she would let escape,
She
right?
had a great position. She really had a great position out of the opening, but right now seems like Nazi is fighting herself out of this very difficult situation.
Wow, I really don't like giving this knight, I don't like...
Any opportunities to attack the white king.
Coming to f3, no. I don't like this at all. I think I would start to look to bail with queen c7 check. And very quickly, time trouble a factor?
I don't think so.
My clocks have been
Yeah,
taken
both
away.
have 4 minutes.
Both have 4 minutes, but
And 2 more moves to make.
Okay, not many moves. So she can at least repeat once, then think for 30 minutes. She'll get that 30-minute bonus on her clock. But it feels like the lion's share of the advantage just slipped away in the last few moves. Because, well, I mean...
I think you're just forced to give a perpetual, otherwise you get checkmated.
These threats, and then we
Queen
have
c8, king f7.
And we saw very quickly.
Also, the knight on e5 is like solving a lot of issues for black.
And our sole leader in the clubhouse is Begim with 8.
Yeah, I mean 8 out of 9. What a performance!
Seriously, for the ages. Irina Krush, as she said, you know, the solace of knowing that she's played a decent tournament is just like these two ladies are just like crazy and
no one understands what's happening with them just running through that tournament so easily.
Irina has been on this roller coaster ride. Her not yesterday's game, but the day before the free day, her game in round 8 against Jennifer was crazy game. As we're just going to take a break here in the round 9. We're just seeing something phenomenal. Begim is just winning. Is this her 5th, 6th?
6th win.
Wow, just simply fantastic. We'll see you on the other side of the break. And as we go to break, we had caught up with some of the ladies and asked them the influence that the St. Louis Chess Club has had on their careers, their answers.
The St. Louis Chess Club is celebrating its 15th year anniversary. Tell me a little bit about its impact in the United States, and do you have any favorite moments?
Yes, certainly. So St. Louis Chess Club has become our home for professional chess players. All the biggest events are held here, and it certainly is my second home.
I have a lot of random memories. I think one of the biggest ones was finishing US championships last year, and I was surrounded by a lot of friends and family, and it was just like really special moments.
It definitely has brought the rise of American chess. I remember my first championship here in 2014, and that's probably one of my most memorable memories, especially my first game here. And I just love coming back to St. Louis and playing, so they really did a great job with American chess.
I don't have a lot of experience here, but I heard a lot of good things about St. Louis Chess Club, the impact that St. Louis Chess Club had on like kids, education, and I know that a lot of like grandmasters come here like every month.
Yeah, the St. Louis Chess Club has had a huge impact on chess in the US. I remember when I was playing
in the U.S. Championship prior to when it moved to the St. Louis Chess Club. And I do appreciate that the U.S. Championship was still being held, but it wasn't as prestigious as it is now. The prize fund was lower. We're playing 2 rounds a day, so I feel like it has elevated chess to a new level, especially women's chess.
I'm very happy to come to St. Louis every year and even a couple of times in a year. Yes, American chess was completely different. I moved to United States in 2002, and I cannot even compare like chess situation in now and back in those years. And main reason why I'm still playing chess at St. Louis because I'm the oldest participant already for many years, and it's kept me motivated, and it's really nice that we have this opportunity to play U.S. Championship at such a nice place, and that we have so many good tournaments.
I think that the impact it has is huge on U.S. chess for people both who are watching the games of chess and the players who are up and coming. I think the St. Louis Chess Club provides young players with a lot of great opportunities, and I'm really happy that it's the 15th anniversary, and I hope that the St. Louis Chess Club will continue to have these amazing tournaments.
Well, my favorite memory about it is when I came to 2021 for the US Champs, how they treated me, and then the whole experience is wonderful.
St. Louis Chess Club really did a great job in promoting chess in general in the US, but especially for women's chess. You know, I grew up playing in the US Championship. You know, my first time I was like 13. Now I'm 21. So I think it's done a lot, especially for girls chess, because it's been, you know, it's something I returned to multiple times every year for like the last 8 years. So yeah, like I don't know where I would be in chess or like in general if it wasn't for St. Louis Chess Club.
The club has done so much for chess here in America, and it's been such a long time. I don't remember when I can't remember a time like before St. Louis here, you know. I remember like growing up watching all the broadcasts on like YouTube, following along US Champs and stuff, and it was always like the highlight of my day back when I was a kid.
Yeah, well, the St. Louis Chess Club has had such an amazing impact on American chess. I mean, it seems like it just got better and better every year, gave so many opportunities to players, and certainly it's a motivating thing for me as a chess player, like the number of high quality events that we're having here, you know, kind of gives you a chance to really stay as a professional player. In terms of memories here, I mean, in a way, they all fade into each other, right? Because you just come here like year after year, numerous times. I mean, it feels like home for me. Any place that I look at, I'll think, oh yeah, I remember I was really sad after this game and I went to sit in that place in Forest Park, you know? So I have memories like that. But I'll tell you something funny. Like recently, Tony Rich, the director of the club, he was talking about the memories that he had, and he's like, I remember at the very beginning, I saw Irina Krush in her cool leather jacket. And I was like, yeah, why don't I wear that anymore? So I'm back to wearing the leather jackets.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general, because I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. After a very eventful break,
Yeah.
I mean, tournament just blew up on us during this break. Kate, let's start with the lady standings as one Carissa, drew
Right, so
her
we
game.
do not have co-leaders anymore. We have a sole leader. Begim Tokhirjonova won her game 8 out of 9, incredible performance, leading the women's section, and Carissa right behind her with 7.5 points.
As she took that draw. And in the open section, we just saw on our break one Leinier Dominguez.
Yeah, he won an incredible game on time. We're gonna take a look at that. And he tied right now with Fabiano Caruana with 5.5 points.
And let's see what happened, because we were on break and we were watching on break as Andrew Tang's clock just kept ticking down. And we had left it much earlier than this, but essentially in a major piece ending, as which pawn is the most dangerous. This pawn got to a7, and this very nice move, queen b7, kind of freezing the rooks. The rooks can't move, and after the move king g8, rook d7, queen c1, it was actually just at this moment, and again, I think we had the video where we just saw that he had made this move, and we were just counting it down. It went like 18, 17, 9.
But what's the position evaluation? Is it completely lost, or?
Well, the
Queen
crazy
C2?
part is when he played the move queen c3, c2, he did it at the very end of the time control, and it looked like it went to 0. And then the clock said, well, 30-30. And 30-30? Like, well, did he lose on time? Didn't he have because you're supposed to have 1 second
But so,
on your clock.
So if you have 0 seconds, you don't get to have just the increment?
Well, well, if you don't have more than 30-30, then I thought you lost. And it was sort of like, there was a moment there when both players weren't sure, but but the time trouble expert said, dude, I think you lost. And here, let's take a look at what we're talking about. Right here, we've just seen this move. And Andrew's clock, you can just see on the left there is
8 seconds right now.
Right, and he's not moving. He's not moving, and it keeps ticking. And he's supposed to make his move with at least 1 second on his clock.
Now 3 seconds only.
Here it comes. He's about to make his move. Do it.
Quickly.
He just forgot about the time.
And he moved the clock, and Leinier immediately looked, saw the 30-30, and said,
it's like confused. What is happening?
Like, wait a minute. I think I've won the game on time.
we do see a 0 appear there, so...
Right, they didn't hit move 40, because that would make sense to maybe get the increment for 30 minutes and extra 30 seconds. But
that's
this is
0
just...
right there. As he hovers over the clock. Yes,
right.
That's it.
No.
And Leinier is confused.
Yeah, like
why do you have 30 minutes?
Why do you have 30 minutes? Because I think you lost on time. And the arbiter did, of course, confirm. Now, for Leinier, this is huge. I mean, Fabi, has been having a nice event, but he came into today's round in second place, or at least tied for second place. He did his job, but let's go over to the game of Fabi.
Not so fast. Okay, we'll get to that one in just a second.
Tell me what you're looking at.
I'll tell you the story of this absolute drama going on in the Wesley So versus Robson. This was move 40. Okay. Queen to c2. Rook to d3 maintains a slight edge for black. You cannot take on c5 because of rook to d1.
Check.
That's over, right? I'm going to promote
h5
next.
Is also hanging.
By the way, as we were just discussing about this, Fabiano has won his game.
The most eventful things happened on our break. We hadn't been on break for 2 hours. And
that was a fast one. That was a fast one.
Good job, guys. I said, let's not go on break.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
All right.
So tell us the drama in this one.
So queen to c2, and Ray makes his move with 2 seconds on his clock. Queen to e4, which loses.
What?
Move
Loses?
40, and right now he is lost because after queen takes a b2, the simple queen takes b2, unfortunately you cannot take this because of queen to b8, and there's going to be a mate on g8. You can give me the rook, you can give a check, but there's no more defense. Right now, after queen to b3 to defend the g8 square, I go queen to c8, attacking the knight, at the same time looking at the f5 square. And you cannot go to e6. It's a very,
knight d3? Where's the mate?
Knight to d3, queen to f5.
Right?
Knight to g6. You cannot go to g8 because of queen to c8. Right. So that's, and actually maybe we should show it just in case. Check, check again, and the queen drops. If you go to h7, queen h8.
Queen and knight, that's a perfect combination to be attacking your opponent's king.
And if you go here, first of all, I can just simply take and take on d3.
Knight, yeah,
that's the easy way out.
That's enough.
That's enough, absolutely. Right. So after queen takes b2 right now, Ray is waking up to the realization that after move 40 from a better position, now he is just simply losing.
Has queen takes b2 been played?
Yes, queen b2 is on the board.
Oh my gosh. Wow. So that will mean that Leinier and Wesley are tied at 5.5. Now tell me about the Fabi game.
Well, let's look at the end of it because we have it on camera right now.
Let's take a look. So, first of all, I'm just going to bring up the game on my board.
Last move right now.
And for Fabi, it's been a kind of black magic that he has over Hans Niemann, because 4 games that they've had in classical tournament.
4 blacks.
4 blacks and 4 victories for Fabi.
Right. And now the last move has to be played. start looking at that e6 pawn. Because if you captured that, that is the weapon that White has been banking.
Yeah, it's
his
only
whole
solace,
game.
yeah.
That's it. If you capture that pawn on e6, the game is over. Hans knows it.
He's looking
as you
away.
can see.
He doesn't want to see the move that Fabi's about to play.
The dagger in the position. Rook to e8. Simple chess. Attack the pawn on e6. There's no defense. Hans is not even looking.
Hans is not even
at
looking.
the move.
He knew it's gonna come.
He knows.
Oh.
And he understands this is over.
And there goes the handshake. Holy smokes, the last 10 minutes, the most eventful 10 minutes of the round, and we almost missed the whole thing.
And tough 2 games for Hans because he
Yes.
lost both of the games.
Let's pause our conversation for a moment and go to studio with Cristian because we have a winner with us.
Leinier, first of all, congratulations. A very important victory to maintain your chances at the national championship going into the last 2. As you were getting ready for this game during the rest day, were you thinking that this is a must-win situation for you?
Well, yeah, thank you. No, I mean, I was thinking that I just have to play well. I mean, I wasn't thinking that I need to win this game, that I was forced to win this game or anything like that. I was just taking the more simple approach, just try to play my best chess, and yeah, if chances come to me, then I'll try to take them. And that's what happened in the game. I got quite a nice position from the opening. I was very happy because it was risk-free advantage and quite hard for Black to defend. I think I didn't play precise.
Did his opening choice
when
surprise you? Because you are known as one of the best theoretical players on the planet. He tried to shy away from all sorts of known theory, and you were spending some time in the opening as well. Were you surprised by that?
Yeah, definitely I was surprised. I mean, he always goes e4, e5, so I prepared for that. And yeah, the Philidor, I mean, it's a surprise, but also, I mean, not a very unpleasant one, because White gets a nice position most of the time. And
advantage.
yeah, I was thinking, but yeah, I was trying to remember something, but then I think what I played is, sorry, it's quite decent, and White should be slightly better, and then yeah, I was able to keep increasing the pressure.
Absolutely. And tell us, when did you feel like finally you're breaking through? At this point, the structure changed. You were getting this attack going on the king side. Was this the area where you felt like finally your attack is showing off?
Yeah, after b5 and this dc6, queen c6, I felt that I had a huge advantage, because even I can play b4 after queen takes c6 just to deny the c5 square from his knight, and the knight can't go to b6 either because my pawns are restricting the knight quite well. But I thought that I can even, yeah, maybe this was better. And then knight g4 eventually should be big advantage. But I thought that I can allow him to play b4, and it's good anyway. But I thought that after knight h2 b4, I can go. I mean, knight h2 bishop b7, knight g4 b4. I thought I can go knight d5, and yeah, like in the game.
Yes.
But then takes on d5, bishop takes queen c7. I didn't find. I mean, initially I thought that here some knight h6 or something will work for me, but I didn't. I wasn't able to make it work. Maybe it doesn't. So I went for a more positional approach, and it was anyway, I think, quite a nice advantage.
It was a very difficult position for him. He was also getting very much down on time. I want you to take a look at those last final seconds and tell us your perspective. Let's play it. At this point, were you starting to look at the clock? Were you aware of the fact that he's down to 2 seconds?
I wasn't aware at all. I was surprised when I looked at the clock and I saw 30 minutes on his clock. I thought, yeah, maybe we made the time control, but then, yeah, I saw. But I wasn't aware when he was about to make the move. I was trying to calculate some lines. I mean, how to play after queen c4. It's what I was trying to do. And then I realized that he just lost on time. But the final position is probably lost anyway, because After queen c2, I can simply play probably rook f1 or something, and it's just lost.
Yep, that's correct. Rook to f1, defend the f2 pawn. There's no promotion. The f7 pawn is in shambles. This one is a very important victory for you, Leinier. Congratulations and good luck in the last couple of rounds.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well, Leinier, as we have some amazing results in the open section. Leinier winning, Fabi winning as well. And we think Wesley is winning position as well.
We have an amazing position
blew up.
in the same Shankland Abhimanyu Mishra game. Something incredible happened.
Oh no! What?
I mean, it's
not another one. I mean, another drama. I mean,
look at the white king. It was on the queen side, and now it went all the way back to the king side.
Oh, jeez.
and the rook is look at that. It's very funny, actually. Yes.
On h7.
So, the rook on h7, but look at what the rook on e2 is going to do.
This rook on e2 is going to be heroic?
Not really sure if I would call that heroic. He's going to h2. Where is he going? What is he doing on h2?
Well, I mean, we can imagine that the queen, the rook, I mean, aren't we going to sacrifice
it's
on
funny.
h5?
It's just funny. That's
yes, yeah.
Rook to e2, now rook goes back to h2.
The strange part about this exact position is if you took a screenshot, say after move 15, there would be a king on d1, there would be a pawn on g7. Then 10 moves later, there'd be a bishop on f6, and then 10 moves later, there'd be a king on g2. It looks like black never moved his pieces. He left his bishop on d7, his queen on c7, and really didn't make any moves.
And white is trying to find some sort of a breakthrough, yeah?
Exactly.
And it's just simply not there.
Again, Michael Schuba had this great line of one side was doing, the other side was watching. And it's like Sam Shankland is doing, and Mishra is just watching whatever it is that Sam's doing. And we have our tournament leader with you, Cristian, in studio.
Fabio, a crucial victory for you. Once again with the black pieces. We were just discussing that you've played Hans only with the black pieces and you actually have a score of 4-0. Yasser aptly called it black magic. Do you feel like that? Give us your perspective.
Yeah, I have a very good score against him, but I didn't feel totally confident before the game today. I thought it's still going to be a very tough game. It's clear that Hans more or less had to win the game to fight for first place. I don't think that a draw would have given him many chances. And so I really expected a tough fight. Also, it's after a rest day, so he definitely could prepare something. So I wasn't entirely at ease, let's say. And the game, of course, I can't say it was a very good game. I mean, I feel like I mostly benefited because Hans was not in good shape today. And he played probably not very well, and gave me chances that I really shouldn't have had.
Give us your critical moments. Where did you feel like things are murky, and when did you feel like you're finally taking over the initiative?
Yeah, I think the opening was very interesting. I played an idea which someone played against me, so I didn't really know much about it, but I just remembered that Hushinbeth played it against me in a rapid game quite recently. This ED4, which is probably it was a novelty when he played it against me. I mean, black can also play c6 or something. This is a very direct path. And yeah, after, something like c6 is possible, or queen c8. There's definitely a variety of moves. So I didn't know much about this ED4, but I remembered that I didn't really get a good position after it with the white pieces, so I decided to play it. And e5 kind of surprised me. I actually expected this queen f3, d4, knight e4. Queen h4, this is the move. Yeah, f6 is a bad move.
Yeah,
I had a feeling that, and here I thought I could play queen d4. I thought I wasn't 100% sure.
Yes, that's what we were expecting.
Bishop c7,
more or less.
Yeah, here I guess I'm a tiny bit worse, but more or less within equality. Yeah, e5. I mean, why did I play this f6? It's a very bad move. After I played it, I regretted it. It was kind of a lazy move because I was considering queen g5, and that move didn't look super promising after bishop c2. So I kind of didn't look any further. Sorry, I'm just
Oh, no worries. Take your time. Yes. So
working
queen
with
to
this thing.
queen to g5. You spotted that, but you weren't very happy with bishop to c2. You decided to go f6, and then he blitzed out this sequence of moves: take, and knight to h5. Were you surprised by this? Did you see it from afar? How did you assess this position?
Yeah, I thought that I'm slightly worse, but I thought it's more or less okay after f5. I mean, because I'm probably getting c5 by force, or I'm getting f4. So of course f4 is very logical that he played queen e7. I didn't think that he could play rook c1 because queen b4. How does he continue here?
Queen d1.
Queen d1, b5. Can I play?
Yes, b5. Wow. Okay, rook c6 seems to be
rook
the
c6.
move.
Yeah, I think I actually saw this move, but I thought something was working here, but I guess not. Yeah, then rook c1, of course, he kills my counterplay. Then in that case, a3 was a mistake.
Right.
Because after I get c5, it's not so bad anymore. Rook c1, I was very happy that he gave me c4 as well.
And then he opened up things on the other side. Once he started arranging his pieces to stop your counterplay via b5, then he opened with g5. Very, very aggressive way of handling the position. Are you okay with the earpiece?
Not working out too well today. It's okay. We'll manage.
It's the bane of the commentators as well. I mean, welcome to our world, Fabi.
We'll get through.
Well, the issue is really not the earpiece. It's the glasses. It's I think it's just one of those days,
One
Sometimes,
of those days. Yes.
You get luck in one area and then it doesn't work out in another area.
All right, let's discuss the last final stretch of this game. g5, b3, and things get very, very complicated. But once you play this move, rook to g8, we start realizing the fact that it is your attack that's coming first. Did you realize the same thing over the board?
Yeah, I already thought that I'm much better here. And I was also not sure if maybe queen a3 instead of rook g8 was... I was deciding between different options. Queen a3, yeah, I thought that maybe queen f3 here, or he somehow gets control of the f3 square and then things... maybe rook f1, I wasn't sure. But then rook g8, okay, really looked very tempting. I thought rook c3 is kind of forced. I thought if he plays like c5, rook g3, I'd just start crashing through.
Yes.
And yeah, once my rook is on g3, just attack is unstoppable. So he has to play rook I thought he has to play rook c3. I take on c4 everything. It's of course very concrete. And then I couldn't decide at this moment after rook c2, which is again forced to stop the threat of rook g2. Yeah, queen h3 is of course the first move that I considered is what I wanted to play. And then after queen h3, rook f2, I didn't see. What I was looking at is rook g3 here. I thought, first rook g3 was my intention. I mean, rook g2 I see as, and then I saw this suddenly this e6, rook g8 and queen e2, and I couldn't believe it. And then rook e3 and queen d2, and I was like, what do I do here? It looks like I should have something, but then I realized that it's actually very double-edged because he plays d5 and he has
connects
two connected
his
pass
pawns. Things are getting a little bit dangerous for you.
I see, yeah.
And this rook takes g2 move, I thought that the rook endgame was unclear. But I was maybe a little bit rushing my decision because...
After queen to d2, right?
Yeah, I don't know why. It was difficult to calculate and... and he starts pushing his pawns. I don't know if king g2 or d5. Maybe d5 first. I just wasn't sure. And f3 I also thought was much better for me. And okay, now I see that, of course, f3 is a huge blunder.
I wouldn't say a huge blunder. From my perspective, it was also kind of the practical way out, just because you're exchanging a lot of pieces and you're getting closer to something more simplified.
Yeah, but it does blow the wind. I mean, once I played f3, I started to realize that queen a1 is very unclear because my first intention after queen a1 was to play queen d3 and then queen d1. And yeah, then I realized I probably have to play a rook endgame anyway because I'm not really escaping with my... I was thinking maybe queen b3 here is very interesting. Because queen b2, I thought, and queen d5, and it's some sort of, I couldn't figure out this mess. e6, e6, rook g2, fg2, probably also a draw. So I thought queen a1 would be a very decent practical chance, and I thought other moves were losing after f3, so Now I see that rook f2 is a draw, of course. What I thought after rook f2 that I simply take rook g2, rook g2, fg2.
I'm not sure if it's a
And
draw,
I
by
guess,
the way. Don't worry about this engine. The engine is not that strong. Like you have queen d2, but...
It's stronger than me, Christian.
Probably. Yes.
No, I just thought this was winning. I didn't see queen d2, queen h3, queen g5. Like I didn't see that the square is both defending and threatening the perpetual.
Yeah.
Okay, the good news is I always have a draw, like rook g8, he has to force a draw. But to win this is probably, like I probably would play rook g8 at this moment. I don't think I would get the courage to play queen g4 here.
Yeah.
But of course, e6 is shocking. No matter what he chooses, maybe rook f2, maybe queen a1, but e6 is just resigns. I didn't understand his idea. I guess it was just like panic or something. Because this, of course, I can probably win this in a variety of ways, because he actually doesn't have threats here. I mean, e7 is always met with rook e8, so I thought, yeah, maybe I have other ways to win. Maybe rook e8, maybe some h-pawn move, but I guess what I did was also pretty clear-cut.
Yeah. Well, an important victory for you. You're eliminating one of the contenders, but you still have a couple of them behind you. Leinier is one of them. He just won his game, and Wesley seems to be primed to win his game as well. How do you see the last couple of rounds playing out?
I still think it'll be very tough. Some players are starting to get some momentum. I'm actually surprised that Wesley is winning. I thought his position was pretty dangerous looking. But of course, it was so double-edged that anything could happen. But that's an important win for him. Leinier, I did have a feeling that he would be a heavy favorite to win today because Andrew is a good player, but he doesn't have good openings. And Leinier is one of the best prepared players, so it's very difficult to get a good position against him. So yeah, I'm not too surprised that some people are starting to try to catch up. And also I play Wesley in the last round with black. I play Mishra, who is also doing very well tomorrow, so it's I don't imagine it will be an easy finish.
Definitely a tense one to be followed. Guys, any questions?
Our congratulations. And
I actually do
please.
have a question. Fabi, I know we had a rest day yesterday, but still, it's been 9 rounds already. How are your energy levels going to the last 2 rounds?
More or less okay. A little bit more tired than I was at the start, of course, but... And it is like 9 rounds is usually a full tournament. So it's quite a long event, but compared to, let's say, some other events, it's relatively relaxed schedule. Let's say the candidates or the World Cup, these events really are much more draining. So I think everyone's getting a bit tired, but probably not overly so. And we do have 2 rest days in this event, so also some time to rest and. I would say not too tired at the moment.
Okay, that's good. Good luck in the rest of your tournament.
Thank you.
Absolutely. As we just had a plethora of results, let's take a look at the standings, and we'll start with Fabiano.
So here we go. He won again, so he's leading the tournament with 6.5 points, and he's followed by Leinier Dominguez, who also won and has 5.5 points right now.
Hans Niemann's loss to Fabi means that he doesn't move, but we're expecting that Wesley could join Leinier with 5.5 points, and that last round matchup between Wesley and Fabi could be for all the marbles. And what's happening in the ladies? We know we have a clear leader at last.
Yeah, Begim Tokhirjonova won her game, so she's 8 out of 9, leading the tournament right now, and she's followed by Carissa, who drew today, only made a draw, so
Exactly.
she's second with 7.5.
Exactly, as Nasi held what we thought was probably a losing position against Carissa, and that would have been remarkable if Carissa had won that game. And what is happening in the the Wesley So Ray Robson game? You were showing us Queen G8.
They're following the line that we discussed after
earlier.
Queen takes B2, Rook takes D6, and Ray is asking, okay, where's the mate?
Show me.
Queen to B8 has to be played.
Clear.
I don't see any other opportunities. If you do try to go to G8 via A2, Rook to E6 seems to be stopping everything. That's one of the ways, maybe
Not to
E6.
mention Rook to D8 as well, to defend G8 square.
Rook to D8 as well.
But Queen B8 looks so tempting.
Has to be
you're threatening mate and you're threatening the Rook.
Now the only response is Rook to D8.
To stop
you
the
don't
mate.
have a different way to defending against Queen to G8, Queen to C4 just drops the Rook. And unfortunately for you, there's no more rook on b1 to be attacked.
Exactly.
So rook to d8, this is all forced.
Takes.
King to h2.
No.
Now, once again, you have options, but only two of them. Queen to b3 or queen to a2. You have to protect the g8 square. So I would assume, at least to my eyes, queen to b3 looks a bit more active. Not 100% sure why.
Queen a2 to my eyes looks
Maybe
like it
queen
might
to
win a
a2. You know what?
might win a pawn.
Why not? Let's do queen to a2.
That's Yasser's favorite.
You want your pawns. I understand.
I defend against mate and might win a pawn.
You want your pawns, obviously. So now we expect queen to c8. Either queen to b3 or queen to a2. Queen to c8 is the idea.
Hitting the knight.
Hitting the knight, but also hitting f5.
Right.
You cannot touch the pawn. Don't touch the
That's
pawn,
clear.
Yasser.
No, I got that part.
All right, so what do you do now? And by the way, we do have some moves, I believe. Wesley at least touched his pen. I'm not sure if he played. He sometimes
Touch
does
move?
that. I'm not sure touch move on the pen. No, okay, so he hasn't played the move yet.
Okay, so if I go knight e4, I know I'm losing the knight. I'm picking up the pawn on f2. But
You get checkmated on a8.
I get checkmated
So
on
you don't even pick up this pawn. No,
I don't even have time. You're right. That's curtains. So I can't play knight e4 in that position with the queen on c8.
So what do you do? Okay, let's hide the knight.
Yes,
right?
perfect.
Let's go to a4.
Right.
b3 doesn't work because you're cutting the action of your queen. That's a mate in one. a6
Right.
doesn't really make sense. a4 seems to be the most aggressive, let's say, stance of the knight.
Okay, so
if you can call knight on a4 aggressive.
But you just
active.
You set up the mate.
I'll give you a check.
Another
I'll give
one?
you have to go to h7.
Correct. G8
Don't go
is
to
what-
g8
that's just,
because of this. This is the easy way out. You probably have checkmate in a couple of moves.
I
but
do as well.
You do get the queen.
Queen d7 and it's mate. Yeah.
That's it. Queen to d7 is also a check.
Also mate. Yeah.
So you have to go to
h7.
h7. What do you do now?
Well, I pick up a pawn with check.
Let's pick just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case. Sure. Let's
I'm
pick
not
it
worse.
up. If you go back,
Okay.
then I go back. Now I go to f4.
And what's the big diff?
And the big difference.
I'm waiting for the drum roll.
Give it some time. Give it some time. All right. Let's go back to e7. Okay, how do we do it? Queen d7, but where's the mate?
What?
But wait, can we...
Are you in Zugzwang?
If you're telling me I'm in Zugzwang, I mean, I
Well,
was
first-
afraid I was going to lose
If you move
material.
here, you lose, right? You lose the knight.
Yeah.
If you go to b2, let's say you stay connected to your queen. Now I give you a check. I set up the mate.
No, the knight is
Excuse
hanging,
me.
so you can
This
go...
is the easy way. Sorry. Check, check, 96. That's it.
But Christian, isn't it in many lines if we go back that we just go knight g6 first and just force the queen to go to g8? So if you go 5 moves earlier, let's say, when the queen is on...
Here, right?
Yeah, let's say here. I go just queen c8.
Queen c8, okay, I have to go to g8.
And queen c2.
Queen c2, okay.
You're
And now I
threatening to
give you a
discover.
check.
g3.
G3, and now I go...
King g8?
Maybe king g8, let's say.
Just out of the discovered check.
There's nothing. Wow.
Yeah, it's a funny position. You would expect the game to be finished in a couple of moves with checkmate.
Right.
But in fact, what you have to do is go towards the next target. Forget
G7.
about the checkmate, just go towards the g7 square, and that actually wins it effortlessly.
It's not that easy to find this.
Effortlessly? I didn't put effortlessly in this game.
Well, the thing is, you get to this point, and then you find it. You don't even have to calculate everything from the beginning, because queen to b8 has to be played. You're a pawn down, you have to play queen b8.
But it's a crazy situation with the knight on a4 where you said Zugzwang.
Right.
You know, you just made a move and then you said, you know, like the queen is on a2, it's got to patrol g8, it's got to keep the knight protected, and there's just no moves. That was the unexpected thing, because I was expecting at that point you were going to deliver some knight f8 to e6 and queen g7.
That was the deliverance. Yes,
Right.
Yes.
Wow. And finally, this Sam Shankland game.
Sam is still trying to break through.
And the rook on h7 is well placed after, 40 moves.
The rook on h2 finally got a buddy.
I got a buddy.
On h1. But is it too late? Maybe I can take. You have take with the g-pawn, right?
Okay.
I don't think you can take like this, opening up my queen. I wouldn't do that.
Right.
I have some queen f4 ideas, h4 ideas.
I want positional control.
Absolutely.
g5 takes f6, please.
Right, and then I take and you take, and then we exchange, and then maybe I even go rook to h8. Can I do this?
Okay, then I trap your knight. Take the rook and bishop f5. Bishop h5, sorry. Queen c1, queen h6. That was on my agenda.
The French is
I hate the
such a disturbing opening.
Well, it's what Lubomir Leboyevich would say. Miserable. It's miserable.
It's a disturbing opening.
It's a disturbance.
Oh.
That bishop is so sad.
What is this? Oh my
And look
goodness.
at the computer saying 0-0. And we're thinking it's miserable.
Yes, apparently I don't have a way to win this. Unbelievable.
Oh,
Yes.
that's very, very funny.
That's the French for you, yeah.
Wow. And Kate, the remaining ladies also in the ladies section,
Let's take
a
a
lot
look
of
at
results
Talia
happen.
Cervantes and Atusa Purkashian.
Now,
We have
when we
very
left,
equal but material right now.
yeah, but when we left it, we thought Talia had total control. She's just nursing 3 passed pawns.
She has 2 pawns advantage, Yasser. That would please you.
Oh, very much so. You said it, but
now
bishops
she's
of
trying-
opposite color, though. Is
But she's
there a
trying to move
chance
the-
for Atusa to save this?
Talia really wants to go in front of her pawns, right? To kind of hide the king there.
Well, indeed, she wants to nursemaid the pawns up the board as best she can.
But Atusa's light square bishop, whenever it's going to be on e4 or somewhere,
Right.
yeah, that's...
This work. This is not. I mean, it's an extra 2 pawns. I don't get me wrong. I like Talia's position, but it's not. I claim the game or something like in contract bridge. This is not that easy. And what about the other game between Tata and
Anna Zatonskih?
Okay. Whoa.
This time Tatev is having pawn, but she's down in exchange.
Right.
How
Okay,
did
just a
that
second.
happen?
I'm still not sure I've got this position. So I'm thinking that you want to play bishop c4 and bishop d3, right? So you want to put your light squared bishop on this diagonal so that I could force f4, f5. The problem as I see it is h5 and h4
With the tempo.
is a counterplay, yeah, with the tempo. So this suddenly became very concrete. Who is on move, by the way? Is it Anna's?
Yes, it's Anna's turn right now.
So
But actually, let's look at this variation. So bishop, h5.
Yes.
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4, h4.
h4.
Yes. That's a
Bishop
check.
d3.
Wow. Okay. So I took a pawn. Took a bishop with check.
Yeah, and the problem is if I capture with king on g3 and queen captures on e6.
Yes.
Takes. Yeah, even after f5, there's rook e3.
Yes. Precisely.
And if
we're looking at h5 and Anna played h. We're looking at h5, pardon me, and Anna played a5. Okay, so just a second. a5 was her choice. Tog, and let's do it again. Now those moves that you, what is her idea?
I think her idea is to run with that pawn as quickly as possible, and then she's gonna just give up. Yep.
This
f5.
is, and then she's what? She's going to
Rook
go
e3.
Yes, and something of this
King
nature.
g8.
And okay, yeah, I was sure. And then she's sitting there going, okay, bishop c4, expecting.
a3.
She's done it, a3.
And you are right. On h8, the king is better because there are no checks.
Right, okay, but if I go bishop h7,
then I go rook e2.
yeah, now I'm thinking to myself, how am I want to be able to give up my dark square bishop on this against this pawn, and I'll have my bishop on f7. I'll have an easy fortress. If I have to give up my light squared bishop for your pawn, I don't think I have an easy fortress anymore. That is how peculiar. So once again, you just played the move, and so I have to. Okay, let me tickle your rook. Bishop here. So the difference.
Now I can even push a2 and rook e2.
That was the question. So,
you want to play this?
can I create a fortress with? No, you go check. Pity.
Oh wow, one
Sorry.
move away. Only.
Yeah, I was thinking if I could put my bishop on g1 and put my king on h1, and you can't play with your king.
That's a very nice fortress.
I was trying to make a fortress. No, I can't. But let me just refresh my board and come back to Tatev's position. We have bishop c4. Now, after the move a4, do I have to be
I think she's looking
compliant?
at bishop to d3. Yeah, she's probably looking towards that. The problem is bishop d3, rook takes e6 is a problem, right?
Also, right? We were looking mainly at queen takes e6, but rook takes e6. Okay, so I move my queen.
Yeah, the question is where? And now I go queen f6.
Oh, that's a tempo against my... I can't find a square for my queen?
Maybe d7.
Okay, I'll find a square for my queen.
a3, okay, that's...
It's a funny square.
Oh, but then rook e3.
Now rook e3, yes.
Oh, man. you guys, you're off the Christmas A-list. That's it. No Christmas cards for you guys. Queen d7. Okay, so I'm dreaming, of course, of playing the move f4, f5.
You're dreaming of a white Christmas.
Yes, I got that on my wish list as well.
Okay.
Okay.
So
this feels good for white.
It feels like it should be, right? Because as soon
might just be over
as I get the chance to play f4, f5, I'm golden.
All right, but how bad is the endgame after queen takes e6?
We're not sure.
Is the question, right?
Yes, we're not sure. We've actually been investigating this position with the king on h8.
And by the way, it's worth questioning bishop takes g6 as well.
What?
After queen to e6. Bishop takes g6, king takes g6, and f5. And the king goes for a walk, but I think the king might actually be safe on f5.
Like Alice Lee, boldly bringing the king up the board to lead her army to victory.
Queen d3, you actually go queen to e4 and say, okay, my king is going back now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you might be safe.
Wouldn't be shocking.
Okay.
And this is...
Rook e3 captures king h8.
And this is where I think that all I have to do is somehow finagle my bishop to get to the e5 square. So let's say I go here.
And by the way, Anna played a4, so we may be getting this position.
What are we playing for in this position?
We're trying to get a
playing
bishop.
for a win?
Oh, white is trying to draw.
Ah, white is trying to draw. Okay.
White is
that
trying to draw.
Difficult, right?
Well, funnily enough, it actually isn't so easy.
Oh.
So when we go rook b3.
Because, well, the last move was a3, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, a3. So you can move your... See, what I was trying to do was give up my dark squared bishop for the pawn, as opposed to the light squared bishop.
Okay, let me ask a very funny question.
Please.
Let's say you get to the position in which you take my bishop. So the line that you guys were looking at, and you take my dark square bishop as well. And I have a bishop on f7.
No, that's a draw.
But you take my dark square bishop as well.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm worried that that Anna is going to win the light squared bishop. So the thing.
But even that position, are we sure it's a draw? Because I'm not convinced at all. If you win the dark square bishop, I think.
Okay, guys, I'm lost. I don't know
might
what.
Still win it somehow.
All right. So it basically comes down to this: Anna's going to win a bishop.
Right.
I think that Anna's going to win the light squared bishop, and when she does win the light squared bishop for the pawn, for example, we'll just put a move on the board. Yes, here, 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 here. So you've got to give up your bishop. The problem, as I see it, is we give up our bishop.
That's the question I'm asking. No, I'm talking about queen versus bishop.
Yes.
Queen versus just one bishop.
Oh, queen versus one bishop.
One bishop on f7, yes.
No, you can't.
How do you get me out of my shell?
Zugzwang.
Okay.
But how do you?
Yeah, you get it with the queen on e1.
Oh, queen on e1.
Yeah.
Queen on e1, the pawn on h4, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. Because I wanted to get a fortress with the two bishops.
No, with the two bishops, we know it's a fortress.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So here, this is the... So, pardon me. So, if we make a move, let's say... Wait a minute. Can I play bishop d6 here? This is... No, wait a minute. Now I'm really confusing myself. I'm winning the light squared bishop is my problem.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the problem I'm having.
Right.
Is that Tatev will have to give up this bishop, and then we get into an ending where the pawn on g6 is beautiful, but there's no way of saving it. The rook is going to collect the pawn. Rook and 2 versus bishop and 2 is a win for the rook, of course. So I think Anna's winning this ending. So let me refresh. And we'll just go to Talia. She should be winning.
So this is a very interesting move, by the way, the bishop d4. But we can go back to Roy Robson's game because I think they're following the line that we were talking about.
Yes. And there must be some kind of a very, very slow reaction from the players as you suddenly have this awareness when you're Ray Robson, like, oh my God, I'm a pawn up in a queen and knight ending. And I'm lost.
Yeah.
I'm not worse.
Yeah.
I'm lost. And Wesley is thinking, oh my gosh, a moment ago I was seriously worse. Now I'm winning. And it all happened in that time control scramble at the very end.
With that knight on g6 supported by h5 pawn, that looks like just wonderful position for white.
Indeed. Check, knight g6, king h7. And we've been taking this pawn. Do we need this pawn,
I don't
Cristian?
think you do. No, I don't think you do, actually.
Should I?
And to be honest, I'm not sure it's such a good idea to take it, because knight takes c5, I go king g8.
In this moment?
Right. Not king h8, because that allows the whole rerouting.
The whole sequence once again.
So maybe you don't need to take that pawn. Maybe you should just go queen d7, the move that we were making in this position.
Sorry, I'm going to just refresh my board.
Right now, queen d7, instead of knight g6.
Queen David 7?
Yes.
So we're threatening exactly what?
Knight g6. You have to go to h7. Knight f8.
Or I even have queen c8, by the way.
Now knight to e6.
In what exact moment?
Here, after king h7, I have queen c8 because you have to come back with the queen and the knight is hanging.
Right.
Yes.
Which means
the knight on c3 is not well placed.
Oh boy. Which means that in this position I have to go knight b2. Yes. And then again, you're doing that whole thing with the. Oops, excuse me. You're doing the whole thing with
the knight.
Knight going to e6 and targeting the g7 pawn.
No more defense.
Wow,
that's a beautiful maneuver.
That's
it
a really
really,
nice
really
one.
is. I mean, because from the current position, the focus has always been on the g8 and g6 squares, right? And then suddenly, the new focus is the g7 pawn. You go knight g6 to f8, all with tempo, and knight e6.
That's the temptation.
I mean, when we have a pawn chain,
crazy.
it's always the weakest link, right?
Right, the base.
The base. But thinking about it right now, instead of capturing that pawn on e5,
right.
Yeah,
that's great stuff.
That's not that easy.
Queen f5 check on the board. King to h8.
Only move.
And this is the queen d7 business, right?
Still feel like knight g6 capturing that
I
pawn,
know,
and only
it's
after maybe rerouting the knight, that is what's going to happen.
But this is such a nice move too, in the sense that, you can't. Your knight has to go to b2, and only the b2 square. Your king has to go to h7, and only the h7 square. Your king has to go
And the problem is the
backwards.
queen has to stay to defend that g8 square. You cannot try to get any sort of counter chances against my king.
Right. Again, from the current position, you would love to set up some checks or whatever, but the problem is you've got to protect the g8 mating square. My goodness, if I'm in Ray's shoes, I just feel like
Queen d7.
Wow, he found it.
boss move. What a boss move
That's it.
by Wesley. Queen to d7, and you just got to feel like the world's against you. I mean, wow.
Absolutely brutal.
Queen and knight versus queen and knight. He's a pawn up and dead busted.
And it's just such a difficult move not to go for that extra pawn. Knight g6, capture that pawn on e5. Just played queen d7 instead.
And just to buttress the whole point, if we do get a position like this, right, where you've won the e5 pawn with a gain of tempo, let's say, the crazy part is you might be doing black a favor because he's got when the pawn was on e5, you don't get to go queen b8 check. And maybe on a good day you get your knight back into the game, and thankfully your queen is defending g8 and everything. So by refusing to capture the pawn, Wesley is actually saying, I don't need the e5 pawn at all. All I need to do is go knight g6 check, knight f8 check, and knight e6. Take this pawn and it's mate.
All right, let's try to stop it.
Okay.
Knight b6.
Knight b6.
At least I'm attacking the queen.
But with knight b6, I give check on... No, or
Yes.
I start with that. I thought queen g6.
Oh, that's the easy...
Knight
oh, my
g6,
goodness.
and
I
threatening
cannot do it.
checkmate and attacking the knight.
You
cannot do
convinced
this.
me. You told me that all I have to do is attack the knight and threaten mate. Force you to go queen g8 and I'll pick up the knight for free. That's why the knight can't go to c5. That I pick up the knight for free. Can't go to b6. If I went to c3, you picked up my knight
The same way.
cleverly in the same way. So I ended up going to the b2 square, and then after I went to the b2 square, then I got checked, king h7, checked, and that is a beautiful redirection. I mean, I would be very proud of finding this idea.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
it's really nice, as you say, just attacking the base of the pawn chain. And there's no defense.
It reminds
Cristian.
me of this game of Anish Giri versus Jan Nepomniachtchi from Bucharest. Last round, it was something very similar to this. Very, very similar, and he did not find this maneuver. I believe it was Jan that was playing for a win. He did not find it. So it's not an easy one, especially when you start getting tempted by that pawn on e5.
Exactly.
He found it though, 7 minutes, got off the board. I think he knows right now that, yeah, I got this in the bag. And the next 10 minutes are going to be torturous for Ray Robson because slowly but surely he will come to the realization that there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, I would
Knight
just
g6,
feel...
knight f8, knight e6 is coming. You cannot stop it.
Yeah, I would feel in Ray's shoes like, my goodness, it's just a cursed tournament. Wow. Oh, boy. Tough. Sam Shankland versus the 14-year-old phenom, Mishra. They have gotten into that position where, okay, there was a big trade. It all captured on f6. And Sam has been in... Sam has been enjoying the position for quite some time, but we know that the engines are incredibly resourceful, even when you think the position is overwhelming, and you see there Mishra kind of just, he's intense. He doesn't see the win. He thinks that he's defending his position.
Win for who?
What? Win for who?
Win for white, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
But he doesn't see it. And he's saying...
Sam doesn't see it either.
Right. He's saying, look, I mean, I've got my ideas. I've got one weakness in the position, the pawn on f7. By the way, if I really want to defend the pawn on f7, I got lots of ways of doing that. The French defense.
I mean, that bishop, the light square bishop.
It's miserable.
Miserable, absolutely.
Bad bishops defend good pawns, and that's what it's doing at the moment.
I'm not so sure about that. No. This is losing, in fact, and Mishra's...
It's losing? How?
It seems to be losing after rook to h7.
Okay.
Let's say rook b7?
I believe I want to go bishop h5. What do you do? Rook to b7?
King a7.
King to a7.
Yeah,
okay.
just go ahead and kill me.
Maybe bishop here first.
Okay.
You go king a8, yeah? Or king a6. Okay. Let's go king a6.
Right.
Why not?
Just show me how.
Bishop h5.
Rook b7.
Rook to b7. And now let's put the king somewhere safe. The question is where? Let's go to f1. There's no more checks.
King
at
a7.
least after you open with b4, right?
King a7. I just want to see how you break.
I'm bringing my queen now.
Okay. b4?
At some point, probably you will have to do it.
Right. Let me give it a shot. Take.
Take queen a1 now.
Okay.
Any endgame is going to be very bad for you. We know that. Like, if you go queen a6...
I feel like any middle game is going to be bad for me.
Yes.
Any end game is going to be bad.
Yes.
Thanks for the word of caution.
It's the French. It's the French. What do you expect? All right.
Okay.
So what do you do now?
Okay.
Let's say you go king b8.
I'll fall for it. I'll go king b8.
But now I go rook h8.
No, that's terrible.
This is already looking bad.
No, but let's not be opening the queen side. I don't see how he improves his position if I don't help him.
Exactly. And that's his mistake. That is Mishra's mistake.
What?
He played the French and he got overconfident and he tried to actually be active. You are never active in the French. You just have to stay passive. No a5, b5, b4 business. Just stay and wait. And in fact, try to exchange all the pieces. So this was the critical mistake. By the way, Wesley has won his game. Ray was like, okay, I'm out of here. No,
we have a tie for second place as Wesley and Leinier are a point behind.
Important victory for Wesley. That takes him to +2.
And it just sets up the final round.
Big matchup in that one.
Wesley will have the white pieces against the tournament leader. Sorry, continue.
So at this point, we were discussing how you have to eliminate everything from the board as black. You have to exchange the rooks. Go rook h8. Allow this bishop h5, it doesn't really matter. You don't have enough after that. You can take and then knight h8, but black is fine. Knight to c6, he got overly ambitious. I'm telling you, that's the mistake sometimes. Novice French players do. They get too aggressive.
That would be me, you know. Like, I play the French defense to win. I don't like this passivity. Okay, go on.
This is what we have right
on
now.
the board.
And we're expecting something like rook h7.
But again, I want to buttress Kate's point. Okay, go ahead, play rook h7, you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'll go, I don't care, king c7.
Okay. You might.
I want to go knight to d8, and I want to defend f7.
Stop it.
Bishop d. Oh,
but
rook
knight
f8.
f4.
At some point, I will come this way, right? Maybe not.
And
this allows
b4.
Okay, so I go here.
Well, here, you know what I mean. I'm not defending f7 in a nice way.
By the way, what about this?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's
now we have to deal with b4 ideas, but it does seem like this is the plan.
Right.
Like at some point you will run out of squares.
No, Yasser, you're too active. I don't want to be doing anything. King
now
e6.
You're yes.
What do you mean to
Very
it?
good.
I played bishop e8
Very good.
and knight d8.
Just
you
king
can't
that, king
accuse
on
me
A6.
You're
of
learning.
being active.
Yes, Katerina knows.
Come
yes.
on, Kate. You can't accuse me of being active. I put a knight on d8 and a bishop on e8.
You cannot be this active as a French player. So definitely, yeah, very good point, Katerina.
Very good point. Don't compliment her. I did the good thing. I was being passive.
Take a look at this. By the way, wait a minute.
2 minutes and
Mishra
55
only
seconds.
has 2 minutes on his clock.
Against
we do have rook,
17 minutes.
Oh,
and
that's
we do
not
have
good for
rook
Mishra.
h7 on the board.
Yes.
We are expecting king a6.
Right.
Back home.
Well, or king a8. I got killed on the back rank there when I played king a8. Let me just refresh my board. And again, we do have some incredibly huge results in this round 9 in the open section. 3 decisive games, all on the top tables as tournament leader Fabiano maintains his tournament lead.
Let's take a look at the current standings after round 9.
Look at that.
So Fabi won his important game and he's leading with 6.5. And then there is a two-way tie for the second place. Wesley So and Leinier Dominguez both winning today's game and having 5.5 points.
Exactly, and in the ladies section.
And in the women's section, for the first time in this tournament, we have a sole leader. Begim Tokhirjonova won her game today in style, very easily outplayed her opponent and is 8 out of 9. And then Carissa right behind her. She made a draw today and she is 7.5 points.
But Carissa slipped because she had a big advantage against Nasi and let it get away from her. She couldn't keep the pace. So we still have the two top ladies.
And then there is a tie for the third place. Irina, Krush and Alice Lee with 5.5 points.
No chances, of course, of...
No one can catch those girls.
Exactly. They're away. And back to the Mishra game for a moment because
Actually, can we go back for a second to Abrahamyan and Zatonskih's game?
Yes, we can.
Because we were looking how to win for Anna or how she's going to keep an advantage. And look what happened.
No,
there's no win
here.
for Anna in this one.
No, she's going to be...
How did she escape?
Well, let's take a look-see. When we left it, we just had left it here, and we saw the move A5, A4.
Okay.
Queen D4. So she did not go for that bishop D3.
And she sacrificed the exchange.
She was going to go for bishop D3, but in that way, which is much more decisive. So she had to take on E6. Because now A3, I believe bishop to D3 just is very painful.
Would be winning for white.
I think so.
So Queen D4, very accurate move.
And so she took on E6 and Anna's a pawn down, but after this move H5 with Queen and Knight, everything on one side of the board, that looks like it's going to be a draw. Let's go back to the game of Mishra for a moment because we do have B5, B4. Dare I say it, active play. But now the question is, I'm going to take
active play.
AB, AB.
Yes.
So that just kind of opens up my queen, maybe for the near future. Bishop here, bishop to H5.
But now we rook A8.
Rook to A8. And, well, let me just slide my queen over. Maybe...
But now I like it. Pawn takes C3.
Oh, do you have knight takes e5? Because I thought my king was going to be really safe.
Oh, I was just happy to get a pawn.
And I understand you.
But knight takes e5 looks very nice too.
Well, that's up pawn number 2, but I am crashing here, right? And that's very important. Wow. And one player who is definitely in the hunt, Wesley So, with you, Cristian.
Wesley, anything can happen at the US Chess Championships. You showed that in this game. It wasn't an easy one. It felt like Ray was in fact trying to push for some sort of an advantage, but then move 40 came. And that move, queen to e4, which spoiled everything for Ray. Did you understand that at that point you're finally winning? And tell us your story about today's game.
Yeah, for sure. But we want to make it quick, so we can watch Mishra again. But I mean, the game was very interesting. I mean, of course, if you look at any chess game with an engine these days, then you see like tons of mistakes. Right? Like you think, oh, I played my best game, and then you make like 10 mistakes. Yeah. But I figured maybe that's the way that chess is. You know, you gotta take risks. I mean, obviously, if I wanted to draw with white, I could do it, like I've done it a million times before, but I guess you gotta take risks in order to win. Like I was watching some games in the Qatar Masters the other day, and like Magnus, Hikaru, they were not better like 95% of the moment during their games, but they somehow managed to win it in the end, you know, like give your chances, give your opponent room for mistakes. I mean, it's impossible to be better, I guess, for the most part, all throughout the game and then win very smoothly. But yeah, Ray just collapsed and blundered everything during the. But I thought I had a very interesting position with this pawn structure. Probably white is not better.
Yes.
But I was very tempted to push my h-pawn on h5 and then bring my knight on h4. I thought I always had enough counterplay. But I clearly made some mistakes, like moving my queen maybe to c3. It's a waste of time. I don't really know. And I guess like we all just started blundering here. Rook b1 -3.
Yeah, it
But
was
it's
this
so
moment
hard
rook to b4. But again, you guys were playing on only a few minutes on the clock, so this is definitely not
Yes,
easy task.
so hard. Thank you. Yeah, you're so kind. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy to figure out what was happening. I mean, I missed some of his very good moves like b4 and then c4, knight c5. That was very strong. So the position was very concrete. Either white is doing well or losing. And I really had no choice at that moment. Like, I missed all this c4, knight c5, which is very strong. And then I couldn't really figure out what was happening. But fortunately, Ray has always had time trouble problems, as you can see from his previous tournament during the 960. But also here, like, I've known Ray for a long time. He's always had that problem. He's gotten much better, obviously, but I guess it's still there. So he'd have a really good position, but then he'd try to calculate it all the way in the end, try to find the perfect move. And so it really cost him today. Yeah, so it was a tough game. You know, Ray's a very good, very solid player. He knows his openings well. He's very difficult to beat, and in a good day, he can beat anybody. So. Yeah,
well, Wesley, thank you for being so complimentary. I don't usually get that from this panel right here next to me. So you saying that I'm nice, that makes me feel very good. So I'm going to return the favor. That's where I'm going. I want to compliment this final maneuver because it's very easy to get tempted about taking the pawn on e5, right? But it's not the way to do it. Knight to g6, knight to e5. It allows black some chances. But he did find this idea of knight to g6, knight to f8. So that was very nice, Wesley.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I was very happy after the time control to find myself in a completely winning position, like I was just trying to make a draw. But thank you, Cristian. You've always been so nice to me all these years.
Well, thank you.
Yasser,
are you listening?
Here. You're very kind. Yes.
I hope Yasser is listening.
Yeah, Cristian always been very pleasant.
All right, we need to get Wesley more in studio with us. All right, thank you, Wesley. We'll see you in a couple. We'll see you tomorrow, actually.
Absolutely.
I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Our congratulations, Wesley, indeed. As again, on the top 3 boards, we've had decisive results, and we had a stretch there. We had draws in every game in the Open for 2 rounds running. So this is very, very nice to see the tournament exploding. And once again, Fabiano really playing very well. I mean, yeah, you could criticize a move here or there, but to win with the black pieces and win rather
G5,
smoothly.
queen takes A3.
Really, well, it wasn't just G5. It was like C5, C4, then switching to the king side. It was all very, very nice. What's going on in the game of Mishra and Sen? What?
Crickets.
Crickets.
I'm trying to understand.
I was we
as
Kate
well.
and I, we were looking at Queen G1 for Sam Shankland.
Probably the best move.
And then we were looking at captures on C3. And then I wanted to plant my king in the middle of the board with King E3.
Okay.
She took on E5, and I went Queen G5.
Okay.
And then we stopped because Wesley was in studio, and we didn't come to a conclusion.
Yeah, it seems like it's some
I
sort
take
of
a pawn.
equality, but this is obviously not
An equality.
an easy equality.
I thought it was a
King to
mess.
A6. Complete mess, yeah.
So I want to push for
objectively.
E5, right, with black.
Exactly.
And I wanted to push with F7 for white.
Who's getting first?
You're right. That's what we always ask. Who's
By the
there
way,
first?
queen to B1 was played, not queen to G1, queen to B1. By the way, this is what we need to be looking at. 1 minute for Mishra right now. This is the important factor of the game.
And he captured on B3.
Check.
C3, that's a check you have to take with the knight, right?
Yes.
King C1, no, probably not.
We don't want to go there.
I don't think you want to go there.
Knight takes c3, queen takes b1, and knight takes d4. Shall we look at that?
Of course.
Apples?
Which one do you want to start with?
Queen takes b1?
And maybe we can look on your board just so that we can
sure.
continue seeing this final moments. Not necessarily final moments, but...
And he has done knight takes c3. I've got the wrong position up on my
Mishra's
board.
final minute.
Oops, that's the wrong group. And here it is. Yes, knight takes c3. So our last moves were queen b1. We weren't heading in that direction, but takes. And now, thanks to this pin, we're going to have to trade queens. Pull the knight back.
Do we have to trade? Can we go knight to b4?
And bishop takes f7.
Queen takes d4.
Whoa.
Knight to b4
knight
first.
b4, breaking the pin, threatening queen takes b4. We can't step
king
up.
e3. Yeah, you can.
Because of rook a3, right?
Ah.
So
I can
I
play
have
knight
to...
e2?
Yes, I like that move.
You can definitely play that move. But
we
now
can go back.
c3.
But now king e3.
Now I'm very safe, aren't I?
Because now the knight is pinned and bishop takes f7 is coming.
Rook a1.
Wow.
Who invited you to the party? And by the way, queen takes b1. Knight b4 might have been tricky, but Mishra was having none of it. He captured, and is time a factor in this game?
It is, absolutely. Mishra is having 1 minute, now 1 minute 20 seconds, while Sam Shankland has 11 minutes.
By the way, we were actually down the very correct path with that variation.
Knight b4 was the correct move?
Was equal. This is still equal, by the way.
This is still equal?
Yes.
My
it's
goodness.
Still equal.
Even after we captured the base pawn, where we think, okay, I do understand there's a knight f3 check.
Bishop takes f7 is a blunder, guys. Knight f3 and knight g5? Are you kidding me?
G5.
No. Mishra,
That's
not with the French.
The French defense lovers are so gloriously happy with themselves when they make these kinds of cheapos.
Not with the French, Mishra. I'm not going to hear the end of this. I'm not going to hear the end of this.
Bishop takes f7 was a massive blunder.
Oh,
and Mishra knows. Holy smokes, the players who were in second place, okay, Leinier won. He was a point behind.
Wesley So won. And then Abhimanyu Mishra.
Look at him.
And Hans didn't win.
He's zoned in right now.
Because Hans lost to Fabi. That was the only person in second place.
But it's so easy to capture on f7 and just calculate recapturing. Black recaptures, I take. But this knight f3 intermediate move, wow.
And then you have to see that knight g5 is forking the rook as well as the bishop, so the rook doesn't have time to move. Knight takes f7, and if you capture the bishop, whoop, there goes the rook. The knight will defend the pawn, so you don't get to go munch, 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 and it's over. It just wins.
Sam wanted to play quickly because Abhimanyu has only 1 minute.
Oh, ye of little faith.
No.
Worship at the shrine of the French.
Stop it.
And you too may win a collegiate championship one day.
I've won plenty of those, don't worry about it. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. But I want to say for Sam, this is the cold shower moment.
Yeah.
This is really it. Because he just thought, bishop takes f7. What am I? You've got to take. I will recapture with the rook. I will, one day try to escort my pawn up the board, and it's a 2-result game. I mean, that was what he was thinking. And guys, we've got to set up what this could mean for tomorrow's round. Mishra is playing Fabi.
Wow, that's going to be a big match.
Oh, no kidding, right? I mean, because Mishra's in second place. He may be 14.
Unfortunately for him, he plays with black. So he's doubling black.
Yeah, he gets the double black.
That's going to be a bit difficult.
Well, he's passing this test.
He's passing every single test.
On the flip side, he can play French again.
But look at Sam. He's so disappointed.
And, I mean, just as Ray had that sinking feeling that something has gone wrong, Sam also. Just like, oh dear.
But I have to say, He's done it before in this tournament. He's played moves too fast. He's played on his opponent time trouble. That's what happened in this one, because you stop for a second. You see knight f3, knight g5, because this is a basic tactic.
Can I play a devil's advocate for a moment? After knight g5, imagine I sacrificed a rook as if it was all part of the plan. Bishop takes e6 check. Knight takes f7. Bishop takes e6 check. Now, I presume you want to play bishop c6.
Yes.
And I just happily take 3 pawns.
Okay.
Do I have to resign shortly hereafter? I mean, on a good day, I get to play knight d2 and king f4. You have to work, don't you?
Actually, I do, because if I play even something like rook e8, you just really go forward with your king.
Yes, I do. You're threatening both. Rook takes e5.
Well, I thought about, yeah, knight takes f6. Because I think I can give up that bishop and kind of trap your knight.
Let's try it. Shall we have a look-see? So you win the bishop, right? And where do I put my king?
Probably there is a good spot.
Wait, but f7.
Right, now how do you
Wait,
stop?
how am I stopping you?
You're not, no.
I'm not stopping you.
This is not good, no.
Oh, so I mean, okay, I'm a desperado here. I just gave up my rook for 3 pawns. But is it so simple, Cristian?
Not that simple, but guys.
What?
Tatev is winning.
What?
I know.
She's winning?
That was my reaction as well when I
That
heard
queen
the
and
news.
knight versus queen and bishop? 3 versus 2?
Yes, she is right now.
What happened there?
winning.
Let's take a look.
Wow, what a turnaround that is. Anna must have done something terribly wrong.
Very wrong.
Okay, so
first of all,
this should be simple.
But go back.
The king was on
the king was on
h7,
h7. You
right?
played h5.
Yes.
King g1. h4.
Bishop h2.
Oh, maybe bishop f2. She didn't want to play that.
Well,
but why don't you want to play this?
You just take
Oh,
another
but no,
pair of
knight
pawns
e2.
off the board. By the way, let's just get the current position, because the current position is this. She's going to pick up this pawn. Okay, you don't play bishop c3 immediately, but you do play bishop b4, you do play bishop a3. One day you attack the knight, and then you pick up the pawn.
Yeah, bishop a5, bishop d8.
Right, you just kick the knight.
The knight can never leave, so that's not going to be difficult. Wow.
That's right.
Oh my gosh, so now we can see what she did wrong. But how do you lose this position? It's slowly, and then all at once?
That's exactly. She maybe missed king g5. That's my guess. Bishop a5. She's going towards that d8 square.
She missed king g5. I don't know. This is, boy.
It's absolutely heartbreaking for
Anna. Wow.
I think her only defense, or at least try for a defense, is knight d5, right?
Okay.
Try to go
so
king h5, knight f4.
Right.
And to be honest, I think that's...
But I have a good bishop, right? So I can capture on h5.
Yes.
Well, you want to trap the knight?
Yeah,
I want to trap the
I
knight.
think that's beautiful.
So
bishop d2 at the end.
King
It's
g4,
over.
knight takes, bishop d2.
And then king
And I'm
g3.
trapping. And I have
by
good
the
bishop,
way,
so
you've
that's
got the
winning.
bishop. Wow. Okay. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say, wow, nicely done. No,
we have that position that we were looking at.
I think that was my what?
We do.
Are you serious? They played the. So Sam Shankland gave up the rook.
Yes.
Wow. And knight f8. And
this is equal now, but
equal.
The line to make a draw is absolutely wild.
Perilous. How does it?
You have to go
Bishop
e6.
E6.
You have to start with e6.
Well, wait a minute. You would stop yourself from playing e6 because you would get this position
Almost
in your mind.
always, yes. And now you have to go king f4.
King f4, and you take a
and
bishop.
king f5.
Wow.
And somehow
this bishop and this rook cannot stop
this is a study.
pawn.
This is a study, because now you go rook e1.
Okay.
And I guess you go f7?
No.
Is that it?
I take your knight. Come on.
King e6. Your bishop is extremely bad.
The curse of the French bishop?
This is absolutely
no,
ridiculous.
Come on. And if I move my bishop, you make a queen.
Right.
How about that?
And now I pick up your bishop. This is wild.
Okay, that's sick.
But you cannot. You
No,
cannot.
that's
You're
just-
not even looking in that direction.
No, you can't play e6 because you're so clever. You see knight takes e6 and you go, of course what I'm going to do is I'm going to play knight d2 like a human being.
No, this is a study-like
Oh my
situation.
gosh, knight e6. Would you have, for a second, countenance that you could draw after e6?
No, but I was looking at that move, but after I saw takes rook e8, I was like, okay, that's not the way to go.
That's over.
Right.
You stop calculating.
You just stop. You shut down. And by the way, now things are easy actually for Mishra because he's
The knight
picking
is
up.
stopping the f pawn, and you
Yeah.
can never push the e pawn.
Exactly. You can't play e6 because of knight takes e6, king f4, rook e8, right? Or rook a5 even.
Yeah, and suddenly black's pieces just have cooperation, perfect cooperation.
Fantastic. Amazing. Wow. e6, knight takes e6, bishop takes e6.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. Chess is
Cruel game.
brutal sometimes.
We had a GM in residence here very recently, Viktor Mikolchevsky from Israel, and he was showing me his studies. And oh my gosh, he just tortured me. I got a few right, but he has, and that move e6
Yeah, this is a study.
was a
Yeah,
study.
this is a study, yeah,
You do, I mean,
I will give
because-
this to my students after
Yeah.
the tournament.
It's
I will wait for
remarkable.
like a month so that people
Yeah,
don't
it would be
remember.
because it's fresh in their minds.
Then I will show them this position and ask them how to make it.
Wow.
What's the best move?
Mishra has been playing on his increments, Kate,
Yes.
for some time. But has he picked up some time?
He has 1 minute, 20 seconds, and Sam Shankland has 6 minutes right now.
Okay. And the move knight d7 on the board. It's kind of funny that these pawns, it's just like this knight is horrifyingly bad. Like you need the knight on an active square, and maybe there's chances to fight, but I just don't see it here.
The most difficult thing in chess is to actually spot the critical moments. That's kind of how you realize whether you're in a good shape or a bad shape. When you're in a good shape, you know when those critical moments, you feel when those critical moments arise. If somebody would have tapped Sam on the shoulder and say, okay, stop,
This is the
think,
moment.
This is the moment. He would probably find
Knight
E6.
g5 easy. Oh,
He would find e6.
right.
That one was easy. That one was just a simple blunder. But this one, I think, if you give him 5 minutes, he finds it. Because he knows he has to have something, right? Somebody just told him, you have something, you have a draw. How do you do it? That's the problem with chess, right? And playing practical games. Nobody tells you that.
Yeah.
You don't know when the critical moments are. And you just play moves such as knight to d2. You have so many factors that you need to keep in mind. Do I play against his time? He only has 1 minute and 20 seconds. You have all these decisions that you need to take into account, and unfortunately, sometimes it just simply doesn't go your way.
King d4 on the board. And I recall very nicely this line of Michael Botvinnik. As he spoke about himself as world champion, he said he was first amongst equals. He was first amongst equals. And Boris Spassky was asked what made him a world champion with his equals. And he said, my strength over my rivals was I was better at recognizing the critical moments.
Yes, yes.
Which
By the
is
way-
very profound.
But this is still not over, right?
F7.
How is this over? By the way, this is the idea. You go knight f8.
Right.
And now I go king c5.
He's done it. Knight f8, king c5.
Take my knight.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. You convinced me. I'll take the knight.
And now I go e6.
Okay.
How do you stop me once again?
Well, he's going to play king c5. I mean, it's clear to me that Sam's not backing off from this challenge. King No, he went king e3.
As usual.
The commentator's curse. What is this?
Oh my
king
goodness.
e3?
But now bishop d5?
Bishop d5.
Doesn't this look close to over?
Over. Because now you're ready to go king c6, and once your king comes close, the pawns are really, they just fall.
Yeah, and
like
Mishra just played
dominoes.
bishop d5.
Just to say, so king c5, Kate, what did you think about this?
Well, is there... So
Rook
if I go
takes-
knight e7, you just go back, right? King
Right.
e4.
Yes.
No.
Actually, I can even go
No.
king d6.
I
go forward.
I want to show my aggression. But rook takes d2, e6.
That's it. That's a draw.
And I'm closing in on a draw. I'm amazed by this move, king e3, because I was so certain that Sam was going to go ahead and support his pawns. But now after bishop d5, he's got no cheapos left.
No more cheapos, yeah. And the thing with king c5, again, black is still winning, but black has to find very good moves, very precise moves.
Wait, so rook takes the knight?
e6.
e6?
That's a draw, yeah.
You're going to have to play bishop
nothing?
d7?
Bishop d7 has to be
That's
played
an
here.
ugly move. That's
Not
not
easy.
an easy move to
No,
play.
No.
That's a difficult one. for
Right?
sure.
Maybe he would play it, but it's such a difficult
Oh
move.
my gosh, but
Allowing
king-
checks, bishop d5, knight e4, things are starting to flow for my pieces.
Now, one of the things that is absolutely incumbent upon you when you're losing the position, you have a lost position, is you've got to make it as difficult as for your opponent as possible. When I see king e3, bishop d5, I think to myself, no, my opponent will see bishop d5. That's too easy. King c5 will make it life more difficult for my opponent. So I'm going to play king c5. I'm really stunned that Sam allowed that. Whoa. Okay. So knight f3 on the board. He's hoping against hope that he'll be able to somehow get his pawns in. But I think black's king is just too close now. Like, just for argument's sake, I'll just put a move on the board.
King e4?
Yeah, go ahead and kill me. And I'm just dreaming of king d7, king. Once I get my king in front of the pawns, then my knight can go and I can start capturing pawns. I'll be a happy camper.
King c7.
King c7 on the board,
that's
very
a good
practical move.
That's a good move. Get closer to the pawn.
King e4, you want to keep active, and normally speaking, the rook belongs behind the pawns. Rook f1 on, but this is what it's all about. The king just
get the king in. Get the king.
Get the king there.
I like that move. Rook d1.
Yep. Oh boy.
And by the way, Tatev Abrahamyan is completely winning against Anna Zatonskih.
She's got
She
the
got
two
that
pawns.
extra pawn, and now she's
Just
pushing them forward.
Yeah, I see that.
What a disaster
Looks-
for Anna. She started off brilliantly this tournament.
Yes.
She was doing great. And she was also not getting into huge time troubles, which she usually does.
Yeah, it's her trademark style, right?
But now in the last few rounds, it seems like a lot of things have gone downhill for her.
Mm-hmm.
One of them being this game, which was completely equal. Like, she played a great game, equalized, boom, finish the game. Go
Right.
h4, take the pawn on f4, that's it.
Right.
King to g8.
And unfortunately for Anna, she can't even cheapo her opponent. Like g6, knight h7.
Right.
Take the knight.
It's just bad bishop.
It's just, yeah, you got the right bishop this time. There's just no cheapo in the position. h6,
H6
h7.
is coming, and even
Yeah.
if we trade bishop against knight, this is just very easy to win.
By the way, Mishra played not rook d1, but rook c5. He says the rook is perfectly fine on the c5 square. He's going to play king d7, king e7, and there's nothing that Sam Shankland can do. So that's certainly winning. And is that the only... Well, how did Talia do with the Tusha?
She's still playing.
They're still playing.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But these are the two very imbalanced positions right now. I have to say this.
I'm just going to refresh.
This feels
my
like a
board.
heartbreak for Sam Shankland. Again, he played a great game. He really did. Massaged almost, it feels like Mishra in that French, right?
Right.
But then it just wasn't enough. He missed
One
that.
tactic.
One tactic, one move. That's all it
Dang.
takes. Throw the game off.
Dang. Check. Nice move.
The king goes to e7 next.
And yes, precisely. The king just simply waltzes to e7. The pawns are firmly blockaded. And then I've got rook g6 check on my agenda too. King g7 on the board.
Yeah, king e7. And that's a wrap.
Anna's had enough.
Anna resigned because we here see that she has that bishop and a pawn, Tatev, and she's winning that game.
Exactly.
Heartbreak.
Now for Tatev, I mean, when you think about the rivalry that she's had with Anna and Irina over the years, I mean, it's a nice victory. It won't mean that she's contending for the
Well,
medals.
she's trying to catch up because she has 5 points right now, so she's only half a point behind Irina Krush and Alice Lee.
There's still that medal discussion,
Yeah,
of course.
okay, third place, right?
Why not finish on the podium?
Absolutely.
Every single half a point matters.
It's only the bronze medal they're fighting for.
Every half a point matters. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And you know that whenever you try to get a norm, I don't care what kind of norm you're trying to get, an international master norm, a FIDE master norm, those half points matter. Knight e6 check by Mishra, and there goes the f7 pawn.
King
So after king g6, there's knight d8.
Yep, precisely. Knight to d8 check. Is there any cheapos? Okay, the one thing, knight f5, maybe I should play king f8 as a prelude. What do you think? Knight f8?
But if
Not
I just
bad?
capture that pawn?
I don't know.
So what if I'm
is there
extremely
some
greedy?
cheapo?
Okay. Here, king e8.
What cheapos? King e8?
No, sorry.
Where's the cheapo?
No cheapos.
I still don't see it.
Nope. I'm out of jet fuel.
Yes, you're going to lose your membership to the Pawn Grabbers Club.
That's true. That's true. Shame on me.
What a dream event for this young man.
Oh, this
For
is
Mishra.
beyond
First time he
anything.
played at the US Championship.
His
First time
debut, and he's in second place with 2 rounds to go, and he's playing the tournament leader for first.
By far the strongest event he's ever played in. And this is your result. I mean, this is unbelievable.
And
Great.
Sam says, okay, I've seen enough.
Very disappointing game for him.
Oh, very.
I mean,
yeah.
Oof, 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 oof. I mean, 2 guys who really need solace, Ray Robson and Sam Shankland right now, because, well, what to say? They had really, really good positions.
we have last game. Talia Cervantes against Atusa Purkashian, but it looks like Talia lost her 2 pawns on the queen side, and this should be an much easier position to defend for Atusa.
Yes.
For Talia, I mean, just 2 pawns up. And she had pawns on a4 and b5, actually.
She was 3 pawns up, actually.
Oh, my goodness. So she just...
Oh, no, you're right. There was h5 pawn.
Okay, so she got 1.
Well, trade the h5 for the a and b pawns. That's not a good
That's a
trade.
good deal for black. I mean, great deal, actually. There goes the a pawn.
Yeah, she just couldn't see a way to get her king out. It's not easy. It truly is not easy.
I mean, sometimes you think you'll never win a game of chess again, you know, like all of the positions that Talia's had in this tournament, she might have a perfect score for. I mean, she's had so many winning positions, and if this one ends in a draw, as we think it will, it'll just be, you know, like another stone. Lump of coal.
Can you just give checks now forever? Like queen f5, because we know that queen f4, if you exchange the queens, that's it, game over.
But queen f4, you also have to be careful queen c2.
I guess I can lose that as well. Yes. Yes.
If you think you couldn't lose it, oops. Yes. But I
I'm
agree
not
with
going to
you,
go king
Christian.
F4.
Queen F5 check.
So
King
just
G3?
continue.
King E1, right? That's the only way to try to escape. If you go King G3 or King G2, I keep
This is a
giving you
way of
checks.
escape?
I'm worried about.
Why is this a way of escape?
Oh, but you're threatening queen
going,
takes
yes,
G7 checkmate.
Well, that's why I defended.
So
Okay, King C1.
I mean, it's the only way I can try, right?
Right. So if I take just one moment out.
I'm disappointed in you, Yasser.
that I didn't go check and take a pawn?
Why didn't you take the pawn? I mean, this is unbelievable.
Okay, just a second.
I'm gonna.
Well, I have to
I'm gonna
redeem myself.
Revoke your membership card.
No, I'm telling you, the last 2 rounds, it's just tiredness. So you could check me.
I mean, I think you can check forever. Like
This is
check,
funny.
check on B3. Don't go to A5. Okay, now I'll continue giving you checks.
Ah, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, that should be enough for a draw. Let me just refresh my board and get the current position.
How did
she played?
She played
she played
H4.
Bishop D5. Such
Boss.
a strange move.
Nice
You can just
move.
give
Bishop D5.
checks.
And H4 and a check on G2 is on the board. I mean, just
E1.
plant your bishop on E4 and you can say you're never disturbing. Your E pawn is not going anywhere. The pawn on E3 is not going anywhere. You can never disturb. And as we watch over the remaining game, we have Tatev in studio with you, Christian.
Tatev, a crucial victory for you. This wasn't easy at all, and in fact, it was a complicated situation. It felt like you were on the defensive side as we were looking and analyzing your game, but in the end, it was that end game and that mistake by Anna that turned the tides in your favor. How are you feeling right now?
Wait, when was I on the defensive side?
We thought that with that rook on e7 and when you played bishop to c4, we thought that you were going to go for bishop to d3, like right somewhere at this point. Not here, at this point, after bishop to c4. We thought that you will go for this, and we weren't really sure how to assess it. We thought that you were on the defensive in this one.
No, I thought I can easily make a draw. If I put a bishop on f7 and I just give up my other bishop, how can she ever win this?
And that was
Like I go
the
bishop
question
c4
that
here?
we were trying to find, whether you can actually do that or not.
Well, okay, she has to go king h8, right? Bishop c4.
Yes.
A3.
A3.
Ah, you think I don't have time for this?
We couldn't find a way how you actually
Bishop.
give up the pawn for the dark square bishop.
Ah, but okay, bishop f2.
Yasser, I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
Because you were,
I'm trying to remember how we got it.
You were saying that.
Yes.
Rook she's in trouble.
4.
Okay, rook e4, bishop f7 now.
And rook rook e2, bishop d4. How did we get? We tricked ourselves.
4 I can attack, right? Bishop d5.
Yes.
After rook to e4.
I can just
bishop
always,
d5.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought I cannot win this, and I thought, okay, in the other position at least I can.
I don't know what they were analyzing. Okay, forget about it. Forget about it. Yes. So queen to d4. And this rook takes e6. You guys got this position. She goes h4, h5. If she goes h4, this is pretty much over at this point.
But I thought I'd go bishop h2, and then maybe I can play.
Bishop
Okay,
to
I know I
h2.
cannot win
Okay.
this, but...
Okay. So this
no,
was
I
your
was
hope.
very upset because I know I was winning after that rook exchange sacrifice, and then things got out of hand at some point.
Somewhere
I don't know at
around
which
here,
point things got.
yes.
At any point, I don't know where I just completely gave it up. I didn't see this knight h8 move. I don't know if that's the best move either. But I don't know what exactly my mistake was. I kind of got low on time. I just kind of got confused with all these pins.
Absolutely. But still, she was the one that made the last mistake, and you got the full point. Now you're getting closer to those podium positions. How are you feeling going into the last couple of rounds?
Oh yeah, this was a crucial victory for me for the standings. Obviously, I don't think I'm fighting for first 3 because I already played. First 2 are already taken. I already played Alice, so that's completely out of my hand. So I think realistically, I'm probably fighting for fourth. Maybe if I get lucky, fighting for third. But not a lot of hope for the podium this year.
Guys, any questions for Tatev?
No, just our congratulations for beating a rival of many, many years, Anna, and 2 more games. We'll see you, Tatev.
Thank you.
Absolutely. As we have 1 game remaining, is that it?
Yes, and we are expecting to call that game a draw very soon.
Absolutely. As we see Talia nursing the extra pawn, she just made the offer of a queen trade.
Oh, that's over.
Yeah, that is an easy.
That is actually
easy
just
draw.
over.
If Atusa captures the pawn.
Maybe
Captures the queen. Pardon me.
Just capture the queen.
Captures the pawn.
King on f7, pawn on g6, and the bishop on c8, h3 diagonal.
Nothing.
Wherever.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's it. That's it.
The game is over.
We can also play queen g4.
Stop it. No.
I mean, you're stopping the pawns anyway with that move.
Oh,
there's nothing white can do after
nice
queen
game.
g4.
But queen g4, queen f2, and the
And
game
what, king
goes
h7?
on. I'm not claiming white is better. No, I understand that.
But
you
By
have
the way,
30
Atusa is
seconds,
getting
you're
low
pawn
on
down.
time.
Just
Yeah.
take on f1. That's the practical solution.
Certainly. No, I'm with both hands. I'm capturing on f1.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
she
I'm
is
playing
capturing.
g6, and I'm putting my bishop on d5, so that I could put my king on f7, and then I call the arbiter over and I say, Arbiter, I'm planning to...
That's it. You're not getting me out of here.
No, I am planning to... And there she goes. She goes, Atusa goes immediately like a magnet for this drawn position. And as we keep an eye on this remaining game, which is now more certainly a draw, we have an extraordinary phenom in the studio, 14-year-old Mishra, with you, Cristian.
Mishra, first of all, congratulations, but I have to ask you, what's wrong with you? Why are you playing the French?
Yeah, that's a question I ask myself a lot. Yeah, this game, he came up with some good preparation. Of course, I had no business winning this game. It was just, it was a lucky blunder.
Take us through the critical moments.
He's one of my role models.
Again, it was a very difficult game, right? You were on the defensive for the duration of the game. You were very passive, and you just had to wait. And it's always very difficult to wait, right? To make those waiting moves that don't create any additional weaknesses. You managed to do so, and then in the critical moment, he wasn't able to find the right way. Tell us a bit about how you approach those type of situations where you have to make those difficult decisions.
Yeah, this game was actually, like, frankly, it was quite depressing in the middle of the game because the issue is, I think, after this move, I think, like, bishop f4 in the opening, after I made this decision to go back with knight e7, I just never made another active move again. Because the issue is, if I allow him to take on f5, then the issue is he can put the bishop on h4, I believe, and then bring the knight to, say, e3. And then it becomes quite difficult to defend f5.
Tell me again which move you
15.
You
Go to 15.
Move 15.
Let's say knight e7, knight fe7.
Got it.
And we do.
By the way, just to interrupt you for a second, this was a draw as we anticipated. Let's get back to it. Move 15 after bishop to g4.
Yeah. So this knight fe7, it was because actually it's this whole position. It's kind of this whole position engine. I think it overrates it. Some engines they give like +1 here.
Yeah.
It's not that high, but it's against correct play. Like what he did against very slow play, it becomes quite unpleasant to play because the issue is one of the main plans that black is kind of revolving on here is that every time white goes say like g4 or f4, you can meet it with say either g6 or f6. So basically you wait for white to come and try to beat you, and then you try to make a draw. Not trying to make a draw. You fight back with f6, g6. But what happened in the game was that he brought the bishop to h4, queen to e3, and after this, like every time like I go g6, I can never go f6 because h6 is always hanging.
Right.
And I had to go g6 in the game to stop f5. But like now okay, this position is basically two-result position. White can waste like 15 moves, and black can't do anything.
And that's the type of mentality you need to have as a French player. You know, you need to be able to suffer like this on your own accord, it seems like.
But then you're rewarded for your suffering.
Stop it, Yasser. Stop it. All right.
Yeah.
Tell us, you play this move a b4, and at this point, finally, things are getting a little bit less tense, at least it seems like, because you're simplifying the position on the queen side. How did you see your chances right now?
I thought I was still trying to fight to survive. Like, I thought this position was, compared to before, it might be a bit better, but the issue is, even though like visually it looks like I have some more play, now f7 is just extremely weak. And I had to make this decision like a couple moves ago with rook b8. I really wasn't sure about this. It was quite... I had basically two ways to try to hold this position. Either I try to bring my pieces to the king side and just hope that I can fight on this minimal ground, or I just try to just
push the pawns,
throw caution to the wind, play bishop e8, start playing b5, b4, and just start trying to break on the queen side. And I decided that, okay, suffering with rook f8, queen d8 is... I've had enough suffering in this game. Let's do something. Let's do something a little bit more active.
Look, I agree with you, Mishra. I feel your suffering. But it was rewarded.
No, that
this
was our analysis.
What happened, I think
yeah,
it
these
was
were some
queen to
crazy
b1.
lines. Like,
this was the
yeah,
moment
queen
right
b1,
here.
I wasn't sure. Like, maybe I thought queen b2 was another interesting candidate move, because with queen b2, if I go bc3, you take with the king, you don't get... You get a much better version of the same. You don't have to give up d4.
There's no more knight b4 also.
But I think maybe queen b2, like b3 is some kind of an idea. I'm still not sure what's going on here. Like bishop takes f7, like rook a2 might be a candidate move. Bishop takes e8, king a6, like. But okay, like realistically, like maybe this might not work actually, because queen b1 and just f7, f8 next. But maybe like rook takes c2, but rook takes c2, just king e3. But king e3, knight takes c5. Like, I have some tricks.
Queen
in f7 and but yeah, I was
c1.
thinking I had some perpetual here, but
yeah, still very complicated.
Yeah, maybe there's nothing.
Okay,
but okay,
so he
this
played
queen
queen to b1.
I think like yeah, practically like with black having 1 minute on the clock, queen b1 was kind of a good thing to see, that okay, at least now I can get some pieces off the board. And it's not like even this position after bishop f7, like even if I don't have bishop takes f7, if I don't have knight f3, even if I go bishop takes f7, rook takes f7, king b6, like it looks bad because he has a pawn on f6, but it's not that terrible. Like as long as the pawn is not immediately queening, e5 is quite weak. Like now knight f3 check is still a threat. Now say rook e7, I can go king c5. Like originally, this is what I was planning to play. I'm like, okay, I'm not dead anymore.
Right. But he took on f7, and you did have that move knight to f3, and you guys got to this position.
Yeah, bishop takes e6, I felt was kind of an interesting decision, but I thought he would take on e8, because bishop takes e8, knight takes h7. Like say he plays some move like bishop f7 or bishop g6.
Well,
if the knight ever reaches
over,
d4,
by the way, this is still not over. I just want to take you to this moment after knight to f8 and do some training, because I know you want to do some training after the games. Let's do some training right now. What's the best move for white?
I was considering knight c3 here actually, because knight c3 as opposed to knight d2, maybe okay, I don't have the same rook, knight d7, king d4, rook d8. Because
Did
maybe
e6
you can
ever pass through your mind?
e6?
Yeah.
What if you just want to play like, but knight takes e6, bishop takes e6, rook e8, king f4, rook takes e6, king f5.
That's right.
Say maybe like rook. Wow, this is a draw.
Yes. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is still like psychologically it's quite difficult to recover after the evaluation changes like this. But yeah, I still had a feeling that after bishop takes c4, it's very difficult to win this position. I was even contemplating going rook f8, knight takes f6 just to make a draw, because this was not... I really wasn't sure like entirely how to win these pawns in the most precise way, because if I wait too long, if I play like king c7, king d7, maybe somewhere he brings knight to d4.
Yeah. Yeah. But you...
So I kind of need to force him to...
You did win it. You did find the most precise moves. And right now, you're setting up the scene for an incredible matchup between yourself and Fabiano. Fabiano 1 point in the lead, but you, yourself, Wesley, and Leinier are 1 point behind. You have the opportunity to potentially catch up with the leader. How are you going to approach tomorrow's game?
Yeah, the French has been doing me good. Let's see what happens. And I think that this game realistically, this one was kind of a gift. Sam Shankland is one of my role models. I mean, his work ethic, the way how he's his strength in general is just truly commendable. I'm pretty sure you'll see his game tomorrow. He'll come back. He'll win a great game tomorrow. The way how he comes back from bad results is another thing I very much admire about him.
Well, congratulations. Amazing victory, Abhimanyu. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to Mishra. And do us the honors and tell us the standings after 9 very eventful rounds in these national championships. We'll start with the Open.
So in the open section, we have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, winning today and having 6.5 points out of 9. But there are 3 people 1 point from him: Wesley So, Leinier, Dominguez, and Abhimanyu Mishra.
And in the lady standings, finally
we also have a sole leader.
Exactly.
And it's Begim Tokhirjonova with 8 out of 9. That is an incredible performance.
Truly.
Carissa right behind her with 7.5, and then 2 players tying for the third, Irina, Krush, and Alice Lee with 5.5 points.
And tomorrow's, we'll peek ahead. Tell us about the pairings for round 10.
So we have Aswaran playing Purkashian, Paikidze playing Cervantes, and now important match, Zatonskih playing Yip. Not having a great game today, Anna Zatonskih, but tomorrow she'll try to get back. Then Jan playing Abrahamyan, Krush challenging the leader. That's definitely the match of tomorrow.
Lord, that is so cool.
And then you playing Lee.
And the pairings for round 10 in the open section.
Look at that. First board, Caruana playing Mishra. We talked about that.
Number 2.
Definitely the match of the day as well.
Exactly.
Aronian playing Shankland, Xiong playing Sevian, Tang playing against Swiercz, Robson playing Dominguez, and Niemann playing So.
Wow, great matches on the bottom boards as well. As we just refresh our memory as to who chose who?
That's a good question. Yes, who chose who? That's okay. I'm doing quite well. All right, I'm in good position. I like it.
My life just went like crashing for
took a dive.
Acapulco cliff diver right here. And Cristian, another great round, eventful round.
What a round! Yeah.
Final thoughts.
Absolutely. I mean, in the ladies section, finally, at some point, it was meant to happen. There was some separation to be created at some point. And I have to say, Carissa was putting so much pressure today on Nazi, but in the end, Nazi proved that she is the 2-time national champion and she can defend. And this wasn't an easy defense. But I have to say, tomorrow, Carissa against a struggling player, Anna Zatonskih, and the big clash between Tokhirjonova and Irina Krush. Tokhirjonova struggling against Irina Krush. So those 2 matchups definitely are going to be quite intriguing. And of course, in the open section, Fabi so far cruising. Huge game today with the black pieces against Hans Niemann. But tomorrow, this is not going to be easy. And you can see that a lot of players are starting to pile up victories. Wesley So, then you have Leinier, now you have Abhimanyu as well. You don't want to be slipping because there's a lot of hungry wolves behind you. A lot to play still in the last couple of rounds, and we'll be here to call all the action.
14-year-old Mishra. I just can't, I mean, it's amazing you're playing for first place. Kate,
it's just incredible. Like, I think he did not expect it either, and just playing really nice games.
Lovely to call the action. I can't wait for tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us and sharing your day. Tell your friends where you're hanging out and come and join us tomorrow for the championship rounds. Round 10 and 11 coming up.
Bye, everyone.
Bye for now.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.